Long ago, the empire expanded across the continent, and four forces were its main power. The House of the Golden Lion absorbed the martial arts and skills of swordsmanship, regularly appointed the best swordsmen to the army, and they protected everyone. The Protestant Union united all the priests and their communities, who worshipped many gods of the empire. They inspired everyone. Bureau of Inspectors, the best detectives and spies from all corners of the empire, they watched everyone. The magical tower that for more than 1,000 years controlled all the magicians of the continent, they surpassed everyone. The main Melvinger family has been the heart of the tower since its foundation. 30 years ago, a brutal war with demons broke out, and the Melvinger family went into battle at the forefront of the attack. They won. But at what cost? When the boy turned 8, his father died from the terrible consequences of this war, along with his mother, who was a simple teacher of magic. There were only 2 of the old family left. They cried to each other like sparrows on a rainy day, and their grief was immeasurable for 2 small children, a brother and a sister. The main family fell, and there was no one to keep the vassals in check. The great heritage was torn apart faster than leaves fall to the ground in autumn. Looking at this, the 8-year-old boy swore to himself that he would become a great magician and revive the greatness of his ancestors. Unfortunately, their misfortunes did not end there. The boy was considered a disgrace and a disgrace to the family, because he could not even summon the first magic circle. A rare ailment struck his body, depriving him of the ability to do magic, and the revival of the family had to be postponed. He gave all his strength to overcome the disease. But no matter how hard he tried, everything was in vain. Magic can work miracles, but there was no miracle to return him magic. But the boy did not stop praying, and then heaven heard his call. Under the rolling thunder of the glittering scales of the armor, he met the dragon. The center of magic, the power of heaven, is the only means of reviving the family. And on the other hand, he saw how the demon's paw was holding a rift in the fabric of the world. Light and darkness met in a great battle before his eyes, and the demon drove his spear into the dragon's strong skull. The boy saw a shadow as dark as the night itself. A quiet one struck in the choir. He heard a soul-chilling voice. The demon's coal eyes sparkled. His mouth cracked into a crooked, gloating grin. He met the one who would free him from the tiresome seal, his new vessel. The boy froze in front of the clot of darkness into which the demon had turned. "Give up your body and let us rule the world," roared the devil. Darkness hit the guy like a surf. Its waves enveloped him completely and dragged him to the bottom. If he had known before that he would fall into darkness, he would not have looked for the dragon, thought the boy, while evil was looking for a way to his heart. But then he remembered who he was. Elric Melvinger, the last of a great family. He would not allow himself to be swallowed up in such a way. He snapped his fingers and dispelled the darkness. Veins of the dragon, meridians, mana paths. The name is many, but the essence is one. Normally, the flow of mana is thick and full water like a river, but its vessels look like a dried-up stream. A blocking disease, Elric has long been used to hearing about his ailment, as well as to the fact that healers wave their hands helplessly, like this one from the Royal Magical Infirmary. Time did not heal a congenital ailment, nothing had changed over the years, and no one knew how to heal it. Elric stood devastated after the appointment with the doctor. He seemed to have become a compass without an arrow. He did not know where to go. The nurse called out to him several times before he answered. They spoke through the magic layer at Euston Academy, where Elric studied. With excitement in her voice, she wanted to know how the examination went, and promised to give money if necessary. Elric lied that everything would get better, and he would soon be cured, and hung up. He could not tell his sister that he would not return home. The academy was more like an ancient castle, thick walls, narrow slit windows. He always felt like a bird in a cage here. And yet the boy studied hard. His grades are the best in the course, the highest score in all subjects, except for those related to the use of magic. Elric wandered down the corridor with a heavy heart. He failed these tests for the 4th time, and the rules of the academy are very strict in this regard. Dismissal with shame, and the cross on the ego dreams of glorifying his family again. He studied harder than others, rubbed the books into the holes, slept at the table, asked for a crust of bread from his pocket so as not to leave the library. Now he knew every magic scheme in the academy better than the back of his hand. Of course, theory exams were a breeze. Elric always felt special. He could not and did not want to accept the fate that illness and poverty had prepared for him. His opinion about himself was not formed out of nowhere. Gifted with a mind, the guy possessed a special, deep sense of mana. He had everything to become a great magician. Tension hung in the air of the training hall as dozens of students drew the first circle of mana in their hearts. All the juniors immediately achieved first marks, except for one senior student. He came here even after years of training. The professor offered him to give up the path of a magician and become a scientist. He promised to speak to the director. But could Elric accept the fate of a bookworm, even if the cursed disease cut off all other bonds? To think, the guy went out into the garden to the statue of his outstanding ancestor. He was the hero of the great war of demons. Then the black sun rose over the earth, and the sky was filled with winged creatures. Darkness gave birth to many ugly and terrible creatures. But the magician who fought with her only snapped his fingers. The magic of the stars ignited the second sun, a blinding flash followed by a shockwave like the slap of the universe. Justin Melvinger smiled at the edges of his thin lips, looking at his creation. His image in stone preserved the shadow of that smile in the academy he founded, and now his descendant will be shamefully excluded from it. While he was standing in the garden, the edge of his ear caught the caustic ink of gossip about him from other students. They tarnished the honor of the heir of the founder of the academy. Their laughter painfully hurt Elric's dignity. Anyone would have remained silent and pretended not to have heard anything, but the boy called the first year. They just left the training hall where they worked together. The two gray mice that were gossiping so confidently fell silent together, and Elric asked them if they knew Sean, the assistant professor who taught their course. Smiling ominously, the wounded boy approached them like a kite and demanded their names. The mere mention of this name was enough for the gossipers to lose all self-confidence. Then, like gray mice, they quickly scurried away until they caused themselves more problems. His ancestors still shone in the rays of unfading glory, and Elric wanted very much at that moment that his father was with him now. Throwing away unnecessary thoughts, the guy returned to his usual state. Even if his compass is broken, he will definitely solve everything. For lunch, Elric went to a nearby cafe. He was holding several leaves in his hands, which managed to escape under the light autumn breeze. In the archive reports of the academy, there is nothing about the blocking disease. The guy dug deeper than the most diligent mole, but I will let everything go. Bam! His forehead was rammed on the table. He duly shook off the dust from the old papers. First-year students shuddered in horror at such a massacre. Elric jumped up and showered the attacker with a stream of curses, his face numb and seemingly flat. The third son of the Narrister family, Sean, looked at him like a piece of rotten meat. A handsome high school student with copper hair, he didn't like it when his name was mentioned in vain. Elric let all the angry shouts pass by his ears, because Mr. Friendliness and Perfection came to him, and then he dramatically opened his arms. But his flattery didn't work, and Sean didn't stop grumbling even when they sat down at the table. The petty snitch constantly used his name, and now he was still spending money on a nose job. Elric looked at his friend. After the fall of the Melvingers, the academy was divided into 6 families. Narrister was one of them. The guy quickly graduated and became the professor's assistant. The elitist could be angry as much as he wanted. Elric forgave him everything as long as he was on his side. Sean took some folded papers out of his bag and put them on the table. He was still puffing like a chimney, but he still handed the papers to the guy with the haystack on his head. Long, uncombed hair as shaggy as a haystack, a small figure with narrow shoulders like a freshman, and a thick medallion with a braid of a cross and a flower around his neck. This is how you can describe Elric. An impudent, excessively proud tomboy who bullies students and argues with professors, but you could only come to him for advice. Sean told him about the diamond dragon, a species that was considered extinct, but searchers found its nest. He wanted Elric to go on an expedition with them. At first, the boy's bored look lit up with an emerald fire as soon as he familiarized himself with the materials. The dragon's nest is the center of magic. Looking at his reaction, Sean was satisfied that if Elric found the artifact, the academy would definitely delay his exclusion. And all this thanks to his modest participation. He honestly expected praise later. The boy's thoughts raced with a herd of step stallions, canceling exile, finding a cure for illness, wealth, fame. Elric jumped out of his chair and hit the table. Even if he finds something, the current headmaster can take it. But what doubts can be here? The heavens themselves give him a chance, and he laughed devilishly. Sean, even though he was used to his friend's outbursts, immediately frowned and hissed like a kettle on fire. The small scoundrel made too much noise where the wrong ears could hear them. Shining with a radiant smile, the prodigal poked at a point on the map and said in a voice as shrill as a bell, "Here." "There is no nest here," Elric declared. The conversation was important. Then Sean looked around with a frown to see if anyone was listening, but the students were chatting casually at their tables. Sean switched to whispering. This study was signed by many famous scientists. The cheeky kid challenged them with his loud statement. The impudent boy simply shrugged off his words and sat down. But still, Sean decided to at least listen to his brainy friend. He ran his hand over the magic seal on the card and it responded with a blue light. This was a special world map that only professors could use. An ordinary sheet of paper cannot hold so much. This one was like an ocean. It swallowed them in one fell swoop. The world disappeared around them. Stars glittered around them, scattered like rice grains. And below was a blue layer. The hard land of the continent was outlined by a deep fault canyon. The rift oozed a huge amount of mana that could accumulate over hundreds of thousands of years. No wonder researchers were attracted to this place. Elric asked the assistant professor to repeat the 3 rules of mana flow that any freshman knew. Sean frowned but named them. From wide to narrow, from high to low, he said until they moved to the bottom of the imaginary fissure. From hot to cold, Sean voiced the last principle. Thanks to these 3 rules, they were sure that the Diamond Dragon's nest was here. But Elric immediately pointed out their mistake. Red-hot magma was flowing at the bottom of the crack, which means there is no mana or dragons there. The answer was on the surface, so Sean blamed himself for not realizing it earlier. Volcano Archon regularly filled the bottom of the fissure with liquid rock. This is how nature gets rid of the accumulated pressure, Elric said. The effect of the illusion stopped, and Sean tried to defend their guesses. Nearby they found traces of dragon mana. The nest is definitely there, to which the little one calmly replied that he did not deny the existence of the nest. Answering his friend's dumb question, Elric smiled. He did not doubt that the nest was there. In the Caragol cave, he poked his finger at the map again. Undoubtedly, this place is full of ancient, mysterious knowledge. And countless treasures, too. There in the depths of the cave, mountains of gold were hidden. After their conversation, Sean hesitated for a long time at the door of the professor's office and did not dare to enter. He chose his words carefully, but his natural honesty and directness stifled him. Even if he pretends to be a simpleton and pretends to be, he could be expelled for angering his superiors. Without deciding anything, Sean wandered off down the corridor. Despite the fact that the classes had long ended, through the open door of the training hall, he saw the straw-headed man in a training pose. Clenching his teeth, he tried to fill his heart with mana, like a paralytic who wants to make his hands move by the power of thought. But mana did not respond to him as flesh with severed nerves does not respond. Sean slapped himself on the cheeks. As a friend, he simply had to help someone who was so desperately clinging to life. Professor Barrick, who was aiming for the post of future dean of the academy, was unhappily moving his mustache, as if he was chewing on the words spoken to him. The report on the search for the nest, which he himself approved, is incorrect. Angry, Sean understood, and instantly broke out in a cold sweat. His tongue failed him and tangled like a drunken dancer when the assistant tried to justify himself. Barrick shook his shoe nervously and said that such loud statements require strong arguments. His voice was as suffocating as the clouds of sulfurous gas in the laboratory. Sean wanted to fall through the ground and was afraid to take another breath. Despite the fact that he is the son of the Narrister family, he will not get away with what he said the professor, and took on a terrible look. Sean felt himself at the bottom of the abyss under the pressure of Barrick's viscous mana, which reached the 7th circle. But the oppressive feeling suddenly dissipated as soon as Elric burst into the office without knocking or ceremony, like a light, rebellious gust of spring wind. Sean immediately hissed at his friend like a cat whose tail was pinched. Now this brat will turn everything around, he thought. Elric turned everything into a farce, and now he bowed belatedly and apologized for the intrusion. The professor immediately understood where Assistant Sean's crazy ideas were coming from. Looking at his pocket watch, Dean Barrick again moved his mustache like a satisfied walrus. Even if Elric was smarter than others, he had no evidence. The insufferable boy replied with a scathing smile. Even a 3-year-old child would understand everything without further arguments. Sean couldn't decide, even as he breathed his last, why this madman was pulling a tiger by the whiskers, which would eat them both and not suffocate. But in spite of all Barrick's pompous self-conceit, he laughed with a cawing laugh like an old crow. Ego was amused by the bravado of the small puppy, which could not even muster mana. It sounded so ridiculous that the future dean could not take such audacity seriously. Few people are lucky, grumbled the bald old man to the self-confident young man. Especially not this kind of garbage, Barrick croaked, and Elric felt his insignificance in this world. Then the professor scratched his temple with his finger. He had an excellent idea how to get rid of calluses under the nail. Still, he could not ignore the student. He offered the guy a dispute and smiled sinisterly. Elric will receive everything necessary for the expedition. He can even request a budget from the ministry. But in case of failure, he will give his family heirloom. Barrick's eyes shone greedily. He had long dreamed of getting himself a weighty medallion of the first director of the Justin Melvinger Academy. After a short meeting, the friends set off on the Academy's carriage marked by the 6-pointed star of the magical tower. All the way, the worried comrade was restless and could hardly hold himself in his hands, and also grumbled endlessly, while Elric was simply reading a book. The owner of the gold mine on his head was not at all worried about the dispute. He just needed to find the dragon's nest. Sean snatched the book from his hands at the most interesting place. This time he refused to let go of Elric Sumsus Brodny. That if they don't find the nest, that if Elric's guesses are false, he will remain the last family heirloom, Sean told his friend. The guy looked at the heavy piece of gold and silver that he always wore around his neck. The flower and the cross were intertwined on it in strong embraces. The impudent boy only laughed. The greedy professor always wanted this item. But Sean only blew harder at him like a chimney with raw coal because of these jokes. And then Elric smiled sincerely and warmly. His friend supported him to the very end, and he was grateful for that. Sean grabbed his head, because that was the words of a man who had put everything on one card. In case of failure, they would both end up on the street. But the golden-haired tomboy himself accepted these conditions, and not at all because he was forced. The self-confident boy smiled. Since the greedy Barrack wants the Melvinger family heirloom so much, he must pay for it with his duty. And then Sean remembered that this Elric has two faces. The first is the shame of the Melvinger family, and secondly, the worst of the Melvinger family. In front of him sat a completely spiteful and proud boy with a cold heart, despite his unremarkable appearance. They both smiled perfectly, understanding each other without words. The guys met at the beginning of the semester, when they were freshmen, on the stuffy playground. They were all puffing hard, summoning their first round of mana. 7 years ago, like all first-year students, Sean tried to collect more mana than the rest, and then he brags about what else he can do to young magicians in front of each other. 15-year-old Elric sat apart from everyone. He was already an outcast even then. He was often mocked. The heir of an ancient magical family could not summon even a simple layer of fire. They called him street scum and laughed at his weakness. Did the guy feel bad about himself? Elric reached out his hand to the magic sphere that stood before him. Of course, yes. With all his might, he hit the scoundrel in the back of the head with a heavy stone because he dared to laugh at him. He fought so that he would never have to fight again, so that he would win all battles at once until blood appeared on the stones. Later, a disciplinary committee was assembled. The academy did not allow violence within its walls. The proud guy did not admit his guilt. The executioner's son insulted the duke and was punished according to the laws of the empire, Elric boldly stated. The hall buzzed like a disturbed beehive. Usually important professors are waiting for repentance. For the first time, someone allowed themselves to openly challenge their authority. His punishment was suspension, because according to the rules of the academy, the title did not matter. But from that day on, no one dared to approach him. Sean knew well that devil of a guy with a pile of hay on his head, always biting back like a mad dog. He's just crazy, Sean grumbled, and Elric asked him to be quiet because he was close to a heart attack. But then Sean's eyes were drawn to a book that his crazy friend was reading, from the section of the forbidden book about charms, and a hoarse cry escaped his lips again. Elric carelessly scratched the back of his head, admitting that if he was caught with this book in his hands, he would be burned at the stake. Crazy, Sean grumbled and returned the book. He was already tired of being angry. He cautiously asked Elric what he would do after studying the Monster King's artifacts that strengthen the body. All these years, the boy was looking for a medicine for healing. When the King of Monsters invaded the land of people with an army of animals, it caused a lot of problems. The animals used the art of strengthening the body, but the people were still able to drive them out and build a high wall on the border. However, the art disappeared after that, and it was never possible to restore it, Sean remembered. Without taking his eyes off the book, Elric casually replied that he had already recovered the art. He just did not know how to apply it to his body. Sean completely surrendered. Everything in the presence of his friend became incredible, so that he was tired of being surprised. But at that second, the carriage shook and sharply slowed down. Elric displeasedly looked outside to see what had happened and scratched his bruised head. They were met by Rivern, a senior researcher under the leadership of the Fat Crow Barrack, and a couple of his friends. Sean thought that they had come to mock Elric and interfere with them, and he cursed foully, so the researchers got scared. Rivern quickly justified himself that all this was the dean's request to help them. He called Barrack the dean even without his presence, just so that once again they would wag their tails in the professor's direction. How nice of him, noted Elric. Behind the welcoming smiles, he easily saw their predatory looks. Sean also sensed that the researchers were hiding their mana and whispered to his friend. From the greedy professor, you should expect mean things, but there is nothing to worry about, because Elric was also prepared. He pulled back the collar of his shirt a little to show them. Breath of Hyena, armor of the Lord of the Azure Sky, was listed in a quivering rabbit voice by the artifact assistant, who took the brazen blonde with him. After all, the dean himself said to help him. Breath of Hell, a vessel that kept an unquenchable flame, and the strongest artifact of protection against any harm. Barrack screamed terribly. This equipment could turn the whole city into dust, and of all the students it got to the most problematic one. The professor ordered the assistant to disappear. and he did not hesitate and disappeared behind the door. The old bald raven gnashed his teeth unhappily. The other candidates could find out about it and raise an alarm. But then he carefully read Elric's report. "You can't cheat blood." The dean smiled contentedly. The professor disgustingly licked his lips with his tongue, like a frog catching a fat fly. He anticipated how he would soon take possession of the magic pendant and become the next director. Even if the boy is lucky enough to win their dispute, he will win only if he can survive. Elric carefully read the runic writings. The others just watched the preparations. When the spell was ready, Sean activated the mana search and a light flashed around him. Waves of light scattered in circles, as if after a stone thrown into water. And then a column of fire broke out of the ground like a geyser to the very sky. Elric was right. The nest was found in another place. He always knew this. Then the first shouted to everyone, moving his hooves, until the pillar of flame was extinguished. Sean picked up the short one, even though he knew it would embarrass him, and rushed to the signal light. He left the other researchers behind in deep perplexity. They climbed the mountain panting. Unlike Sean, they did not have exceptional physical and magical skills. But after climbing to a flat plateau, they discovered that the light goes into the ground, and there is no cave here. And they immediately began to blame Melvinger for the failure. Rivern grinned evilly and muttered that now he could crack the guy's skull. Someone had to pay for everything. But Elric's sonorous voice interrupted his thoughts. He shouted there and pointed his finger. "If there is no way out, it is necessary to do it." The guys understood each other again without any extra words. The air was covered with a mirage of intense heat, which Sean summoned. He recited a spell in an ancient language. Blame. The spell fell from his fingers. There was an explosion as if someone had set fire to a barrel of gunpowder. The thin crust of the earth cracked and exposed a deep depression. Other researchers noticed that a dragon could crawl into such a crack. And then they were almost blown away by a gust of blue, thick smoke. Only Elric stayed on his feet and told them not to worry, because this is just the release of the accumulated mana through the breach. After everything calmed down, he told them to go down. As befits the leader of the expedition, the white-haired boy was leading the way. The deeper they descended, the colder it became in the cave, so that even warming spells did not help. They were led by only one long and wide passage. The blue glow of mana gave them visibility. Elric froze for a moment with a strange, sinister feeling. He wrote everything down on the damp ice of the cave, and the whole team was allowed to go forward. Ancient evil stirred deep in the stones. The corners of the eyes lit up the cave. Finally they were here, whispered a shadow. When the researchers got to the place, everyone froze in admiration. The long and wide course of the cave ended with a massive wrought-iron gate of colossal dimensions. They were covered with runes, and in the center shone a golden dragon. Rivern was burning with impatience, so he ordered the strongest to push this gate. Others suggested breaking down the gate with magic, but Elric's loud cry ordered everyone to stop. Only a blind man would not see the seal of the dragon here. The guy was outraged. Rivern bit his lip angrily. Once again he was made a fool of. While everyone gathered to judge how to remove the seal, the professor's assistant discovered a round protrusion. He sat down closer to examine the ego properly. And while Elric warned all the ignorant people not to be self-willed, because they did not know what could happen next, the nearest among them has already stretched its greedy paws towards the gate. Elric shrilly shouted not to do this, but he was too late. As soon as Rivern touched the sphere, a ball of fire rose from the ground next to him. A trap worked that almost made Rivern a barbecue if he hadn't jumped. At the same moment, the gate was covered with letters as red-hot steel. The fireball exploded and hit one of the researchers. And then a hail of such blows fell on them. The magicians managed to put up their shields, but the nightmare did not end there. Sean covered himself with a shield and asked his hairy friend what to do next. While he was covering him, Elric desperately tried to decipher the runes. He was breathing heavily and barely managed to concentrate. He dismissed the cries of the seriously wounded and pleas for help. This is just a test task. He will be able to find the answer, as the guy always convinced himself, and his eyes sparkled with emeralds. The bombardment continued. Many were already exhausted under the firestorm. Elric spoke the words in the dead tongue and touched the layer on the gate. God surely loves him, he thought when everything calmed down. Sean breathed a sigh of relief. He himself almost died, holding back all the blows. Seeing how a friend fell, the little girl ran to him to check if everything was okay. A faithful friend survived, but among the magicians there were victims. He smiled once again, admiring the power of Elric's mind, which nature had left magic. Toth smiled rather. The mind is a real superpower. But before the searchers had time to rest, something approached them again. A shard of ice as sharp as a razor blade whizzed by. It cut off the hand of one of the searchers. Everything inside Elric felt sick. He did not understand what was happening. As soon as they looked up and their minds screamed in alarm, hundreds of icy spikes were already aimed at them. Not having time to move away from the last shelling, the Seekers raised their magic shields again. In contrast to flame, ice had greater penetrating power. Then the brain of the team grabbed the scrolls again. The Copperhead held onto his last breath and shouted to him to hurry. But Elric did not hear him. He felt himself on the snowy wasteland. And he saw a flying dragon, the source of magic, the dragon's tongue, he thought. Elric, enveloped in a green glow, rushed to the gate, not paying attention to the rain of ice arrows. Touching the gate, he uttered the words of a dead tongue. Rivern hung his mouth open in surprise. He recognized Barrick's artifact, the azure sky armor that covered the short one. This time it will definitely work. Elric closed his eyes. The trap went off just before the sharp spike pierced the back of Sean's head. The traces of the final magic dissipated like the morning mist, and it became quiet. The white-bearded daredevil survived thanks to his armor, although he was left with his shirt. The stern faces of the magicians showed anxiety and uncertainty. They were waiting for some more meanness from the dragon's lair. But then the gate opened by itself, and a warm, milky light flooded the gloomy cave. A treasury, flying cabinets with ancient scrolls and folios were open to them, and innumerable mountains of treasures. How many cannot be collected in the entire history of the Empire? The searchers' eyes wandered. Their hands did not know what to grab. Armor made of dragon scales, magical tools, everything valuable and high quality. Of particular interest were ancient books in excellent condition. Mages remain mages, Elric thought with a smile. But the main trait of true researchers is boundless curiosity. One of them slapped the undersized leader on the shoulder. What he did was surprisingly recognized by the Seeker. For the first time, Elric received praise from other people, which gave him goosebumps. Sean also came to congratulate his friend on his success and asked what had happened earlier. Everything is as simple as on the test, because he always got the highest score in theory, Elric boasted. But then he was pricked by a painful guess, as if the truth was being tested. Sean slapped him on the shoulders. On such a beautiful day, Elric Melvinger should not frown, because no one else could ignore his family. He really did it after so many years. A thought flashed through my head. Sean's hand touched his naughty haystack, and he worried as he enjoyed the moment. Elric was free. Meanwhile, Rivern spoke into the magical communication layer, but his quiet voice drowned in the echoes of the treasury. Someone grabbed the short leader and asked him to look at the laboratory. Sean wanted to follow them, but Rivern called him to look at the remains of the dragon that lay behind the mountain of gold. What little boy didn't dream of seeing a dragon with his own eyes? Sean immediately perked up. Rivern firmly grabbed his hand and said that the shorty would join them later. The dragon's skeleton made him forget all suspicions. Even after death, he looked majestic and opened his huge mouth. Judging by the size, the Dragon King lay here for at least 4,000 years. The bastards tore off his armor and threw him to the ground. They had planned it in advance. It didn't matter if he found the dragon's nest or not. Elric swore foully. The discovery made his head spin, and he relaxed his vigilance. "Nothing personal," said the scoundrel with long hair from the team. The talented and brainy short guy even liked him. Sean watched the remains of the dragon without looking away. Only for a moment, but it seemed to him that the ancient beast had moved. Like a chased rat, Elric anxiously looked around for help, but everyone was too intently studying the treasures. The guy tried to scream, but a blow under his breath blocked his scream inside. "You shouldn't trust anyone after all you've been through," Elric thought, looking at the fiery dot in his sentence. Away, a shout was heard. A blue wave of mana cut through the air where the conspirator stood. Elric's insides were pulled into a tight knot, but only the hand with which he held him was left intact. The guy turned to see what happened. There is no more terrifying sight in the world than an enraged dragon. The walls of the treasury were filled with the smell of a thunderstorm. Elric was stunned, as if his legs were bound by ice that now he was asking himself. One thing is a trap, the other will disturb the dead dragon. Panic gripped all the seekers. Everyone except Elric. He threw away the fear of the next test and carefully followed the dragon that did not move. Thoughts rushed into his head in a stormy stream, crashing against the stones. Everything had to be considered and weighed. When the action plan matured, Elric ordered everyone to gather in a defensive formation to gain some time. The Seekers raised their shields and covered themselves with screens of magic. The dragon's empty throat belched out real blue fire. A terrible crack was heard from the contact of powerful magic, as if hundreds of knives were cutting glass. The dragon's breath would last no more than 20 seconds if it stood a chance, Elric thought. Sean clenched his teeth and held the blow. The exit from the treasury is very close. It will take a few moments. Then you can close the doors and hide from the dragon. One of the Seekers lost his shield. The flame instantly burned him to the bone and reduced him to nothingness. Their turtle shuddered, if only for a moment, and everything would repeat the fate of the unfortunate. But at the same moment, the pressure of the river of fire weakened, and Elric shouted to them to run. Even though the dragon had died long ago, even his magic needed a breather, so the Seekers rushed to the exit. Elric fled with everyone, his hopes for salvation strengthened. But then he heard a terrible sound, which can often be heard in a meat shop, a crunch and a sloshing. Another unfortunate seeker fell to his death. They crackled with their armor like children's rattles, bones crunched against metal, lightning bolts flashed in the empty eye sockets. Spartans are legendary warriors who protect the dragon even from the other world. One of these half-decomposed corpses almost decapitated Elric, but the ball of fire threw the warrior away. Sean covered his ego and shouted to come to his senses. He managed to defend himself from many enemies and saw the entire battlefield. A crooked rusty sword whistled past his ear, and Sean, the copper-haired mage, switched to a new enemy. Another task he had to deal with, only he could do it. Elric's mind went blank. There is a solution to every problem. He got scared with the heavy pendant pressing on his chest. But Elric stopped paying attention to these little things. A piercing pain hit the emu like a needle in the eye. When the guy stopped squinting, he saw a green lacy web stretched out in front of him. Sean's lips barely moved, as if he wanted to say something, but the words did not reach his ears. "Take a bow." Elric lip-read and froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Sparta with a shield and a sword rushing towards him. The warrior delivered a powerful blow with his blunt weapon, but Elric easily slipped aside like a ghost in a gust of wind. Amazed at his abilities, he dodged the blow again. What he first took for a hallucination now showed him the angle and direction of the attack. Safe places were highlighted with green stars. With a road map like this, the battle would be a breeze, Elric thought. Illusion or not, he didn't have time to think. Sparta attacked first. Like a wild cat, Elric slipped away. Everything will be in vain if he just dies here. The searchers hurriedly ran away, took away the wounded. Rivern screamed like a cowardly hare to be taken with him. Elric ran ahead with his vision. He could lead everyone behind him. He showed everyone how to dodge the predictable attacks of dead warriors. And thus all the survivors reached their goal. The first searchers have already passed through hell. Just close the gate and they will survive, Elric thought. But then he heard a cry for help and froze, although he believed that he had long ago thrown away his humanity. Cursed Rivern interfered with him even now. In order to close the doors, you just need to leave the ego. The bespectacled man's eyes begged for salvation, and the Spartan had already swung at him. The zombie stuck in the doorway as if there was thick glass in his path. The searchers were breathing hard. The cold air of the cave tore their lungs, but they were saved. Sean again grumbled at their short leader for taking such a risk, but the boy just waved it off. It is the bespectacled man's fault that his legs are so weak. After several blows with his head against the transparent barrier, the zombie went away. From above in the dragon's lair, Elric noticed the tracks destroyed, which means that there were other groups of seekers to them. The dragon stirred menacingly again. Now, when they were not fighting in a heated battle, the boy looked at the sharp spike in his skull. But as soon as the seekers thought that trouble was behind them, the ceiling fell on them. Unable to pass through the gate, the resourceful zombie warriors made their way through the vault of the cave. The gate slowly closed, and Sean quickly began to look for his friend with his eyes. He was standing inside the treasury. Sean quickly realized the madness, started something dangerous, and shouted at him. "Go ahead," said the guy with a cap on his head with only his lips, and smiled through the closed gate. A faithful friend rushed to the gate with a desperate rush to pull him out. But the shutters closed hard, and the letter would not be pushed in. The young scientist pounded on the thick metal of the gate, but they remained deaf to his cries. 7 years ago, after Elric's suspension, Sean decided to meet this prickly boy. The guy's gaze remained empty, as if he was not standing before a living person, but a bedside table that no one cares about. After a minute of silence, Elric squeezed out a stingy, "Go away." However, Sean did not lose heart, and did not give up his demands. The next day he repeated his visit to the library, where the petty hooligan usually sat, with the same result. And even a week later, when they ran into each other in the corridor, the sullen boy ignored him. A month later, the professor took them out into the forest. Magicians must take care of their health at least a little, or risk dying before 30. It was called an easy run. They run through the forest in the dark, without using magic. It is impossible to refuse, and the score depends on the place occupied. Gifted with a strong body from birth, Sean quickly burst forward and rushed through the forest thicket like a young boar. He had already walked half the way to the mountain, and wondered if he should take the little one with him, who was nowhere to be seen. But because of this, he got distracted and slipped on a wet, fallen leaf. The next moment he felt himself falling down. Sean flew off the trail and tumbled straight to the precipice, only miraculously escaping death by grabbing the edge of the cliff on which he was hanging. His hands quickly became numb from the cold and wet stone. Feeling that he would not last long, Sean began to call for help. The coward Rivern ran by with his girlfriends. He always disliked a tall and strong guy from a famous family, who was also gifted with magic. They suggested that Sean use his talents and get out on his own, and left him hanging on a cliff. but this meant a certain failure of the run. But then he felt relief. Someone grabbed his numb hands and pulled them towards him. Clenching his teeth, he pulled the tall guy out of the abyss almost without falling himself, and now they were both breathing heavily, leaning against a tree. Sean's legs swelled and turned blue, as if someone had smeared ink on his skin, so he motioned for Elric to go ahead and take the test. Whether it was because of Sean's past persistence, or because the nobility of great ancestors lived in the small town, but he picked up the wounded guy and helped him walk. After all, he said that he wanted to be friends, answered Elric to a surprised shout. For the first time, a boy of noble birth was so touched, but then the little boy voiced his fee. A few artifacts from home will be very useful, as it is customary among friends, he asked and grinned like a market trader. They slowly walked through the forest filled with the aroma of the lovely leaves, which gave the beginning of their friendship. What a fool, Sean thought when he woke up from the flashes of the past. Even if he is weak and short, he still protects everyone. Not even knowing if his friend could hear him or not, Sean shouted to him to just hold on until help. Soon he would call the elders or his father. He himself rushed to break through the crowd of zombies. Elric leaned against the wall. It was for the best. He couldn't let his friend put himself in danger. He died, locked in the middle of an ancient tomb with hordes of enemies and a huge dragon. Without thinking, the guy rushed forward. Zombies threw bones at him, but using new skills, Elric easily dodged. Even the breath of the dragon could not overtake the ego. And then Elric took out the last remedy, an ancient cup. The guy's eyes flashed ominously. From the very beginning, he dreamed of trying this thing. Artifacts can be used by those who have mana, but instead of it, Elric filled the cup with his life force. The fire devoured the zombie warriors like a pile of dry brushwood. Two different fires entwined in a close dance, the blue light of the dragon's breath and the yellow fire of hell. Elric returned his armor earlier, so he felt protected. All this was one huge test, so he was no longer afraid. The answer to this exam lay right in front of him. A sharp spike stuck deep into the dragon's skull. If the answer is not correct, he will simply die here. But even so, the guy was not going to back down, because he is Elric Melvinger. Surrounded by a horde of rotting corpses, he grabbed the handle of the gun. The guy froze in place. Everything disappeared, the dragon skeleton, the zombies, the treasure chest. Glistening with diamond scales, a terrible dragon hung in the middle of the thunderbolts, spreading its wings. In brief flashes, the lightning-fast Elric saw a second ominous shadow. The dragon was breathing heavily, puffs of steam pouring out of his nostrils like smoke from a furnace. The shadow below looked at the crimson sky. Turning around, the demon looked directly at Elric, and a satisfied grin blossomed on his face. The dragon raised the hurricane with one sweep of its sails and roared as if challenging a demon to battle. Covered in a dark crimson aura, the devil summoned his magic. The dragon concentrated his magic in his breath. The bright light of his volley incinerated everything around like the sun, but the demon's spear split the stream of light in two. A dirty, sticky darkness gathered around the demon's spear. They collided again, and Elric lost all hearing from this blow. Such a huge concentration of mana, a sage of the 8th circle or higher, he thought, taking cover from the shockwaves. The demon surrounded himself with darkness and attacked the dragon. That spewed streams of light that burned mountains to ashes. The demon enjoyed the battle as if it were a game. The fabric of the world could not withstand the tension and cracked in half under the power of the demon. He plunged his spear into the dragon's thick skull. The creature that single-handedly defeated the dragon turned to the boy. "He is the one who will free him from the cursed seal," roared the devil in an ominous voice. Burning eyes on a pitiless face and a triumphant smile. The form of the demon turned into darkness to capture the new vessel. "Give your body and together we will rule the world," he said. Elric was stunned and did not know what to answer. He had never seen anything like this before. But here, the dragon that was supposed to die opened its mouth from which thick magical chains flew out. He put a posthumous seal on the demon. "Mephistopheles will be buried with him," said the dragon. Mephistopheles laughed, even though the dragon Shinnike sealed him thousands of years ago. This time, everything is different. A large vessel right in front of him. The darkness rushed over Elric despite the chains. This is not a dragon's test. This is a demon's trap, the boy realized when the darkness penetrated his heart. He screamed. His body was ground into powder by forces superior to his own, the mana of the dragon and the spirit of the demon. His grandfather, his father, and others sacrificed their lives to banish such monsters, Elric thought. Only they and their sister remained from the great family. The imperial family, members of the magic tower, vile vassals. All of them only reveled in greed after the fall of the family. Even the one whom Elric believed the most and relied on. Uncle took the inheritance using the fact that they are underage. The demon easily found the darkness in his heart, and waves of pain pierced Elric with more force. When they had nothing left, they were simply abandoned, The whole world turned away from them. The little boy understood everything without words. They are enemies. A stone thrown by a child's hand could not cause harm, but he was filled with pain and anger. Only his sister held him tightly and hugged him, on the edge of the abyss beyond which darkness. When everyone left, they were left completely alone in a huge, dilapidated mansion. But despite this, they survived. Through all the adversities that befell them, Elric dreamed of healing his body and reviving his family. Darkness filled his mind. He was drowning in it, as if in an abyss. No, Melvinger cannot be absorbed by such a creature, Elric said, and felt the power that had always been with him. His emerald eyes dispelled the gloom. The demon recoiled as if struck by lightning. An irresistible force gripped him stronger than before. "Right here, the first demon will be absorbed as prescribed," said Elric, whose words he did not understand. His hair fluttered under the currents of power. With a snap of his fingers, he dispelled the darkness as easily as if he had been doing it all his life, as if he was born for it. And then everything quieted down, and only white light remained. Like a trace of ink, the seal of the beast remained on his hand. Elric looked at his hands, as transparent as a ghost's. He did not understand where they were. A figure in a wide, torn traveling raincoat with a bright pattern of an owl and a book on his back. The image seemed familiar to him. He heard a voice that spoke into the void. They were a group of scientists who were chasing perfect magic without looking back. Elric couldn't remember where he had heard that voice before. It was too far away to make out the stranger's face. And he continued the story. The thirst for power consumed the Seekers, and they let the demons defeat them. A black sun lit up in the sky. Realizing their mistakes, the power seekers created a family to repent, the stranger whispered. Golden hair poked out from under his hood. The demon king appeared before them, a giant larger than any dragon or creature. Rather, the god of demons who held the black sun in his hands. The family created by the Seekers must destroy these demons. It is their direct responsibility. But in an endless cycle, demons will never disappear. Kill one and another will appear. The only way is to absorb them again and again until complete extermination. The Seeker magician was alone against an army of monsters that rushed at him. But his magic, filled with the light of stars, had no equal. One day in the distant future, descendants will inherit their eternal desire. The vision of the demon army disappeared into an ocean of fire. The image of the star mage slipped away and he tried to grab hold of it. But Elric's hand grasped the air, and he was surprised to find that the vision had disappeared. He got up from the soft, warm bed. Everything that happened seemed like a distant dream. Dragon's treasury, demons, and magicians. A faithful friend of his was sitting nearby in his blue assistant professor's clothes. A second ago, his shoulders were trembling treacherously. Elric immediately understood everything. He cried now and then turned away. The friend denied everything, but the excitement in his voice betrayed him. "It's okay. Everyone is crying." The little scoundrel comforted him, especially since Sean was crying in the nest. Finally, he turned around, his eyes shining terribly, and Elric realized that he had crossed the line. They were in the hospital, where Elric was dragged by a team of rescuers that Sean had freed. The guy sat in bed and pressed a cold egg to his face to relieve the pain from the crack that Sean had given him. Elric grumbled displeasedly at his noble friend, who stooped to a handshake. But he quickly turned away when he hissed at him menacingly again. But then Sean noticed something strange and asked his friend to get up quickly, and then they both saw that the former short man was no longer there. Elric looked at his reflection in bewilderment. He almost caught up with Sean in height. He became twice as wide in the shoulders, and his face lost its former gloomy and painful look. Past memories popped into his head. He changed there in the dragon's nest. Sean asked him what happened there and where the dragon went. The fact that his friend survived in itself was a huge miracle. Elric smiled embarrassedly. He didn't want to deceive, but he also couldn't tell the whole truth, which he wasn't sure of. Sean nobly shook his shoulder, said that he understood everything, but his offended face said otherwise. While he was cleaning the egg, he told the ugly duckling that the Narrister family was now watching over the nest. Elric expected that it was already being studied with all its might, but he was surprised to learn that it had not been touched yet. After all, by law, the find belongs to the seeker who discovered it, so Sean did everything to prevent others from getting to the nest. Various scientists and researchers could purchase excavation rights. Sean smirked. The greedy rats from the Magic Tower and the scoundrel from the Academy were dying to get their hands on it. Although Elric's face changed, he himself remained the same and sincerely smiled, touched by such concern. The words of gratitude, so rare for this passage, embarrassed Sean, so he looked away. Of course, Sean's family wanted their share, but they were patient. Elric laughed, and they bumped their fists, as was their custom. However, this was not the time to celebrate. Beric had most likely already pulled the strings to remove the nest to his hands. He dared to make an attempt on his life, Elric thought, and a cruel grin appeared on his face. Sean knew this expression very well. Even the renewed face of his friend did not embarrass him. The madman was up to something again. Elric smiled sweetly. "Don't even think," blurted out Sean before he spoke. "Just one small request," said the golden-haired devil in the flesh, and his friend closed his ears so as not to succumb to temptation. But all the same, he heard his request, spread the rumor that the Seeker is seriously ill. In leather armor, in crimson cloaks painted with red ochre, and with a golden floral emblem on their clothes, stood the guardians of the 7 Neresters. The guard of honor guarded the gates and rooms of the Imperial Hospital, and there was someone, the old bald professor of the Euston Academy. Barrack had been besieging these gates for days. He needed time to think about his answer. Then he asked the person from the hospital to repeat his words. "Elric Melvinger is in a coma from his wounds. Together with this greedy vulture, others in expensive camisoles and top hats flocked. The right to the dragon's nest was the only thing that these old men cared about. Dissatisfied with not being allowed inside, the vultures buzzed indignantly like a beehive. Elric could not hear them at such a distance, but he knew perfectly well what they were saying. It was not the first time he had seen such a picture. Carl Denitz, servant of the Nerester family, wished him a good rest and closed the door behind him. Now that Elric was finally alone, he decided to speak to the one who had been silently staring at him all this time. Mephisto grumbled displeasedly. The pitiful little mortal turned to the Lord of Demons without any consideration. "Mephistopheles is the great Lord of Demons, who terrorizes the whole world. But now it's just a lump of coal-black mud." Elric decided to call him Mepha for brevity. The 1,000-year-old demon was instantly enraged by such neglect. But now it was just an evil spirit, a cotton ball that would have pressed harder on him, Elric thought. Late in the evening, when the hospital was quiet, he touched his chest like a boy and thought that everything that happened was not a dream. The dragon died the moment the demon lord pierced his skull with a spear, but the power of his heart entered Elric. The concentration of all the mana of these ancient creatures was now pounding in his chest. But there was something else here. In ancient times, the gods ruled the world. The Lord of Demons, who was a symbol of darkness, had 4 servants. The serpent of the end of time. The winged bird is crazy, a beast of adultery. And the last original sin, Mephistopheles, the strongest king of demons. And now this annoying evil ghost attached itself to the boy and demanded respect for his person. Like all aristocrats, he cared about his status above all else. The annoying ghost was talking unholy nonsense and bored Elric quite a bit. The demon never recovered from his fall. His ego was shaking with anger like a leaf in the wind. He waited for his revival for 1,000 years, but all his mana was stolen by a pitiful mortal. "King of demons, Mephistopheles, the world is destined to fall at his feet." Such is the meaning of his existence. He reigns over the mountain of bones composed of defeated enemies. But the king of dragons, Shinaik, prevented this and attacked him. The cursed lizard fancied itself a god. Mephistopheles smiled. They fought to the death. Their battle was legendary. But instead of just dying, the diamond lizard cursed the ego. The dragon put the seal, paid with his mana, and arranged a joint funeral for them, not having the opportunity to kill the demon. And that's how he languished for thousands of years in a cold stone buried under a mountain. He waited for release and counted the seconds so as not to lose his mind. What was his jubilation when the demons sensed the intruders? And they were led by a talented guy, an ideal vessel. This little boy easily passed the test intended for the demon. Mephistopheles practically took his body and soul. But all efforts were in vain. Of all those who could find the cave, he got a seeker with unusual strength. And now all that is left of him are particles of spiritual energy, a pitiful existence, and irrepressible pride. "What kind of force swallowed him?" asked Mephisto, and frowned his long and thin eyebrows. Elric studied his pendant, the flower and cross woven together, and the black agate in the middle. "I hope that our voices will reach our descendants in the future," he recalled the words from the vision. Could it be the voice of his grandfather, he wondered, looking at the ancient relic. "Right here, as prescribed, the first demon will be absorbed," said the ancestor, and Elric had a guess. Could he absorb the power of the demon then? He jumped up from his seat from excitement. This object in his hands, an old worn pendant covered with cracks, no doubt absorbs demons. Elric turned his gaze to his grim and noble enemy. Could he continue to absorb the forces of his kind? In addition to the first demon, there were other creatures of complete darkness. It's like breaking a jackpot. The guy's face bloomed with a smile worthy of the King of Greed, which made even Mephisto shudder. Later, Elric stood on the edge of the cliff and looked at the glacier that slowly licked the mountains. Mephisto endlessly asked him why they came here, but the boy simply waved away the scum. Before using the pendant, he had to make sure of something, and then he found a secluded place. Adopting a comfortable posture for meditation, Elric turned his gaze inward. Suddenly, he felt life in its hundreds of the smallest moments, a ladybug on a flower of a velvet rose, light and fresh mountain wind that carries petals, The aroma of many herbs and flowers fills the air of the mountains. He could see and feel all this without opening his eyes. Elric stretched out his hand and felt what had always been near him. But what he could not command, as if a paralyzed hand regained sensitivity, he directed mana into his heart. "Burn," Elric said, opening his palm, and the air was filled with a low roar of fire. The demon froze in surprise and did not dare to move. He learned dragon magic. The poor mortal man used dragon magic. Even for a person from the Melvinger family, it was too much. Elric watched as the sparks of powerful magic slowly fell. Now he could also use magic. Finally, his serious illness that caused the persecution and life of an outcast was cured. He looked at how the fiery sunset burned out, and the sun will kiss the earth in a little while. And then everyone who despised and betrayed the Melvinger family will regret it. The shutters of the magic cameras did not stop clicking. The news about the found nest of dragons spread like wildfire and attracted journalists like moths. Carl did not tell the journalists anything new. Elric is in a coma, and they should wait for the official announcement of the magic tower, which will be soon. When he returned to the empty ward without the patient, in a trembling voice, on trembling legs, he asked Mistress Shawn not to ask him for such things anymore. The young master praised him for his good work, but Carl did not stop whining that he would soon stretch his legs from the problems that his company of friends had created for him. He was worried that if the magic tower and the imperial family discovered their deception, they would not let it go so easily. Shawn pulled a handkerchief from his pocket, and he handed it to Carla to wipe the sweat. Elric promised to take care of everything, so all they had to do was trust and wait. The higher the stake, the higher the reward, thought the golden-haired madman. But if only this scoundrel knew how much he was suffering while waiting, Shawn thought. Sumasbrad left without saying where. Even to his close friend, he just took it and disappeared. He left a ridiculous note with a request to deal with everything that was unthinkable for a person undergoing treatment. After looking at the note carefully, Carl reported the problem. But the problem did not need to be presented. The door of the chamber opened with a loud bang and a whole sheaf of fiery sparks flew inside. Shawn's older sister came to reproach him for the fun he had arranged without saying anything to her, and the boy grimaced as if he had eaten a lemon. In the crimson clothes of her family, in a cloak with a golden flower, Tasha, nicknamed the Fiery Phoenix, burst into the ward with an energetic gait. Red hair like her brother's with a short haircut, a light blush on her face, thin scarlet lips, she was much more beautiful than her brother. Each power, be it the Emperor's family, the Magical Tower, or the Protestant Union, was preparing a young generation that would lead the Empire in the future. They were nicknamed the Three Supernovae. Tasha squeezed Carl's ear between her fingers, as if in a vice. Because of all the fuss, the servant forgot to hand over the letter to Shawn. The fiery witch Tasha was the youngest girl in history to be awarded the title of a supernova star. But what was her real reason for coming here? Shawn wondered. The witch smiled sweetly with the edges of her lips. She heard that his friend was sick and came to help, because now she could see that he was not in this room. If his sister penetrates into an empty bedroom, he will have huge problems. Shawn curled up in a ball. He was not good at hiding his emotions. He knew that the elder was too perceptive, but he still tried to assume a relaxed pose and said that Elric was now resting and was unable to receive guests. The red-haired fox only smiled. There was no hint that he believed him. Tasha always knew when the little spoiled prankster was lying, because she grew up with him. Then she grabbed his hand tightly like a baby. The scoundrel only dared to order her and wanted to send her away. No wonder she got angry, and the room was filled with sparks of flame. Their conversation quickly turned into an interrogation, and Tasha wanted to know what happened to the rights to the nest that caused so much noise. Shawn had forgotten how crazy that red-haired witch was about dragons. Despite the monstrous pressure of his older sister, Shawn courageously declared that Elric himself would handle the rights. She stared at him for a few moments, as if she wanted to burn him, and estimated how quickly a handful of ashes would remain from him. But then she let go easily. Tasha already learned enough. She asked him to contact her when Elric woke up, and she warned, showing the gesture she had used in childhood as a death threat, that if she was not the first to find out about Elric's awakening, he would not like her. Shawn immediately broke into a cold sweat and prayed that Elric would return as soon as possible. After the witch left, they could not come to their senses for a long time. The morning dawn rose above the garden with a dazzling blue haze. A certain wanderer carefully read the headlines of the morning newspapers at the kiosk, wrapped in his ragged wanderer's cloak. Everyone was worried about the fate of the nest. Shawn did a great job, the stranger whispered and smiled. On the front page of one of the newspapers was an old bald raven. He turned out surprisingly well, no other than with the help of magic. Let him show off while he can, thought the guy with the emerald eyes. Rivern came first to wave at his master, who became the dean, and congratulate him. But the bald raven said he was not in a hurry. After all, the elections haven't started yet, he said, and hid a satisfied, greedy smile with his fist. Rivern bent even lower and poured out a stream of obsequious flattery. The new director will protect the future of the academy. Nevertheless, Barrack liked the dog's flattery. He smiled again and asked how Elric was. Rivern reported that the unfortunate is fighting for life. What a pity. The professor moved his mustache, without a hint of pity in his voice. Rivern worriedly offered to deal with the problem before she woke up, resorted to the services of professionals. But the professor barked at him to shut his mouth, and an oppressive silence immediately reigned in the office. Baraka looked at the cowardly dog with such mad fury that he could incinerate him on the spot. But he quickly changed his anger to mercy. After the election, there will be one vacant professorship. As a simple professor of the academy, he does not know what is happening outside of it, Barrack hinted. The dog bowed again and promised that he would not let him down. After the day came a moonlit night, and the city was drowning in its gentle light. Until now, most of the residents were taking a seat at the family hearth, except for one man in a worn road coat. Throwing off his hood, he looked up at the cold night sky, thinking of where to start. With his inner vision, he could see the other side of the world, its secret places. It was enough to pour mana there through the dragon's heart. Elric held out his hand in front of him. The ground under his feet exploded, and the magician himself soared into the sky. He gently landed on top of the fortress wall that surrounded the city. Now the wizard could use magic without tricky spells, and this was only the beginning of his journey. In order to remove the bald raven and inform the world about the revival of the Melvingers, he must become stronger before the election of the dean of the academy. The whole mood of greatness was spoiled by the grumbling ghost of the demon. Even with his mana, the poor mortal used only ridiculous jumps like a wandering circus performer. There was a lot of truth in the demon's remarks. Elric needed to become many times stronger as soon as possible. The mania of greatness still did not let go of the poor demon, so he continued to grumble about the past, like the people of the demon, and even the dragons trembled in fear at his name. Elric pondered among the dragon's magical language, which is what they call the soul's speech. To create an image and express it in words, the guy put his hands together, and a powerful golden aura surrounded him. Because of such power, anxiety appeared even on the face of the evil spirit. "Fly," said the mage, and once again ascended upwards, supported by a stream of mana. The oncoming current hit him with an icy cold as he sped up. And then he rose above the clouds and was able to cover the entire city with his gaze, as if at once he began to rule the whole world. The magical pull stopped, and the force of gravity mercilessly took its toll. Elric flew down. His image magic was simple and surprisingly strong. He again invoked the flight spell and flew like a bird over the garden. The evil spirit of the demon followed him everywhere, obeying his seal. Deep thoughtfulness was reflected on his gray face. A child who learned to walk only yesterday could already use soul speech and a double spell. It was as if the shadow of the real enemy of the demons, Melvinger, had descended on Earth. The one who can turn an army of monsters into a pile of meat with one click. Among the monstrous offspring of this family, there was no one with such talent. Rather, there was one remembered demon, their indomitable progenitor. In the night starry sky, the leisurely flight of a man and a demon continued. The worried ghost sparkled with its red eyes. Before the boy grows into something unimaginable, his body must be possessed, and his dreams trampled. The language of the soul is amazing, but one cannot learn it alone, Elric felt. He needed a teacher who would keep his secret. Barrack sat down at the academy and controls everyone. Besides, there is still no one talented enough to teach him. Elric ended his flight at dawn, landing gently on a glade drenched in sun and dew. If only his ancestors were alive, an outstanding grandfather, or at least a father and uncle. Thoughtfully, the guy turned his gaze to his unwilling companion. He was looking for legs with which he could trample the dreams of the boy. Discouraged by his own metaphor, the ghost did not have them. Elric smiled and casually asked Mephisto to teach him magic. If he thought about it, he couldn't think of a better teacher. He is ancient, knows a lot, knows magic, and will not betray him to anyone because of the cursed seal. He did not expect such a proposal and cursed foully. However, he immediately asked what he would get from this and made it clear that he was interested. The guy solemnly spread his hands and offered to create a vessel with the help of alchemy for the horned. Mephisto hissed contemptuously. The poor man couldn't do that, but Elric rejected it. You just need to become stronger. But even this demon was not enough. But if nothing is done, then everything will be as the young wizard objected before. Realizing that Mepha will not talk so easily, he told him to name his conditions. Long-eared, in a haughty manner, declared that if the boy became his servant, he would even consider it. He liked the boy's confused face. He will know how to laugh. The demon laughed mentally. If you weave a drop of dark magic into the training, it will eat away at the boy's soul like mold when he becomes stronger. That's when he swallowed him. Mephisto smiled at his sinister plans, and now let the mortal fall down and begged to take him as a disciple. Never mind, the boy grunted to the demon's horror. There was a limit to which he could let the demon bargain, Elric said calmly. If you don't get anything by playing in a hurry, the guy suddenly approached the ghost. Suddenly he felt like a small and insignificant lump of darkness in the hands of a real monster. The pitiful little man with a rotten soul blurted out Mephisto and rushed towards him. "Shut your mouth," Elric said, words of strength, and a stream of curses stuck in the ghost's throat. It worked even better than he expected, the wizard smiled. The demon huffed hard, as if he was about to burst like a balloon, but he didn't make a sound. Despite this, the demon was confident that the souls of souls would not subjugate him with only the force of things. "Become a cutie," said Elric, and the ghost obediently turned into a bunny. From such a sight, the guy immediately lost his breakfast. "My tongue is my enemy," the boy whispered, but at one glance his stomach again turned into a knot. He handed the demon a notebook and offered to write down everything he knows about soul matters if he suddenly changes his mind. Elric left the proud spirit to think, and decided to train himself and stretched his whole body. Until the very evening, he practiced simple magic and experimented, and Mephisto was still building his disobedience. It was a battle of attrition. The boy calmly practiced ice magic for the next day, while the demon bit his nails. All the same, he was locked up for thousands of years, so that he suffered from impatience, while the unbearable boy released fireballs for the third day in a row. After a few days, not a trace of his former pride remained, and the demon decided to pretend that he had submitted, but he was still going to teach the boy. The sorcerer could hardly restrain himself from falling asleep with laughter when he heard the scraping of coal on paper. He looked tired, his hair was tangled, and a long stubble had sprouted on his face. Malice and immoderate pride suffocated him so that he succumbed to humanism like this. But in the end, he obediently handed over the records to the young wizard, wagging his tail. The basics of the soul, knowledge that cannot be found in ordinary books. Elric read the demon's scrolls and thanked him, and he took a cute look from it. In return, he asked to clarify a few paragraphs and promised to return the ability to speak. Each time, the demands of the impudent boy grew like a snowball. He wanted to be better known. He tested the demon endlessly and bargained with him cheaply, getting valuable information. The vile boy tormented the ancient demon with his taunts, but he had already sown the seeds of evil in his texts, which would tear the body and soul of a mortal into pieces. However, the next day the guy was in perfect order. He studied only a few grains of knowledge and could already summon an entire glacier. Mephisto nervously furrowed his brows. So many days have passed and no sprouts of darkness have occurred, and the young wizard noticed this anxiety. He knew what the demon was waiting for. Thoth put on an uncomprehending and innocent look, but Elric wasn't stupid enough to blindly study demon magic. And yet, thanks to this evil spirit, he raised his level of skill. The guy turned to the records again, and the disappointed demon asked where his humanity was. Elric was already thinking of shutting up the ghost again, but he honestly admitted that he was teaching him nothing more than the truth. The dazed gaze of the emerald eyes froze under the thick, long eyelids. The demon meant the highest rank of the soul, of course excluding the voice of God. "At his current level, he will not be able to understand more, and if he tries, he will go mad," said Mephisto. The magician thoughtfully scratched the back of his head, and then the demon said that magic can be perfected on the battlefield, as the Melvingers always did. Elric remembered his father saying the same thing then, sitting on the bed with a deathly gray face that already had corpse stains. Then he taught them the pride of the Melvingers in the lands destroyed by demons. The father did not say anything about his illness, but it is obvious that it was the result of his battles with demons. Sitting in his wheelchair, with his face exposed to the warm wind, he gazed into the distance with a bored look, to where he fought side by side with his father. Little Elric dreamed of following in his father's footsteps and using the same powerful magic as his grandfather. Father trembled at these words. He understood everything even then. To distract the boy, the mother reminded him to study well, and then he will become a great magician. Uchitsa, the skinny guy, presented, sitting at the table and reading boring books for endless hours when the hands of the time crawl like snails. He will not have the same stupidly strong magic as his father. Besides, his grandfather was a great scientist before he became a famous magician. Mother's words cut sharper than swords. The father furrowed his eyebrows and looked uncertainly at his wife. He was still the head of the family. Despite this, she strictly told him not to bring the children here, just to be respectful. Even if so, magic still needs to be improved in battle. His father quietly whispered in his ear, thinking that his wife couldn't hear him. But she listened perfectly and dragged him into the house, and told her son to read a book with a long and boring title for today, which immediately lulled him to sleep. Sister Hayes pulled him by the ear in the other direction, cut off all his brother's protests. She followed her mother's example and took care of the unbearable boy. Studying is important, But children should be children, dear, said the tired man with a regretful expression on his face. If the boy is pampered too much, he will develop a stupid character. He will grow up like his father, objected the faithful wife with a heavy sigh. That time was not easy for Elric, but despite this, it remained the brightest and warmest memory. But everything was washed away by a cold autumn downpour that drummed a tap on the roof tiles and drowned out the soft, heart-wrenching children's cry. The father was getting worse and worse. The mother was also suffering from unbearable pain. They divided the rest of the life force into two and died in one day, as if in a fairy tale. Only this was a fairy tale with a sad ending. Before his death, the father cried and said that he was sorry. His dear wife was the brightest light in his life. There was not a single day that she was unhappy after meeting him and having children, she said, tightly squeezing his weak hand. The remnants of the world of their life burned out like a candle wick. The mother could no longer see and called Hayes, who was sitting next to her. "Take care of my brother," she asked, and tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. The father called Elric and asked for forgiveness. The blocking ailment was his fault. An 8-year-old boy faced a harsh reality too early, barely leaving the tender age, and snuffed his nose endlessly. He was afraid that his father could leave so easily, and salty streams were flowing down his cheeks. The father's cool palm touched his cheek, and the boy stopped crying. Looking back on his short but turbulent life on the battlefield, the days spent with his son were much happier, the father said. "You don't need to be a magician, just be happy with the people around you," he said, and his voice disappeared into eternity. Walking along the forest path, Elric thought that his father had made a mistake. If you are weak, they wipe your feet and throw you away. This is the reality. Then he will become stronger and no one else will ever be able to ignore him, Elric thought and clenched his fists. Magic is perfected on the battlefield. He thought about where to go. The ghostly crimson forest was too dangerous a place. The mysterious goblin cave is always full of people. Scattered across the continent are shelters left by their ancestors, the father said. Mephisto asked him where they were going now. Before Elric's gaze appeared the icy wasteland of the mountains, the lands of the Yetta. With a firm step, the young wizard walked towards his goal. He washed his body in the silvery waters of the stream, which fed itself with the melted snow of the glaciers far away in the mountains, and still carried their cold. The cold bit him like a flock of piranhas, but despite this, Elric washed himself properly. He used magic, let the jets of water do everything themselves, and then cut off the regrown hair and changed his face. Only the shine of green eyes revealed the true personality of their owner. With this, Elric could advance without fear that he would be discovered on the journey. Snow dusted the gray stone of the fortress walls and decorated the roofs of houses that huddled closely together as if from the cold. Winter in the north was coming into its own first. The Seekers' Guild sheltered him after many days of journey. The innkeeper told the new guest that he was lucky that few people go to the Yetta Mountain these days, but one group of travelers still gathered. He pointed to the guest's ajar door, from which came the crunch of fur boots on the freshly fallen snow. And indeed, a group of people led by a child entered the guild hall. They were glad to see a new face. Elric glanced at the frost-red and long unshaven faces and counted 4 herbalists and 3 monster hunters. And the 5 travelers hid their strength and kept themselves aloof. The little girl came up to Elric and introduced herself. Her name was Mingma, which in the native dialect meant the second dawn of the week. As long as he followed her, he was not in danger. Mephisto hissed in displeasure. This child surpassed even him in terms of talkativeness, and Elric asked if he could buy a communication crystal. The searchers stared in amazement at the guy who was looking for such luxury in the wilderness. Mingma suggested that he write a letter and send it with a pigeon. Elric ran away before he heard the fascinating story about the dove and wrote what happened to the little girl, fearing that he would be stuck here until nightfall. "Nothing can be done. I will tell you how the cute creature sang along the way." Elric frowned. The strict sister will definitely be angry if he does not contact her. After a short gathering, they advanced to the Yetta Highlands before the weather worsened. Mingma chattered non-stop, flowing like a spring stream. Mephisto recognized the outlines of the mountains. He had already been here. The Yeti were scum that admired them, and Elric shuddered to learn that their tribe were demons. He could not imagine that these monsters have such connections. The past king of the Yetta deserved the mercy of the demon lord, Mephisto arrogantly declared. Elric was again surprised to learn that the wild tribe of monsters had a ruler in the past. The demon thoughtfully said that the king's grave must be somewhere in these lands. The young magician was immediately interested in her location, but the demon did not know him, and he doubted that she had not been robbed by that time. If the Yeti are demons, then the shelter of the Melvingers must have a connection with them. They were built to preserve the heritage of the family, said the father. Stroking his son's unruly hair, he told him that he would visit the lands of Yetta first, as he would become the head of the family. So he will be able to confirm his right to inheritance and pay tribute to his ancestors. Elric looked at the pendant that once hung around his father's neck to see if he could learn more about him in this refuge. But first they had to find him, and in the meantime they were walking along the sun-drenched trail and listening to Mingma's endless stories. Her murmuring drove Mephisto to despair, and he asked the guy to shut up the girl, but the magician just waved him off. But that's what worried him. That's why the Yeti she talked about incessantly hadn't appeared yet. Mingma enthusiastically suggested that they make a stop where the terrain allowed, because further their path would become more difficult. The travelers set up camp in an open clearing, dividing into several groups, each with a fire. Elric sat alone and looked askance at the others. One of the travelers, tightly wrapped in a woolen cloak, asked the grass-gatherers for fire. His hidden power was no less than that of a knight. In this northern wilderness you won't meet anyone, but this group of travelers was different from the others. Under their woolen cloaks they hid solid armor, but it doesn't seem like Elric was their target. Perhaps the squad has its own secret mission. One figure in a blue hood made of fine sheep's wool stood out. This man was not doing any work. But then she threw off her cozy hood with a light movement of her hand and thanked her for the fire in a sonorous and tender voice. The frost blushed her beautiful face, and her thick, silky hair fell on her shoulders. Not just a woman, but a young maiden of dazzling beauty for these harsh places. It is not surprising that excited shouts and whistles erupted from the rough mouths of the tramps. Steele whispered faster than the tramps agreed. One of the warriors who was protecting his mistress rushed to the fatherless husband. The kiss of death froze in the ego's throat, and the vagabond became numb. The pitiful dog dared to rough up the noble lady. "The reward for such a misdemeanor is death," said the guard. The other warriors also put their hands on their swords, but the lady ordered Chen to put away his sword. The poor people grew up in this wilderness and did not know manners and had never met a noble. Elric even felt sorry for them. But then he felt a red seal of alarm, and he and Mephisto looked at each other. Both looked sharply in the direction of the forest. While the guard was thinking about what to do, his duty obliged him to protect the honor of his mistress. But he obeyed her. Empty, the beauty with eyes like lakes and gray hair the color of a crow's wing insisted sternly. Elric turned to the travelers and shouted for everyone to run. But it was too late. The wandering herbalists were the first to die. The guard standing nearby raised his sword in front of him to protect himself. He deflected several flying projectiles that unleashed a rain of sparks on his sword. But not all of them were so dexterous and skillful. The travelers were horrified by the sudden attack. Another poor man fell dead before he could and cried out. Chen shouted to the others to protect the mistress. Anxiety and danger, death hovering in the air reminded Elric of a dragon's nest. A rain of arrows flew in them with a shrill whistle. There were so many of them that they couldn't tell who was flying at whom. Elric chanted the words of power, and his hand was filled with mana. The shield of fire opened before him like a beehive. But what about the others? Experienced warriors who accompanied the noble lady took the blow and repelled the arrows with a sword. Simple seekers were completely defenseless. The forest was filled with the screams and moans of the wounded, and Elric was overcome with a sticky feeling of anxiety. Only Mephisto was amused by what was happening. The ghost was not afraid of the arrows of the stupid Yeti. Then Elric directed his inner vision into the depths of the forest. In the green spindle of the web, he saw several pulsating points in the distance. Usually Yetis move in small groups to make it harder to track them down, but there were too many of them. Elric was horrified. The first monsters jumped out of ambush and attacked the guards. The first battle and already soaked his pants. "It's too difficult for the poor little man," the demon sneered. The sorcerer ordered to be silent using words of power. A reliable gag was inserted into the ghost. The guardian of the noble lady dodged all the beastly attacks of the monsters. Still, the knights were amazing. Using the aura, they quickly crushed the Yeti into a salad. Elric would have liked to see more of their abilities, but the first Yeti squad was only the beginning of their problems. The main problem is that the main forces of the tribe were hiding in ambush under the cover of the forest. One wrong move and everything could be in danger. The guy canceled his transformation. He was of no use in battle and jumped above the fluffy ellies. From a bird's eye view, he could easily see the furry monsters. Elric wasn't sure if his attacks would work, but he applied boost and landed his boot on the Yeti's head. That's why the skull crunched like an overripe pumpkin. Monsters rushed at him from all sides. At least he would distract them, thought the magician. An explosion, words of strength escaped from his lips, and a burst of flame blew away all the enemies that surrounded him. But the Yeti didn't end there. Then Elric roared, burned. The acrid smell of burnt wool and burnt meat hit my nose. Following the fire, he gathered dozens of swords in front of him, made of ice and later sharpened into steel. "Pierce," the mage waved his hand. Swords whistled shrilly in the cold air of the wastelands. Dozens of Yeti warriors fell mown down like grass, but many of them still remained in the line. Sensing a formidable enemy in him, the animals trembled and started backing away. Elric smiled. He did not let anyone go. He ordered them to be bound. He moved his fingers. Everything ended quickly. The mage sighed with relief as he looked at his work. The whole plain was littered with Yeta bodies. Sitting on top of the captive, Elric summoned Mepha for questioning. He belatedly remembered that he himself had shut the demon's mouth and cancelled the order to listen to the flow of his indignant ego. The magician asked to be his translator, because he himself did not know the Yeti language. Without further questions, Mepha began to translate. Elric promised the captive his life if he would show where their village was. The demon assumed an important form after several unsuccessful attempts to negotiate with the captive, and advised not to intimidate them. Elric followed his advice and freed the Yeti so that Mephi could speak with them face to face. Because of the connection with the demons, these beings could see the ego. They spoke quietly for a few moments in a conspiratorial tone, then glanced at Elric. Thoth used the words of the soul. The magician ordered the translation. "Let's send this ugly person to hell," whispered the demon, not noticing the catch. Yeti realized that their plot had been discovered, even though he did not know the language of the people, but he immediately rushed at the magician. A snap of the fingers and an all-thin icicle pierced his skull like soft clay. Another moment and the beast would have torn his throat. No magic would have saved him from such a wound. Elric looked fiercely at the devil and another captive, who painstakingly portrayed innocence itself. "Let's talk," Elric suggested to them and smiled amiably. The deaf forest, where only the trees were cracking, sounded with cries of despair and pain. "So many good Yeti have died," the rabbit-eared demon wizard scolded. After he got the captive talking, they went to the tribe's lair. The dragon's heart is filled with the demon king's mana. Elric could only use a handful of this power if taking a larger body would not withstand the load. They came to the village of Yeta, surrounded by a palisade with many wooden houses and planed logs. It looked better than expected. Elric understood that if he continued to fight as before, he would be on the verge of death. But he could not retreat. Meanwhile, the guards of the noble maiden finished their battle. Covered in blood from head to toe, they breathed heavily in the icy air. All the attacking ferocious Yeti lay dead, cut down by the swords of the knights. The young lady counted all the travelers who were with them and survived, and noticed that one person was missing. Either dead or hiding somewhere, thought Guard Chen. But he could not give such a cruel answer to his lady, and assumed that the traveler simply escaped and was safe. The girl sincerely worried about the boy's fate, so the guard became conscientious. And while she hoped that their companion would be okay, a horde of ferocious Yeti warriors had already lined up in front of him. Using magic, Elric suggested that they not shed blood and call the leader. The warriors glared menacingly at him, showing their long fangs and pulling at his fur. But then a domineering voice roared at them to disperse. A mighty leader, huge and covered with scars from past battles, appeared before the magician with a heavy step, and Elric himself shuddered at the sight of him. And yet he did not show up and told the leader that he had a question. In the hem of his traveling woolen cloak, he imperceptibly kept a blade of ice in case the negotiations went the wrong way. "Green eyes and blonde hair," the leader said, and asked his name. Elric Melvinger, the mage introduced himself, heard this huge Yeti tell him to follow him. The surprised guy did so. The leader told him about the legend passed down in their tribe about the king who ruled this mountain in ancient times. Elric glanced at Mepha, wondering if he knew what he was talking about. But the demon was silent. The legend said that the king of Yeta recognized only one person as a friend, a man with hair like the sun and eyes with emeralds, whose name was Melvinger. The magician was surprised to learn that his family was also connected with Yeta, and the leader told him about the human house that he promised to protect. There, the leader pointed his finger into a deep black hole where the last ray of sunlight was lost. Elric cautiously leaned over the edge of the crevice to the bottom of which not even a sound could reach. What kind of madman would live in such a place, he thought. And yet, when he directed his inner vision there, he caught something at the bottom. A strong current of air came from the bottom, which prevented even the Yeta's tenacious paws from descending. They looked at the house only when it subsided. Mephi smiled with the usual magic. The guy won't even be able to keep his body warm. "With the current level of strength, it is impossible to descend," the demon sneered. There was a grain of truth in his words. The stakes and the truth are high, but if he stops there, he simply will not be able to take a step forward. Since the ancestors wanted to see the power of the descendants, it is worth showing them, said Elric and stepped into the abyss. Smiling, the madman flew down with a stone. The oncoming flow of frost tore his skin from his bones as if with ice nippers. Mephi shouted in alarm for the guy to concentrate, but the vessel's death is also his death. The guy turned over as if trying to find support in the air. The fall seemed eternal to him. The house below was rapidly approaching, and he took a step. Every time he condensed his mana under himself, he slowed down his rapid fall. But even this was not enough to take away all the energy, so the landing was hard. When the dust and snow settled to the bottom, the sorcerer tiredly leaned back. And then he jumped up again and laughed devilishly, rejoicing at the success of his crazy idea. On the other side in front of him stood an ordinary wooden log cabin, Elric thought too simply. But when he stretched out his hand to the door, a purple seal of ancient magic appeared there. For a second, the wizard thought, and Mephi suggested that he translate the mana picture into words. The guy knocked on the door again and said Melvinger, the Demon King, Yeti, the bread-eating squirrel, but nothing worked. If this is not a picture of mana, then it is something like a lock, which means there must be a key, he suggested. Of course, it dawned on Elric how he could forget about it, and took out his family locket. When the doors opened and the boy entered, a room more like a royal library appeared before him, a true temple of knowledge. Think only that a boy who hates studying in childhood, the first thing he does is pounce on books, and starts to study them from the threshold, choking on saliva from delight. Mephi squealed and grunted that the winter sage lived here, so the boy immediately jumped out from behind the shelf. It is obvious that Mephi was hiding a lot. He knew about the family of magicians and the king of the Yeti. One book caught the mage's attention more than the others, a thin one with an elegant metallic edging and pattern. The story of Melvin Gurov was read by him. Destroying demons is the only responsibility of his family, said the guy, and opened the book. He heard the same words in his vision in the dragon's nest. If the prerequisites are fulfilled, he will become a vessel, and the debt passed on to the family will be fulfilled. While Elric read the ancient runes, they seemed to be filled with power. The runes entwined together and circled a green circle around him, getting stronger with each passing second. Eat demons, absorb demons, dry up demons. The voice of the source was heard. Keep doing this and accompany the descendant who swallowed the demon, appropriated the medallion, and passed the test into a new era of magic. He was lying on the soft, fragrant grass that smelled of summer. The smell pleasantly tickled his nostrils after many days spent on the cold, snowy wasteland. Elric looked completely puzzled. He had just been browsing through the books in the library of his ancestors, and now he was here. As soon as he got up, he heard a voice that greeted the descendant of the family. He walked softly on the grass carpet. Elric turned, and a white-haired, bearded man with a monocle on his face introduced himself. Otto Kahn Melvinger, the gatekeeper of this place, and a guide in tests for descendants of the family, or simply a guide. A few centuries ago, there lived those who created the magical system of their family, and Otto was one of the 5 revered ancestors. The gray-haired man smiled, realizing that fortunately the descendant still remembers him. The venerable ancestor of the winter sage muttered to the boy, and the guide was surprised that he knew this nickname, which no one was supposed to hear. The magician wanted to point out his unwilling companion, but Mephisto disappeared somewhere. The demonic king of original sin, the guide was surprised to hear his name, and the boy nodded. Otto firmly grabbed the boy by the shoulders, obeying the impulse of joy and pride for the descendant whose first demon was Mephistopheles himself. At the same time, Mephisto scratched his long ears as if he felt that someone was discussing him. Elric asked Otto what task he was to devote himself to. The ancestor gently patted the unruly golden hair on the boy's head. If everything was so simple, they would have left records about it. Elric felt like a boy again and was a little embarrassed by this. But it didn't last long. Otto invoked a spell and threw it at the boy, causing him to fly away. Duty obliges him to check each heir, and Elric has passed their test so that he can choose for himself. Stop at this, or turn the wheel of fate further. The guy suddenly felt how the millstone was spinning, that they could grind him to dust if he made the wrong choice. He will revive the family. The passionate desire remained unchanged, and Otto accepted him. To fulfill the dreams of his ancestors, and to carve his name on the canvas of history as the most powerful magician of these lands, the boy swam out. That's what he always dreamed about, looking at the statue of his grandfather. Such is the will of his heart, Elric said, and took the seal of magic upon himself. At the same moment, the golden disc broke from his fingers and rushed forward. Otto watched this with pleasure. Then he happily slapped the air on the shoulder several times. Such courage was worthy of their distant descendant. The grassy summer meadow was again replaced by white silence. He moved to the mountains where only the wind whispered his story of the world. Stuja immediately latched on with hundreds of small ticks tearing the skin. Otto brought him to the training field, where he would be tested. The guy smiled. He always liked to test himself. The more difficult the test, the stronger he will be when he passes it. Otto was satisfied with his mood and pointed his finger into the distance. Elric did not immediately look into the darkness. Only directing his inner gaze there, he felt the presence of the king of the icy mountains. The first and last ruler who managed to unite all the Yeti tribes and wanted to elevate his people. But in the end, his ego was swallowed up by his ambitions, and he became a demon. The second demon that the boy had to swallow stunned Otto's ego. Elric indignantly poked at the terrible shadow. "He will finish this creature," he shouted in surprise. "Swallow," calmly corrected Otto's ego. "From this moment on, he must absorb demons and take away their seals," the guide said. "From lower emotions such as fear, regret, despondency. An ego is formed with evil thoughts and goals. This is the essence of demons. Each demon has a source in which his evil thoughts are contained. This is a seal. The sign on the ego's hand is the essence of Mephistopheles himself. From this moment on, he will hunt demons and take away their powers, repeated Otto. And as soon as he swallows the demon, all his abilities will pass to the new owner. The old man encouragingly patted him on the shoulder. It mattered, Elric thought. How much stronger can you become if you swallow such dense darkness? Without thinking for a long time, he rushed into the attack, using flight and weapons. The breath of mana immediately enveloped him. The dark delirium dissipated like smoke. However, the boy did not know how to swallow the demon, not to dig into it with his teeth. In the place where the darkness was thickest, 2 red eyes of coal lit up. The demon recognized the mana of Mephistopheles and the cursed enemy from the Melvinger family. Elric was approaching. The movement of dark matter became sharper around him. And then tall and long-bearded warriors in helmets with deer horns appeared in front of him with round shields and sharp spears. These formidable warriors in skins on their bare bodies protected the king and were much stronger than ordinary Yeti, whom the magician had exterminated earlier, especially the chief voivode with a heavy sword on his shoulder. If Elric could use the seal of original sin, he would easily deal with everyone. But he did not know how to use it, and the king's guard issued a battle cry. The wizard concentrated, since this first test to use Mephisto's power would be cheating. Explosion. Ego's lips parted and a flash of flame burst from his hands, but death was already rushing towards him on the point of a spear. The explosion did not harm the mighty warriors. It did not even slow them down. Explode! Pierce! Elric whispered and summoned an ice palisade to throw back the enemies. This powerful attack turned them into the darkness from which they were created. But the proud warriors did not disappear. Once they were part of the society of demons, but they renounced them, and now they are afraid to become renounced again. But Elric had to become more powerful. He summoned a layer of fire of unprecedented size above him. His heat alone pushed the enemies away. But the voivode of the guards did not let him finish the blow and attacked first. Despite the fact that the magician bowed, he still received a cut wound. The commander had already regained his balance and was ready for the next blow. He towered over the boy like a rock, but his opponent, a pitiful and weak boy, could not even rise to his feet. Elric felt a sting in his pride, losing so shamefully in the first test. He could not bear this. The power overwhelmed his ego. This time he himself rushed into battle with clenched fists. I just need more mana, thought the mage. The military leader flew over the ego's head and almost cut the guy down. The wizard gently slipped behind his back and whispered. The flowers scattered. 2 spells turned the voivode into an icy crumb, and he crumbled to pieces. Even for the first test, it was too much, he thought when the warriors disappeared into the shadows. Elric felt his heart almost jump out of his chest, and the warriors began to appear again. The darkness reached out to him. But when he raised his hand, nothing happened. And then the seal on the ego's hand was filled with power. Although this seal was weaker than the seal of original sin, the mana of the dragon's heart somehow balanced itself. Otto told him that in order to use the power of the demon, you need to know his true name, but how to know him, because they are not very sociable. The guide said not to worry about it. When the time comes, he himself will know. Elric turned inward and gathered a lump of mana thick as dough between his hands. The true name of the Yeti is ruthlessness, as well as the cold peaks of the mountains in which they were born and live. Elric couldn't explain it himself, but now he had their seal. Hundreds of ice blades cut through the stone warriors. They stood up with a wall of shields in the hope of preserving themselves. And then there was an explosion of mana that closed everything by itself. Elric was breathing heavily. His head was spinning and his body was shaking from the high consumption of magical powers. When he looked ahead, he saw how all the Yeti warriors were bound by ice. Even though they were standing at a distance, such was the power of this seal. The sorcerer laughed quite a bit, but at the same second, his legs failed him, and a thin trickle of blood fell from his lips, and he fell asleep. Elric woke up and coughed, as if someone had squeezed his throat. He lay in the middle of the scattered books in the place where he was taken to the second dimension, and writhed in convulsions. Mephisto greeted him with a sly smile. He was pleased by the exhausted look of a guy who faced a difficult test. He was waiting for something similar when the boy lost consciousness, and his medallion began to lose his mind. And yet the guy was glad that he survived. He was too carried away by the power of the seal, and as a result he lost consciousness and exhausted all his strength. But that power exceeded all his expectations. If even an incomplete seal possessed such power, what is the sign of original sin capable of? Elric rubbed his hand. Seal of cruelty. Mephi immediately understood the idea of the snow sage. The guy looked at the demon and asked how to use the demon's ego seal, to which he sharply replied that no matter what humiliation he went through, he would not name his true name for anything. If you think about it, you just asked. The guy grunted and scratched the back of his head. He hoped it would be easier, but seals are important to demons after all. If the demon entrusts him with his seal, he will have nothing left, so Elric will have to step back for now. In addition, even the seal of Yeda was barely within his power, which speaks volumes about the sign of the demon king. But what he could do to help, Mephi knew the king of Yeda, who needed to be defeated. When the devil heard this, the madman Otto Merlinger laughed. Once he entrusted such an entity that even he recognized. Elric was immediately encouraged and asked if he had any ideas. The demon immediately withdrew coldly, and the magician began to shake him. Nothing connected them anymore. The king of the Yeda was not even a demon. Mephistopheles exploded with a stream of indignation and curses. What kind of demon would reveal such a secret, and what kind of honor did he ask? But the guy offered 3 days of freedom. When even this did not convince him, the guy gestured for 5 days. So be it, but only because his kindness knows no bounds. Mephi agreed when the magician was about to end the bidding. Later, the demon warned that with the current seal, the guy might simply forget about his goal. But then he smiled and said that there is a way. After a little preparation, the wizard again returned to the icy wasteland, surrendering to the prickly wind. The shadow of King Yeda sat in the same place. He attacked first, and the darkness stretched out its tongues to meet. In order to defeat the enemy, Elric himself must improve his skills. The first to meet him were guards with shaggy beards and horned helmets. The guy immediately used the power of the seal and dealt with them in one fell swoop. And finally he met the king face to face. No matter how much he killed the guard, he did not feel that he had become better, and therefore he had to fight with the ruler of the Ice Throne. But the power that devastated him plunged the wizard into awe. He indecisively froze in place, not knowing how to defeat such a monster, and doubted the sanity of his ancestor, who had prepared this test. Nevertheless, the boy with the golden mane did not run away. He was confident of his victory. After Elric woke up again in the library, he caught a strange look from the long-eared man, and he also stared at him in amazement. Elric laughed. After so many battles with the king's guards, he died in the battle with him before he could lift a finger. Could he defeat such a monster, the wizard thought, and Mephi suggested that he surrender. What he definitely did not expect was that the king would turn out to be a queen, said the boy, and looked at the demon. Todd embarrassedly moved aside his red corners, and then pounced on the guy until he came up with everything. But his reddened gray face and trembling voice only increased Elric's suspicion that there was definitely something in this story. Of course, it took time to understand everything, but after looking at the locket, Elric understood how important it was to absorb her powers. True, he did not know how, but there was one accessible and direct method of brute force. A picture of his battle in the dragon's nest flashed before his inner vision. Elric did not weaken his stubbornness even after many requests. This time he rushed into battle and grabbed the lightning bolts with his hands. Absolute zero bound him faster than he approached, so quickly that he did not have time to feel the pain. But then such torture awaited him, so that an easy death was his reward. The ego was chopped, cut, torn to pieces, but every time he returned with new strength. Little by little he came closer, and he could even see her irritated face. Even if Elric understood how to use the seal, it was difficult for a brat who only received it yesterday to cope with an experienced master with the same power. Their fight became increasingly fierce. Sometimes you learn. He remembered the ancient principle when they rushed towards each other. Two palms collided with deafening force. But Queen Yeda was stronger, and the magician was thrown away. Otto watched the battle anxiously. An ordinary man had long since staggered, having died hundreds of times. But this little boy, even chopped into pieces, smiled like a madman. He possessed not only talent, but also an indomitable will and desire to improve. With a wave of his hand, he returned the debt to the queen, and her hand immediately separated from her body. Never before in their family had there been any fools like this boy, Otto thought. Elric felt himself becoming better in their endless battles. Even if he was still far away, even without a hand, the queen counterattacked him. She swung her axe without giving the wizard a second to breathe. In an instant, the queen released her weapon to change the ego's form. Elric prepared for a powerful blow and raised a magical shield. But such a flimsy barrier immediately fell to pieces. The magician clenched his teeth. He reached his limit. One theft is not enough to defeat the Queen of Mountains. He must stand as she decided the mage, and again dashed towards the enemy. A red veil covered his eyes as if a thick curtain had fallen over his eyes, and he thought he had died again. But when he opened his eyes, he saw Mephisto's devilish grin. The Queen of the Mountains was kneeling before him, and the demon told her to show what she was capable of. The vision changed again. Now Elric saw everything as if from the face of the baby Yeda, who was reaching for his mother. But it was held in the hands of a shaman in a mask. The Lord of all demons sent an oracle and told the shaman to everyone. She will become their queen and ruler of the mountains. The shaman raised the baby Yeti to the sky, as if exalting him above the whole world. A triumphant roar rose above the mountain peaks. the entire ridge would obey it. The animals rejoiced. So she was born, the master of which is destined to rule with icy peaks. Elric seemed to be immersed in her memories. She became the first person who managed to unite all the scattered tribes in the north, but her power over the ridge was not enough. The queen sought to restore the former glory of the mighty tribe. They were once part of a great demonic army. Clutching the axe tightly, she promised to return them to their rightful place. They came down from the mountains like an avalanche and pounced on all the neighbors, brought many people and demons to their knees. Her tribe was again recognized as part of the devil's race. The embers of her thirst flared only stronger, and she dreamed of becoming the lord of demons now. However, Mephistopheles turned out to be an impregnable wall for her, and the queen accepted the defeat with shame. She did not leave requests to hone the power of her seal and her true name. She was only one step away from being recognized as the lord of demons. Another fortress stood in her way. But then a voice from above urged her to stop. Mages and knights with an owl coat of arms and a book stood up to defend the fortress. An aura of power and greatness emanated from them, even stronger than that of the demon lords. She forever remembered these merciless emerald green eyes. Before the queen ordered to attack, the nearest warrior exploded, and then another turned into a disgusting red liquid. The knight went on the attack from the walls of the fortress like lightning. One swing and dozens of her soldiers scattered like a pile of dry leaves. The battlefield was sprinkled with blood and the cries of the wounded. Those who had never known the pain of defeat trembled. They were shocked by the terrifying power of wizards never seen before. It was like a punishment from heaven. The blows split the ground beneath them. Her army was defeated, but the queen only tightened her grip on her axe. The battle cry echoed over the battlefield, bringing the Yeti warriors back into formation. But then their friendly howl broke off like dozens of strings merging into a monotonous tremor that made her heart stop. It was worse than death. Every warrior of her tribe, everyone with whom she grew up and fought dozens of battles died. Ottohan Melvinger carved a bloody seal on her heart. That day the war was lost. The people burned their settlements and drove the Yeti back into the mountains. The queen let out a cry of despair, her mind clouded. People have everything you can dream about, but they prevent her from getting even a grain of what she wants. She moaned like a child. Ancient grievances and anger never disappeared from her heart. But through the darkness of the ages, Elric could feel her sadness. His ego debt will appease them, and he made a step towards the meeting. The queen, engulfed in darkness, also walked forward. And yet, deep in his soul, he understood and shared her pain, because he himself dreamed of the revival of his family, just as the queen thought of her tribe. After that day, Ottokan Melvinger settled in the mountains to watch over the queen, and after dozens of battles, they came to respect each other. But even so, the queen never broke free from the shackles of her greed and eventually became a monster. The magician clapped his hands, and the queen fell from Otto's hands. Elric came to himself again, saw the stream, and let go of his ego. "So he is that descendant," said a rough female voice. Considering that the boy burned most of her mana and left Otto's hands, the words of Otto were not bragging. The Queen of Mountains smiled. Despite her indomitable will, she trembled with pain all over her body, and the guy apologized for it. But she rejected his pity. Even though the queen fell under the oppression of her ambitions, she was still a warrior. On the gray face, as if carved from stone, there was not an iota of doubt that their battle would soon end, and she had nothing left but regret for her fallen warriors. If it weren't for the obsession, she could just be happy about who she loves. Her battle cry rang out over the wasteland. With his inner gaze, Elric caught the demonic power enveloping her. His eyes sparkled with determination. She is still his enemy, the Queen of the Mountains, the ruler who united the Yeti tribes and their greatest warrior, and also the enemy whom he must devour. Holding back means showing disrespect, thought the wizard, and used the seal. They rushed towards each other like two hurricanes. No one wanted to back down and put everything on the last card. After the impact, the waves of forces dispersed in circles across the battlefield. Light and darkness entwined in a raging dance at great speed. Elric held an axe in his hands and adopted her fighting style. The ground under their feet trembled and cracked like ice on a river. The magician met her with his chest, swinging as it should. The queen answered with no less persistence. The skinny boy was thrown back by her power. Their axes clattered obnoxiously against each other as Elric deflected her blow. They danced in a whirlwind of stone fragments that cut the body, and again they rushed to each other like lovers after a long separation. The opponents froze for a second to breathe in the bristly, icy air. Both have reached the limit, and the outcome of this battle will be decided in the last rush. The queen used a secret skill that conquered many. Elric became her mirror image. Their palms collided together as if two glaciers had come down from the mountains. A terrible rumble filled the whole plain. Clumps of snow dust slowly settled, and it was not clear who won. But when a stinging wind blew and he revealed the truth, the magician punched a huge hole in the queen's chest. Her ghostly body slowly lost its outline in the darkness. And then Elric heard her low, broken whisper. Thanks fell from her tender lips, and he saw how two streams flowed down the queen's face, shining with the morning snow. The icy valley was illuminated by the warm sunset rays of light that broke through the dense blanket of heavy clouds. The wizard completely absorbed the power of the seal, but at the same time, it was as if a part of his heart remained. Rest in peace, he said, and beautiful spring flowers grew on her faceless grave. The guy had not fully recovered after the battle when Otto appeared and congratulated him on a brilliant victory. This is too much for the first test, grumbled the magician. But the guide only laughed. Elric cannot be called a family member if he is capable of such a trifle. And the guy understood why their family is considered crazy. And yet Otto was surprised. This test was supposed to delay him for an hour, or even 3, but he managed it in a month. Elric counted the days on his fingers and told Otto that he had become a magician 2 months ago. The old man snorted displeasedly. The joke was bad, and he didn't like braggarts. But when he understood from the guy's look that he wasn't joking, he laughed again and hugged him by the shoulders. And when he started to pull away, he squeezed him even tighter, so that the old man's spiky beard immediately got into the guy's face. For some time they sat silently looking at the forever gray canvas in front of them, and then Otto asked what her last moments were like. She was smiling. The answer sounded. As if he had finished his farewell, the young wizard politely bowed to the ancient ancestor and thanked him for everything. They won't be able to see each other often, he said with a smile. The old man understood everything. Being the head of the family at such a young age is not easy. At this, Elric confidently stepped away. But then he suddenly turned around and headed towards Otto. "And how to get out of here?" asked the wizard in confusion. The old man grumbled that he had done this countless times and never remembered, and waved his hand. And he was immediately overcome by the familiar feeling of death. The guy woke up on the floor in the library where his real body was all this time. The cursed old man killed him with one blow and did not even spare the beautiful face of his relative. Mephisto laughed at this joke, and the wizard immediately excused himself that this attack was sudden. In a haughty tone, the devil asked him if he had managed to swallow the Queen of the Mountains, and Elric pulled up his right sleeve. All thanks to his help, the demon broke into a conceited grin, and the magician restrainedly remained silent. But in fact, Mephisto understood that he had suggested a trifle, but this genius still managed. And yet, Elric wondered why Mephisto did not allow her to become part of the demon army. The devil was embarrassed by the fact that the boy penetrated into his personal secrets through the memories of the queen. At that time, he was simply bored, sitting on a throne made of bones in the middle of the Crimson Wasteland. He heard that someone in the mountains said that he could become a demon and decided to take a look. Although her will and skills were good, she was clearly far from the level of a demon queen. Mephisto smugly declared that the queen was lucky to meet a generous lord. In his place, Azazel or Lilith would have torn her to shreds. But he simply told the Queen of the Mountains to find him when she became stronger. Elric was surprised that they had not seen each other again, and the demon hissed indignantly. And the guy understood what was going on. He filled the queen's heart with another. A shadow of sadness passed over the demon's face as he remembered the past. Of course, Elric hit his palm with his fist. He's just a jerk who picks on the girls he likes. Therefore he has no one even after 1,000 years, mocked the boy, looking at how the demon puffed gray with anger. The century-old library rang out with youthful laughter and malicious hissing. What an interesting kid, thought Otto when he chased him away. He hoped that the Ice Queen forgave everything. She held the newborn Yeda in her arms and cried. Her entire tribe was exterminated by one man. From her cry of pain, the mountains burst, and the sky was covered with ice. Darkness engulfed the queen. She begged him for death, which was the only cure for this pain. The magician folded his hands in a ritual gesture. Now she could entrust her regrets and sorrows to this child. "See you in the next life," said the ancient ghost. "Let it be more beautiful than before." Even though the young magician had completed the test, he did not leave the library. An impressive stack of red books grew next to him. He took out an azure ice crystal the size of a pigeon's egg. Otto ordered to take him and find the camellia god. This man with a flowery name would become his next teacher. Elric nervously scratched the back of his head. Of course he was going to be tested again. "As long as you pass everything, you can get old," he thought, looking at the artifact. He must reach the level of the progenitor, Otto told him. Over time, he will find all the answers. The first Melvinger solved many problems and left many. They have prepared many tests for the boy to pass on the path of his ancestors. He just has to follow the instructions. "This is a path that only Melvinger can take. Go and strengthen the winter," whispered the mentor. The quest was a simple one to take the egg to the camellia god, albeit an incomprehensible one. After listening to his story, Mephisto again fell asleep with laughter. He wants to recreate winter. The demon shared a guess with the young man. 4 heroes who hunted demons like him. Realizing that the evil spirit knew something, the wizard immediately jumped up and demanded to be told everything. The demon resisted. Then the boy gave him 5 days of freedom. But how could such a trifle bribe the ruler? And then Elric agreed to release him completely from silence. The self-satisfied demon smiled and said he was preparing his ears. Previously, there were 4 forces that allowed his ancestors to strengthen the family. They were called according to the seasons of the year. Their characters matched the names, so the demons called them 4 seasons. Otto corresponded to winter, cold and prudent. Once someone like him stood behind the test. This meant that he wanted to give the boy the power that he possessed himself. To absorb the power of the 4 seasons means to be in the same line with the progenitor whom they revered. Elric hoped that he would be able to further subjugate seals comparable to cruelty, or stronger. Then the revival of the family will no longer seem like an impossible task. The impudent wizard smiled. But what is so important about this crystal since the camellia god himself wants it? Asked Elric. This is the core of winter itself, which grows in the deep bowels of the eternally snow-covered mountains. And camellia is a flower that blooms in winter, and it is necessary to take it to the northern temple. The boy was surprised to hear about the flower temple, which he knew from fairy tales. But he could only say for sure about this by looking at the records in the Imperial Library. But then he suspected that the demon was too talkative, and his aura of evil seemed to become brighter. The demon did not hide his joy. Even though the boy noticed that he had returned some of his evil power after the test, he still wouldn't do anything. The little man has no other choice but to pass trials and become stronger, thought Mephisto. Elric also felt it every time he increased his strength. The demon inside him also grew stronger. With his own hands, he contributed to the revival of the demon lord who would bring chaos to this world. Mephisto liked the boy's worried face. Although he himself was not comfortable with the thought of allowing Melvinger to become stronger, his own recovery was more important. But then Mephi completely shuddered, because Elric grinned greedily at his thoughts. When all the preparations were completed, he left the winter house and in one fell swoop climbed to the top of the crevasse, although a month ago it seemed incredible. The first thing he did was look into the village of Yeti to find a guide, and just to see the furry ones to whom he became attached and get to know their queen better. But he found only ruins. Houses turned to splinters. The snow turned crimson. Bodies that had cooled down long ago lay everywhere. They were killed by a long, painful death, Mephisto said, surveying the carnage with an experienced look. Even his demonic essence was impressed by the committed atrocities. Elric felt himself as if he had been thrown into a pit with spiders, snakes, and other abominations that were now crawling and clawing at his soul. He killed the Yeti himself, but only out of necessity. Maybe it's because he absorbed the power and feelings of their queen. Elric breathed heavily in an attempt to calm down, and then his hands began to dig hard snow that he managed to cover himself with. It was Mingma's thick reindeer fur hood, the chattiest Tuesday in the world. This was the first seeker who met him in the guild and accepted him into the group. A child who is always chattering about trifles and never gets discouraged. And yet this is the work of these animals, the mage realized, looking at the frozen corpses sticking out of the ground like statues. Too lousy even for him, Elric thought, and the whole world lost its color for him for a moment. They ran again on the ice sheet, a thin crust of ice that freezes on a soft blanket of snow during the day, which made it difficult to run. The young lady's legs kept getting tangled after falling into the deep snow, and she was completely exhausted, as if her body had been filled with lead. Faithful guards ran up to her. For a whole month they wandered in these forests in search of an ancient grave and were pursued by murderers. But despite her deadly fatigue, the daughter of the Blue Lion did not want to be a burden to everyone. Chen believed his mistress and followed her, but now common sense clearly left her under the weight of their burdens. Many innocent people died at the hands of the killers sent for her, clutching the scroll in her hands. She did not want their deaths to be in vain. The young lady unfolded the tattered map in her hands, and once again trudged through the snow in search of an ancient grave. The frost has long gnawed at her cheeks. The thin, velvety skin has weathered, and the wrinkles have deepened on her emaciated face. The Blue Lions of the Weil family were a large family and lived in a huge castle, in which the young lady spent her life, endlessly listening to the whispers of the courtiers behind her back, who doubted her strength. And because in order to justify her position, she endlessly exhausted herself with training in complete solitude. But everything was in vain. The girl did not have special talents. Despite this, she trained until late at night when only the stars were her silent witnesses. And then her father came. Hermann Weil is tall, full of strength despite his old age, majestic as a real ruler. He regretted that his dear Isabel had to bear the role of heir so easily, but the girl blamed only herself. "My dear, there is no need to follow in his footsteps and become a Blue Lion," her father told her gently. "She is not the Blue Lion, but the respectable daughter of their family. Besides, he's still in good shape," his father boasted, showing her his muscles. His hair, as black as a crow's wing, shone in the light of the moon and stars. He promised Isabel to continue pursuing his dream of becoming the best swordsman on the continent. 2 drops of dew involuntarily appeared on her soft lilac eyes, and then she smiled like good girls smile so as not to upset their parents. But later, an alarm hung in the empty corridors of the family palace. The father did not wake up. The doctor said that it looks like a disease of blood vessel blockage. The flow of mana lost its channel due to excessive efforts of the patient to use the aura. Soon his muscles may atrophy. In order to heal the father, it was necessary to restore his raging mana stream. That's the only task akin to combing a hurricane. Isabel listened to the doctor's words echoing to her ears, as if from the bottom of a deep well. Magical artifacts can help, said the doctor. Since then, she has been racing across the continent like an arrow, accompanied by her loyal guards. In desperation, the girl turned to the magic tower for help, but they refused her from the threshold, referring to the fact that their items are useless in such cases. Then she rushed through the continent, looking under every stone, but the search was in vain, and so she ended up at the edge of the earth. The tired traveler listened to the gossip and fables of the same vagabonds as she, until she got hooked on the legend about the tomb of the only King Yetta. Despite the fact that it was just a local legend, Isabel listened to them attentively. The girl grasped this story like a drowning man clutching at a straw. I began research, read the archives, and Isabel still found out that the grave existed. But rumors about her search reached her treacherous uncle. And there are no enemies worse than relatives. Isabel had to run and forgot about everything. Paul Weil was eagerly waiting for the moment to head the family, and now his older brother was sick, and the main heiress wandered around the empire. Then he sent killers after her to blame everything on a small road accident with a tragic end. The girl's lips trembled, but not from the fierce cold, but from anger at her uncle. Chen's cry broke her out of her thoughts. The guard told her to take cover and took out his sword. Before she knew it, the other knights stood beside her for protection. The mocking voices of the pursuers came from the side, and Chen stood up like a snarling dog. The 6th squad of Blue Wolves recognized their guard's coat of arms and the uniform of Paul White's elite knights. Despite the fact that Isabel was hiding, the killers had already heard her trail. Chen sharply swung his sword and shouted to the knights that they would pay for the death of his comrades Isaac and Zard. The guard persuaded his mistress to run, but she refused. Chen was her support, and Isabel could not just leave him. Then the guard squeezed her hand tighter. Chen risked his life to save her, otherwise his sacrifice would be in vain. Isabel understood everything, but the feelings inside took over. They had been together for too long. But it all ended faster than they could blink. Chen was lying under the boot of the scoundrel who was urging her to come out of hiding. The mistress had already been pushed far away by Chen, and the killer thrust the tip of the sword into the ego's back. How cruelly the young miss abandoned her faithful dog, the scoundrel laughed. Then it is worth ending the torture, he said and waved. She shouted stop and came out from behind the stone that served as her shelter. Isabel realized that she couldn't leave anyway. She could at least save her people, because they were not the target. With feigned regret, the leader of the scoundrels informed her that he had received an order to kill everyone. If she hadn't run for so long, so many innocent people wouldn't have died, said the scoundrel, and Isabel's breath caught. A pitiful sight, the killer sneered at her. Because of her, so many people died, and the young lady realized everything in vain. Everything would have ended like that, but an unfamiliar voice sounded nearby, and the knights and guards turned sharply at his sudden appearance. The faces of the killers could not be seen under their hoods, but he still understood everything. Elric put on the guise of an adventurer and smiled sweetly at the whole gathering. He sat on a tree like a wandering crow. The scoundrel in the cloak advised the madman to fly on and remain whole. But Elric, on the contrary, burst into the thick of events and jumped from the height of the fortress walls. The knight noticed the effect of magic and staggered away from the unknown enemy. Isabel was no less stunned by such an appearance and asked if they were all right. Elric froze in a ridiculous position after slipping on the ice. Now his intervention became even more strange. Magicians always land like this, the knights asked themselves and were confused. Elric shuddered with shame and rose sharply to his feet. He urgently needed to save the image of a hero. Isabel recognized this traveler. It was the same guy whom she and Chen considered missing a month ago when the Yetis attacked them. She could not allow one more person to suffer because of her and told him to leave. Not a single witness should survive, the knight dashed her hopes. Obeying the words of the captain, the assassins rushed towards the magician with black shadows. Pitiful scum do not deserve mercy, the hero told them. Breaking through, he whispered words of strength as the enemies jumped on him. Magic burst from his fingers in a mighty stream. In one moment, they found themselves in the middle of the freezing cold that was pierced by hundreds of thin needles. And then the killer turned to stone and crumbled to pieces. Everyone who saw this overwhelming power was horrified. The captain yelled at the remaining knights to attack until the mage cast his spells again. But the magician fearlessly approached them, as if he was not at all afraid of their sharp attacks. Ironically, heavy ice swords appeared in the air in front of them. Whether it was steel or flesh, the ice tore everything in its path. The knights trembled and panicked in search of salvation. They could not parry such an attack. One more wave of the magician's hand and their cries died down. Only one enemy remained. The captain of the knights was gasping for air with his mouth open in fear. Only now he wondered who was in front of him, and did the magician know who they were? The sorcerer smiled mercilessly. He didn't care what mistress the dead knight served. He ordered the captain to kneel down. Isabel hid behind a tree. The second guard took Chen, and together they watched the fight from afar, rather from the slaughterhouse. It is dangerous to approach this magician, the girl realized. The captain of the knights gathered all his strength for a dash and swung his sword. Elric noticed that his movements were indeed very fast. Isabel yelled at the wizard to stay away. Elric did so, applied a strengthening spell and broke the distance in 2 jumps. And then he struck with a split spell and raised an even palisade out of the ice. But the sharp teeth did not stop the captain of the knights. He dodged this direct attack. His aura-enhanced sword cut his way to the wizard. But when he already thought that he had reached the enemy, a thick block of ice grew in front of him, which the sword did not take but bounced off with a sound. Elric gloatingly ran his hand through his hair and grinned as he toyed with an enemy whom he outmatched in both attack and defense. The killer realized that there was an insurmountable rock in front of him and trembled with all his heart. The last shell fell from above and drove the scoundrel's head into the frozen ground. Elric didn't even look at his body. No one would have survived such a hit. The guards froze in indecision just because an unknown mage destroyed an entire squad of knights and didn't even break a sweat. Isabel was also surprised. The guy looked about her age. How could he be so strong, she asked herself. In terms of power, he was not inferior to Tasha Narister, but Isabel had never heard of such a wizard. Now that the fight was over, Elric let his feelings come to the surface. He remembered the people with whom he walked and whom he recognized. All of them were dead. The only thing left on the magician's face was deep regret that he had not come earlier. Mephisto tore him away from the pensive. Saved people were staring at the boy so intently that even he felt uneasy. But what can be done if the hero did not come up with an epic phrase for this scene and hesitated to answer? Meanwhile, the anxiety on the faces of the survivors reached its peak. "Long time no see," the insanely strong mage smiled shyly. However, Chen, despite his wounds, did not remove his hand from the sword. He relaxed early. Who knows what the dangerous wizard has in mind? Isabel answered first and knelt before the savior, a gesture of supreme power that only a nobleman could afford. Elric himself was surprised by such a reaction. A simple thank you would have been more than enough for him. But the young lady gestured to her guards to do the same, and they again thanked him for saving him. It wasn't every day that noble people knelt before him, so Elric begged them to stand up immediately. But this happened to the vain demon just in time. The girl got up and, without taking her pure lilac eyes from the magician, asked him for a favor despite the rudeness. Elric hesitated, and then Isabel grabbed his hand and asked him to serve her for a fee. A small sun flashed in her hand and played with rays in the magician's emerald eyes. The full moon illuminated the way for travelers as well as the sun. A carriage drawn by a pair of horses creaked along the road. Guard Chen was the coachman. The 3 inside kept a tense silence and did not know what to say. But despite all his efforts, Elric could not hide his oppressive greed. The demon growled at him to try better. But what can be done if a gold coin in his pocket warmed his chest more than the sun? This is not just a coin, but a blue lion cast from gold of the highest grade. It was pleasantly dragging the hand to the ground. So Elric understood that before him were the ladies of the Weil family, although he did not delve much into the noble families. This origin explains the elegant features of the beauty, which have not faded even from a long journey. A lifeless flower of the Weil family, Isabel was beautiful and noble enough to claim the role of crown princess. But she was rejected, because the evil rumor called her a lifeless flower only because she was not born with special talents. A lion without sharp fangs and claws is more frightening than a formidable predator. Rumors reached the walls of the Euston Academy that after the breakup of the engagement, Isabel became a recluse in the ancestral castle, and now this noble girl obediently waited for his answer. Elric introduced himself under the false name Rick and bowed politely in her direction. It was an honor for him to meet such a noble person. Isabel was embarrassed. She did not consider herself worthy of a high name, and then the wizard, with a smile on his face, wished her to be more confident in herself. These words caused a blush to flare up on her pale cheeks, and the noble maiden was even more embarrassed because his words sounded sincere. Elric decided to return to the main thing and asked about hiring. The lady had nothing else to offer him. But she asked him to accompany her to the imperial capital, despite Chen's objections that their mission was not yet complete. Continuing the search would only ruin itself because of greed, Isabel said. First, she had to deal with her uncle. Looking at the coats of arms of the slain again, Elric realized that he had intervened in a family feud, which was quite common in those days when the external enemies of the empire were defeated. Elric thought, He was told about Herman's illness because it was similar to his blocking disorder. Helping the head of a great family in a difficult moment is the same as making him your debtor. A selfish thought flashed into the wizard's head. If the revived house of Melvingorov becomes an ally of the Blue Lions, the picture will turn out beautiful in the eyes of society. Isabel anxiously looked at the guy who was quietly whispering under his breath and grinning greedily. Seeing his hitch, the young lady decided that such a fee was not enough considering the wizard's skills, and offered twice as much after arrival. Elric turned away from his plans and looked at the golden sun in his hands. She took his long silence as a refusal and wanted to return the fee. But with unexpected enthusiasm, the magician firmly grasped her hand and agreed to accompany the dear client. So they ended up in the cramped cabin of the crew and involuntarily listened to the dull screeching of the wheels. Mephistopheles was perplexed as to why the boy agreed to work for money, because countless treasures lay in the family shelter. The demon hardly understood the need for people to drink food and blood. Right now, Elric didn't have a penny in his pocket. He was lucky that he could talk to the ghost with the help of voice transmission, spending only a fraction of mana. Mephisto was simply tired of boredom, then taught this technique to a young man who could be understood for hundreds of years as he languished in solitude. No wonder he was so exhausted by the spell of silence, the wizard laughed. Isabel looked anxiously at her eccentric companion, who was staring out the window and periodically grinning. But the guy didn't say anything. Maybe he wasn't happy at all that he was hired, the lady doubted. But still she needed his help. If Uncle Paul sends his elite knights after her, she will not have a chance to win. Their carriage drove non-stop all night. Paul White's castle was an indestructible fortress, whose towers scratched the sky and allowed to see the entire domain around. Despite the late night, light poured from the narrow loopholes. Before the Duke, a man bowed to the ground on his knees. He brought bad news and knew what was waiting for him, but still hoped for the mistress's mercy. He was indeed merciful, but in his own way, the Duke's hand grabbed the sword with an imperceptible movement. The servant's head rolled away like a game ball. The Duke was already thinking about where Isabel could go. The servants carried the body and reported to the hostess that the niece had left the ice peaks, and judging by its direction, its path lies to the capital. The leader of the squad of Blue Wolves, Hilton, stepped forward. He knew that Isabel would most likely try to contact the Duke. A pitiful and stupid girl hopes for negotiations. The Duke sneered contemptuously and returned his sword to its scabbard. They only have one chance, the Duke told them menacingly, and the knights fell to their knees. The will of the mistress is the law. After a long journey, Isabel kept pecking her nose until Chen finally told them that they had arrived in Lacent. The city was a castle on the way to the capital, tall, thick towers made of white stone. A triple perimeter of walls, temples, and mills gave it a majestic appearance. They stayed on the road for 2 days without stopping for the night. They only changed horses and raced as if the devil himself was chasing them, so that their bodies were thoroughly stiffened, and Isabel was glad to rest. Even Mephisto was glad to stop, feeling that his ghostly body had taken the form of a cockpit. Elric smiled. It was the demon's own fault that he was riding uphill all the way. However, at the gate they noticed a guard of knights in blue uniform with a lion emblem on it. Dark-cloaked figures carefully inspected each traveler and their cargo despite their protests. Their captain entrusted this task to the second squad of Blue Wolves. What surprised the knights was that they considered the return of the niece a capitulation. It is surprising that the elite had to be raised for this. Hilton cut off the traitor's hesitation with a swing of his sword. The team always acts as one, he told the others. Elric was worried that there was not much time left for preparation, and the grim faces of the elite knights had already noticed the crew that had clearly been on the road for a long time and arrived at the northern gate. All the travelers were worried. Isabel knew that they would be waiting, but did not think that it would be so fast. Chen suggested that they go back. But the young lady refused. It was already late. They should have explored everything first, but the fugitives hoped to slip through without losing time. But now their hopes were dashed because the knights were already pointing fingers at them. Isabel offered to sneak out of the carriage unnoticed, but then the magician said in a calm tone that there was no need for this. Transformation. He spoke words of power. The young lady shuddered at the terrible sight. They were driving through night elephants who looked directly at them and could rush at any moment. Fortunately, Elric's illusion magic worked flawlessly, and the carriage entered the garden. Here they were awaited by narrow and elegant fortress streets with rich benches, guilds of seekers and taverns. Isabel wondered in amazement what kind of magic it was, and Elric explained that he simply put on a fragile shell of illusion. The noble lady politely thanked him for saving him, and on this they decided to part for a while. Rick wanted to settle his affairs, and the girl needed rest. On the way, Mephisto grumbled that the boy could simply finish off all the enemies, but the wizard decided to be careful because he did not know the exact number of enemies. The demon snorted. All these were just excuses for his laziness, and studied the benches with food with interest. In any case, wasn't the boy supposed to rush to the academy? The ghost wondered. Of course, even if so much time has passed, the past has not been forgotten. But first it was necessary to find out what was there with Barrack before touchingly reuniting. Elric smiled. The demon was not envious of the person targeted by this madman, but his gaze involuntarily fell on the playing children. Someone was a magician, someone a knight, and an archer. Even such a scum oozed something similar to mana. The ghost was surprised. The aura chain. The demon did not catch her appearance, said the wizard. In ancient times, mana was available only to selected magicians, but then a way was discovered that even ordinary people could absorb it with their bodies. Mages use circles of power in their hearts. At the same time, martial arts masters strengthen their bodies by wrapping themselves in chains of mana. The power of magicians is determined by the number of circles in the heart. 6 for a magician, 7 for an archmage, and 8 for a saint. Warriors are divided into ranks according to the number of links. From 1 to 5, for example, Lady Isabel has only 1 link, and she is a novice knight. Usually there are 5 of them. But there was one person who went beyond these limits. Elric spoke up. The Golden Lion, the strongest creature on the continent, according to legends. Mephi snorted contemptuously again. People always think about themselves as a bride. But Elric objected that the name was a match for the owner. The Golden Lion is equal in strength to the progenitor of the Melvingers, said the boy when they arrived at the place. The demon's eyes glittered with excitement. The story of the great warrior fueled his ego's thirst for battle. Elric ran his eyes over the newspaper headlines in the kiosk. The old bald raven again thought of something. The first thing the wizard bought up all the newspapers for the last month was to get up to speed. The flattering dog Rivern again licked the boots of the future dean. He was still unable to get into the hospital guarded by the Narister family. All Barak's hopes were connected with the rights to the dragon's nest. If he received them, he would definitely be chosen as the dean of the academy. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Rivern diligently polished his master's boots with cheap flattery. At the same time, Sean Narister had been besieging the royal hospital in an empty ward for a month. He was pressured from all sides. Sean took the side of the boy who did not even graduate from the academy and opposed the famous professor. He was considered a traitor. A nervous laugh came from the red-haired boy's mouth. Most of all, his sister, who came here every day, twisted his hands more than anyone. And it's been a month now, and his best friend still hasn't deigned to appear. Sean looked worse than a homeless rag from the market. But he long ago decided for himself that he would see the matter through to the end. Once he bet everything on one horse, there was no second choice. Judging by the number of vile custom slurs directed at Elric and his friends, it was not easy for Sean to understand that the magician was reading the press. The old raven skillfully manipulated public opinion by portraying nobility itself. Elric smirked gloatingly. The higher the bald crow flies, the more painful it will be to fall, thought the wizard. But Sean clearly needed support. But before Elric decided this question, the evening darkness was dispersed by a bright flash outside the window. The rolling shockwave caused the glass in the windows to tremble. The mage and the ghost nervously looked outside. From the street came the alarming ringing of bells and desperate cries. It is easy to imagine the horror of people who are locked in a solid stone shell filled to the top with wooden houses where there are few wells and water storage. During the day, the young lady and her guards went to an inconspicuous hotel. They simply did not have the funds for a luxurious residence. Chen was worried about their new companion, even though he had saved them and clearly did not serve her uncle. He could have been sent by someone else. Isabel shared his suspicions. After so many months of persecution and betrayal, it is difficult to trust people again. There is meaning in his words, the young lady admitted. But still she rejected his doubts about Rika. It's the same as doubting her own decisions. For the first time, their mistress spoke so authoritatively and confidently, and the guards were surprised. Even through the illusory mask, Isabel saw the magician's sincerity and believed him. However, now he was a simple mercenary. Chen objected again. The young lady's face brightened. She said, "It doesn't mean anything. Rick helped them from the very beginning without expecting a reward. As soon as the magician found out what kind she was from, his face changed. Taking into account the shaky status of her house, he lowered his status. Now the guards realized that Rick agreed to the reward so as not to expose them in a pitiful way. The young lady's beautiful face, touched with a light blush, was illuminated by a bright flash. And then a flame burst into her room. The city looked as if a dragon had pounced on it. Flames tormented its streets with their claws. Thick coal clouds of smoke rose into the sky from all sides, and the glow was visible for hundreds of miles. The scroll with the magic of the fourth circle was worth its money. The captains of the Blue Wolf detachments, Simon and Beskov, watched with satisfaction as the flames and fear spread through the fortress. Simon frankly enjoyed the fun. He paid a round sum for these scrolls. Beskov frowned. He did not like this plan, but according to the second, he would not lure the young lady away and eliminate her. Knowing Isabel's character, she will run to save people, and in the chaos of a fire, everything can be done quickly. He told Simon to be on the lookout for 3 opponents, and there could be a magician among them. Simon carnivorously licked himself and advised his associate not to inflate the problem. Even he could kill everyone from the 6th squad with his eyes closed. When the flame flared up properly, they gave the order to the knights to find her and take her alive, to kill all the others. Isabel woke up on the floor to the heavy, acrid smell of the fire and called Chen and Ed. She did not understand what was happening and almost could not see anything because of the smoke. The hotel almost collapsed from the explosion. Screams of wounded and panicked people could be heard from the street. Women's voices and calling their children. They rushed like chickens in a henhouse at the sight of a bald man. That's what her uncle wanted. Isabel was horrified by a waking nightmare when she was called again. The new explosion threw the girl aside and almost burned her to the ground. Chen shouted from under the rubble of the walls, urging her to flee the city immediately. But instead of fear, she was filled with rage because of her own powerlessness. The girl tightly gripped the hilt of the sword that was lying next to her. She wanted so badly to resist the scoundrels and save all these people, but she had neither the strength nor the skills to stop them. And yet she got up. Rick told her that she was more than worthy of her family, and the girl did not want to give up. A new flash of light was rapidly approaching, and Isabel strode toward it, raising her sword. Gray hair fluttered in red-hot streams of heat, and lilac eyes overflowed with determination to fight to the last. The echo of a new blow swept through the narrow streets of the fortress. Isabel squinted tightly against the bright light, but the pain did not follow. When she raised her eyelids, it was as if she saw snow, as if winter had come to La Senta from the far northern peaks. A blizzard instantly fell on the houses engulfed in flames around them. The air rustled from the strong frost, and in an instant the deadly fire subsided. The girl breathed in the winter in amazement and could not believe her eyes. He stood in front of her in the bright glare of the ice fragments that covered everything around him. The wizard didn't say anything and rushed forward, untamed like a blizzard. What kind of knights are killing civilians? He was horrified by the sight he saw under the snow. In the dark corners of his soul, a demon smiled. It was difficult to get the good guy out of himself, but now he was engulfed in anger, like the fire that the scoundrels started. Elric flew to the roof of the old mill and easily found his numerous enemies gathered in the square. "It seems there are more of them than before, and they are stronger," smiled Mephistopheles. The wizard looked around. The streets were crowded with alarmed citizens who left their homes and ran to the gates. He had to fight so as not to hurt them. The demon offered to drop everything and run away. "Noblesse oblige, the position obliges," answered Mag. "That's why in every war the Melvingers went into battle at the tip of a spear." His emerald eyes flashed ominously. Elric made himself known, showed his strength. The air around him was electrified with mana. Simon scratched his head in displeasure. Their opponent was a strong magician, possibly from a magic tower, which promised trouble. Beskov knew all the members of the tower, but he saw this wizard for the first time. The knights decided to get rid of the mistress and run away so that nothing else would happen. Meanwhile, a few blocks from Elric, Isabel remained alone. The girl heard footsteps and rose to her feet. But her uncle's killers have already jumped on her. At the same moment, the magician appeared next to her like a thunderbolt in the middle of a clear sky and offered her his hand. Despite the desperate situation, the lilac-eyed girl did not lose her determination. Elric wandered around the garden like a hare, leaving a trail of fiery serpents behind him. He easily carried fragile Isabel in his arms. There were about 40 enemies. With his inner vision, the magician saw how the dogs followed the trail. First, they had to be gathered in one deserted place. After several jumps, he allowed himself to be driven into a corner, and the hunters blew their whistles. But then Elric turned into a fiery phoenix bird and disappeared in a flash of flame. The sorcerer easily bypassed the killer's curtains, and Isabel kept screaming at his sudden movements. It was worth giving due. The knights deftly swung over the walls and roofs of houses, and did not lag behind them. But in an instant the girl disappeared from his hands. The hunters drove him to a small closed square with a fountain and surrounded him from all sides. Simon put his crooked sword on his shoulder. He stepped forward and asked where the girl was. For the first time he hunted a mage. "What a fool!" exclaimed the magician, as if he could take it and tell it like that. "But what else do they expect from a pack of rabid bastards?" Elric smirked. The knights flashed with chains of aura, so that the guy had to close his eyes. He spent a lot of mana to put out the fire in the city. Fortunately, after absorbing the seal of the Yetta, the mana reserve in the dragon's heart increased, but the body may not be able to withstand the increased load. There, in the shelter of the Melvingers, he could afford the luxury of dying again and again, but now any mistake could be the last. 40 people who act harmoniously despite the fact that their opponent is one person. Elric decided that the first thing to do would be to finish off their insolent leader and took out a battle axe. But before he got close to the captain, he was met by 2 sharp attacks from his knights. Because of the long run, the mage became sluggish and could barely keep up with the knights. Mephisto did not miss the chance to find out if he really defeated the Ice Queen. The last lunge drove the sword into the wall next to Elric's face. "What kind of fool thinks life is like a game Otto prepared for his offspring?" laughed the ghost. The guy told him to shut up if he didn't want to help, and at that moment the captain of the knights attacked him himself, forcing everyone to stand up. Simon sneered at the mage who had run out of his bright magic once he got into close combat with the knights. Elric lunged, but the knight parried both attacks. "And that's all he can do," Simon got excited and laughed. The crooked scythe of the ego cut no weaker than the axe. Elric was already suffocating from the multitude of movements and could feel himself weakening. A bright flash blinded the area as the mana collided with the aura again. The wizard slowly backed away in a thick haze of final smoke, until he rested his back against the wall, pressed like a driven animal. "It's time to finish." Simon snapped his tongue again, but then the darkness of the night was dispersed by the red flash of a flare. Simon carelessly looked around at the world, thinking that the enemy was no longer terrible. "They had been gathering for a long time," the wizard whispered, and everyone was thrown back by a wave of force. The magic circle cut through the stone tiles like a snowdrop and filled the entire square. "Witch tricks again!" Simon chirped alarmedly. But with all his guts he felt the power of this magic, as if a real dragon from legends had grown up in front of him. The captain shouted to the knights to kill the sorcerer before he cast the spell. He himself rushed after him. The magic circle, overflowing with power, burst. Ice cream. As if a glacier came down from the mountains, it tore through the square and bound everyone who was on it. Simon and his men found themselves in the grip of an icy tide. Until the last, they did not notice the trap. The ice slowly crept up to the face of the trembling bastard. "Don't even dream of a quick death," the mage whispered to him. 2 whistling blows separated the victim and the hunter, who had just switched roles. Beskov came in a moment, and his partner was seriously injured. The sorcerer frowned. He was already quite exhausted. The second squad of knights took up positions and surrounded him from all sides. Beskov understood that the enemy is not so simple. Without steel determination, he would not have lured everyone into a trap on the square. The magician should have felt himself in the west, but instead he smiled. After that, Beskov hesitated. The enemy might have other trump cards up his sleeve. He offered the stranger a deal, a life in exchange for a girl. The magician smiled again and answered the enemies that he had nothing to offer them for his life. A wave of freezing cold bit their faces. "Knights who refuse the code of honor do not deserve mercy," said Elric. Beskov was the first to attack and ordered everyone to strengthen their bodies with aura and maintain formation. "Dull. Put a magic spell on the crooked sword ego." But the violet clod of the curse was thrown away, and the boy hurriedly turned away. He prepared to blow away the enemy with air magic and chanted breakthrough. But this spell also worked weaker than Elric expected, and again he had to bow. Spells without the attribute of ice clearly failed the ego. The power of the seal of cruelty weakened them, he realized. But the seal itself was incredibly difficult to use. Elric got wet despite the coldness of his magic. He threw several razor-sharp crystals at the knights. Here in the middle of the city, the ice energy was weaker, unlike in the mountains where it was still whipping. The knights easily repelled his weak attacks, but the magician had already prepared a solution. Spears, several heavy swords from the ice rushed at the knights. They had only swords in their hands. They marched in tight formation and could only rely on them. Beskov shouted to everyone to block. As a captain, he was stronger than the other knights and repelled the attack. His crooked sword cut through the ice. With each step, the knight was getting closer to the magician. The ice crumb left small cuts on his skin from which blood oozed. Gathering all his strength, he burst forward. It was time to end this dance. But when Beskov turned around, he felt himself at the Festival of Ice Figures, one of those held in the winter in the north. Icing works even from a small touch. They miscalculated even when they decided to block everything. A deadly frost clung to his skin. "They won't be surprised," said the mage, looking him in the eyes. He just added a curse to the usual spell. The first commander made a mistake. "He shouldn't have sent only them," whispered Beskov. He wanted to utter his death threats, but Elric sent his head rolling down the bridge. He wished the killer a happy road to hell. A grimace of horror froze forever on the cursed knight's face. They took a position on the fortress wall and saw how a glacier grew in the middle of the city. Simon barely hid away, held his tail, and gave his men a scroll with a fiery rain spell from the sixth circle. Beskov bought the rest of the knights time, but they could not simply run away in disgrace. He ordered them to run until their feet were covered in blood and spread the flames throughout the city. And if that was not enough, let them cover their bodies with fire. Since they still don't know where the girl is, Let the whole city turn to ashes, whispered the madman. The demon and the man assessed the scale of the spells. Mephisto was delighted. He had not seen such a warm-up for a long time. They planned something beautiful, the demon whispered to the boy. As soon as he scanned everything with his inner gaze and the magician understood everything, he immediately soared into the sky like a bat. People are the only ones who can surpass demons in madness, laughed Mephisto. But they are so good at pretending to be good, he grumbled. Elric felt that there were 3 more enemies left, but he did not see a single one. But the scroll in their hands was much more important. The magic of the 6th circle will incinerate the entire city with its inhabitants. Elric was rushing like a black shadow, prowling like a dog that had picked up a trail. Too late, the madman whispered, laughing at the magician's efforts, the parchment quickly smoldering in his hands. The wizard didn't really have time, but Simon's hands suddenly separated from his body. Elric noticed this back in the northern mountains. But the girl is truly fearless. All this time she hid under the cover of a scroll of secrecy. All her life the girl considered herself weak and untalented, but only that she proved that she is capable of making one decisive swing. Sometimes you don't need to be super strong to save people. Lilac eyes looked fearlessly in the face of danger. The frost-bitten and armless bastard grabbed a dagger. "Freeze!" whispered the mage, locking the knight in ice. Elric held out his hand. He was quite tired of this battle. Simon laughed. He croaked with 2 more to go. And while the magician and Isabel are busy, Simon's subordinates are already in the right place. Although he defeated them, the blue wolves will not disappoint the master. The killer snorted. He reveled in his last revenge on the wizard in this world. But the guy just smiled sweetly. He already took care of everything. Elric knew that Isabel would take care of the enemy and calmly pursued the other 2. Before they parted, he managed to cast a spell and pierce the fallen knights. Now all their trump cards are beaten, he told the stunned criminal. It was just a joke. The scoundrel gritted his teeth. He refused to accept defeat. The dog without honor immediately began to beg the lady to spare her, because she has a kind heart. After all, they didn't want to kill her. They just wanted to scare her a little and escort her to Mistress Weil. The girl's tender hand only tightened her grip on the sword hilt. The shame of the Weil family can only be washed away with blood, she said, and swung her blade as she had done hundreds of times during training. Giving in to her feelings, she killed a man for the first time, not the best behavior for a noble lady, and the girl was embarrassed. But Elric didn't mind. Although Isabel assured her that she was all right, she was shaking from the shock of the night she had experienced. The mage stretched out his hand and shared the warmth, spent the rest of his strength, but it stopped shaking. Isabel asked to leave one prisoner alive. She had never felt this way before. The knights of the family shunned her, considering her untalented for the heiress of the family. She was considered only because her father's shadow covered the girl. Her uncle's blue wolves treated Isabel differently. Some despised her more, some less. Their piercing gaze always made her shiver. Contempt is what they rewarded her with. And now someone had to convey the words of the heiress of the family to Uncle Paul. Never before has this girl, as fragile as a lilac, declared so resolutely about her rights to the inheritance. But now she has a powerful ally behind her back. Finally, she understood that this was a borrowed power. Rick broke the ice and let the messenger go. I would like Isabel to have such strength as he has. Elric encouraged the young heiress with a gesture. She showed herself as she should. She will no longer feel sorry for herself. There are other ways to gain strength. Rick asked the girl what's next. Isabel answered cheerfully in Carnoy to build a new plan for his father. She was thinking of gathering the old vassals who were owed to her father and conscripting them into the fortress. Rick praised this wise decision. It would have been easier if the mage had joined her, but the pride of the Blue Lions prevented him from enlisting his support. They were in his debt anyway. Isabel did not want to leave like that and hesitated, and then the wizard handed her a bundle of letters. They were written in fine print, like a scientific thesis, she thought, as she looked down at the pages. The magician could not promise her anything, just that her father's illness was similar to his. But maybe he will cure him, said Rick and smiled encouragingly, and the girl's mouth escaped a surprised cry. Later they found Ed and Chen and the mage healed their wounds. Before explaining everything to them, he had to apologize for hiding his identity. The magician called his name and tore off the mask of illusions. Elric Melvinger, the current head of the ancient clan, Duke Shining Stars, appeared before them. This honorary title was given to his grandfather Euston, the Star Magician, immediately after the victory in the war with demons. The title is not owned, but one name was already worth a lot. Isabel recovered quickly. She was already shaken enough today. But shouldn't he be in the hospital now? Which the whole empire has been making noise about for a month now. Elric smiled. He had his reasons, but his ailments he was suffering from were real, he assured the girl. And now she was holding in her hands the method of treatment that he had developed after he had been cured himself. Isabel didn't know what to say and just fluttered her long eyelashes. She didn't know how to thank him. But the good wizard gently stroked her head, said that soon it would happen like that. Isabel allowed herself a moment of weakness and waited until the hand in her eye subsided a little. And then she smiled a strange smile and asked to let her serve him this time. "How about becoming a hero?" Isabel asked. Dawn had already broken over the destroyed city. All night long, people were helping the wounded and clearing the debris. Fortunately, there were not so many of them. "Now he has gained a formidable enemy," the demon grumbled quietly, but the mage just waved it off. It would have happened anyway. He had killed too many of Paul White's men for him to simply fall behind him. In addition, his magic is too noticeable, so when he returns to the academy, everything will become obvious. The people of Lassenty waved to him amiably and smiled despite their fatigue. Thanks to the help of the Blue Lions, the restoration of the ego at home will go faster. The demon smirked at his thoughts very well. The boy not only knew magic, but also turned out to be a good strategist. Elric waved to the residents in return. The mothers held the children they saved in their arms. They asked the wizard to stay with them for a little while longer. They were all sincerely grateful to him. Another person from the crowd came this morning to express his gratitude to him. Elric glanced at the guard and asked why the trace of guilt did not leave his face. Chen put his hand on his heart and tremblingly, as true knights do, vowed never to forget his kindness. Elric was embarrassed by these words, and the demon teased endlessly that everything this boy did was out of self-interest. The magician moved the arrows and asked the guard what he would do next. As a member of the Wild clan, he promised to help the residents of the city who suffered because of them, and then returned to the lady in Carnoy. "Great!" Mephisto grinned again. "They want not only to inflame the public mood, but also to spread the truth about her uncle." "The position obliges," Elric repeated mentally again as he said goodbye to the townspeople. "A pitiful excuse," snorted the demon when the mage left the garden in the rays of the warm daytime sun. "It's time to return to my alma mater," Elric thought, and headed to the academy. At the same moment, Rivern, the obliging rascal, bowed as low as he could. A little more, and he would surely have kissed his boots. Barrett croaked angrily and flapped his wings like an old raven because his henchman never got the rights to the nest. He threatened to remove even the young Professor Nerister from his post. Barak twitched his mustache nervously. Whether it was a bribe or a threat, Rivern could do anything but get the rights. "Move!" he barked, and the obedient dog disappeared from his office, slamming the door. There are only 3 days left until the dean's election, and if he doesn't get a research permit for Barak, it's all over. A late guest in his office waited until the newspapers with headlines hateful to the professor burned out. He smiled ominously as he stretched out more comfortably in his chair. Finally, the academy decided to cooperate with them. "And how do they intend to make him dean?" asked the old crow. The guest replied that all preparations have already been completed. Only the professor's consent is needed. But Barak repeated his question. The long-haired man with the snake face smirked again. If the professor doubts, they can make a deal with others, because he is not the only candidate for the role of dean. Barak could not allow this, so he asked what was required of him. "Nothing special," whispered the snake. "Just to support Siesta. These are trifles compared to the fact that he will become dean." That was more than enough. The guest grinned and disappeared like a ghost. Bastions made of gray stone rose above a wide river on the banks of which the capital of the empire was spread out. Rumors ran along its wide streets with cobbled bridges, numerous canals and bridges. They penetrated everywhere and especially liked to gather in places of food and playful drinks. The new hero of Lasenta stirred minds. The young wizard who saved the whole city from fire became the most discussed news before its main character arrived in this tavern. The vain demon was not without pleasure listening to the rumor. Little people immediately lose their heads when it comes to heroes and exploits. Elric fidgeted in his chair embarrassedly. He just went to taste the capital's food, because he hadn't eaten good food in a long time. After all, he asked Isabel to keep this matter under wraps, but he stood his ground. The glory of a hero is the best way to win the hearts of citizens. She promised to create a solid foundation for him by the time Elric announced himself to the world. The patrons of the establishment endlessly washed the bones of the magician and the young noble maiden. All this provided fertile ground for their imagination, and the story of the hero turned into a romantic drama. Of course, thanks to this, his name thundered in the capital, but the modest guy decided to have lunch in another, quieter place. Elric stretched tiredly. Isabel's talents had served him well, and he hoped that she had successfully reached Carnoy. The guy turned to call his eternal companion with him, but at the same second someone's fist shone right into his eyes. The attack was so powerful that it raised a hurricane, and only the cat's reflexes saved the wizard from being hit. Residents and guests of the capital all looked in amazement at the source of the noise. Troubled times have come. Some thought that White's people decided to stage a pogrom here. Elric stared in amazement at the daredevil who attacked him right in the middle of the city, but then he caught the familiar smell of mana. The joke went too far, the fair-haired boy said and smiled. "Stand still and take at least one blow," said the guy, after everything he had to go through. This is a fair payment, he thought. His eyes flashed with righteous anger. The third son of the Narrister family was seriously determined to punish the ungrateful friend who betrayed him. Nice to see you too, dear friend, Elric said, and opened his arms for a hug, diffusing the tense atmosphere. After that, he couldn't be angry anymore, and they sat down in a cafe to pass a glass in honor of the meeting, of course at Sean's expense. During the wanderings, Elric never regained his conscience. Sean agreed, but immediately returned the second shot, asked how things were going with the heiress of the Weil clan. When the waiter came, they placed the order, and Elric smiled sheepishly. Of course, Sean caught his unusual smell of mana, but patiently waited for his friend to tell everything, and in the meantime offered to eat. They clinked glasses of fizzy drink and exchanged a few more mutual kisses, as is customary among friends. And then they got down to business. Sean prepared everything exactly as Elric had asked in his note before leaving, but he wasn't sure if their idea would catch on. Now he had two tasks: to take revenge on Beric and to declare himself as loudly as possible. Sean complained that Carl's servant is not easy now, and only then he remembered the red-haired witch and was horrified because the rumors must have reached her. Sean shuddered because of rumors of a dragon fan. There was a commotion in the Naristerov house in the capital, despite the late evening. Tasha has just learned that the rights to excavate the nest have been transferred to the academy and personally to Bar Kaka from the Faculty of Elementary Magic. Even yesterday, public opinion was not on the professor's side, but everything changed overnight. Hanaba's maid read the headlines of the morning papers that reached her before the newsstands. It was strange, thought Tasha. Even under the pressure of 6 magical families, her father would not give up the right to the nest. Tasha asked what Sean was saying, but the maid replied that the young master was silent. This was also at odds with his previous actions. Earlier, the brother talked about their friendship every now and then. But now he's quiet, thought the fiery witch. Dressed like lightning, Tasha decided to change her destination. In the end, the rights to the excavations belonged neither to the academy nor to her family. So it's time to see the two little scoundrels. Dean of the Magic Academy is a title that does not sound very impressive, but this position has an extremely symbolic meaning. The Dean of the Academy has his influence in political and academic circles, and his position is equivalent to the head of 6 families or the captain of the Imperial Knights. And today, a lot of people gathered at the Academy for the election of a new dean. The huge amphitheater of the Academy for general lectures was full of people. The old Raven barracks scattered with false joy opening the solemn meeting. He did not forget to mention himself and the dragon's nest. And then he immediately moved on to campaigning, promising new achievements and speaking as confidently as if the Academy was already in his hands. Sean snorted in displeasure. The conceited professor began his speech before all the candidates had gathered. Sean was still worried. Even though his brave friend had thought it through, Barrick's influence on the other professors was enormous. The scoundrel did not hesitate to use direct bribery. A man with a snake face walked past Barrick and congratulated him on a good performance, flatteringly calling him the director. The old grunt immediately declared that such flattery was useless, and he decided to cooperate with them anyway, but did not hide that he was enjoying the moment. On the face of the old crow flashed a scornful scowl. As soon as he gets the position, he won't need these bastards. Soon he will be on an equal footing with the members of the hexagram. Why should he have an organization without patronage? And although he thought so, an ominous shadow also crossed the face of his temporary ally. Long and boring pre-election speeches of other candidates followed, but they lacked enthusiasm and belief in victory. Sean looked at the dean's chair, on which the Melvinger coat of arms symbolically burned, an owl holding a book as a symbol of wisdom and knowledge. But suddenly, like a phoenix bird, his sister burst into the assembly hall. Respected professors grumbled that only members of the hexagram families could enter their zone. In spite of their grumbling, Tasha declared that she was taking the role of head today, instead of her father. As no one else, the girl was aware of what was happening and smiled slyly, so Sean, who was sitting in the sector for ordinary teachers, shuddered. Another person approached the pulpit and asked for everyone's attention, and the fiery maiden made it clear that she was silent. Sean involuntarily looked away from his sister, not understanding what she was up to. Everyone who had the right to vote for the election of the dean had a crystal with information about the candidates. Rivern announced that after that they could choose one of them and vote. Barrick twitched his mustache nervously. Everything will be decided now. He made many promises for which he must be held accountable. The deal included most of today's representatives. He was impatiently waiting for the results to be announced and imperceptibly fidgeted on his chair. Rivern began to read the result, mentioning that the Melvinger family was absent from the voting. Barrick frowned and clenched his hands tightly, and a lustful gleam appeared in his eyes. But before the name was pronounced, a man in a torn road coat shouted, "Enough!" and his voice broke the tense silence of the hall. People turned to look at the source of the noise. Tasha quite smiled. She did not regret coming to this performance. Inside the barrack, Everything seemed to come to an end when a late guest announced himself as the head of the Melvinger clan, the Duke of the Shining Star. "He came here to exercise his right to vote," said Elric, piercing his sworn enemy with a sharp look. There was murmuring in the rows of spectators, as if someone had disturbed a hive of bees. "The very scum of the Melvingers who were in a coma," they whispered. Under the flashes of the cameras, Elric slowly rose to the lectern. He walked slowly and confidently, so that everyone had time to realize who was in front of them. The old bald crow caught his breath and the pig's eyes narrowed in surprise. The indignant roar of the teachers became louder. How can an ordinary intern make such a mess at the dean's election? Elric threw off his cloak like an old skin and appeared before everyone in an expensive suit. He reprimanded them for ignoring the laws of the Empire. As the head of the clan, he had every right to take the place of honor. Barrack controlled himself as best he could, and in a hoarse voice congratulated the guy on his recovery, but objected that the voting had already ended. But Elric did not answer him, but looked at the dog Riverna, who was standing behind the lectern, according to the laws of the Academy. If a candidate arouses suspicion, one can vote again. "Everything is possible as long as the majority of voters see the need for it," Elric said, and stepped towards the professor's chairs. Passing by Riverne, he gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder, which Barrack did not hide from. And then, turning to the entire assembly, the young duke announced his suspicion to Professor Barrack in the forgery of documents, and also accused him of an attempt. Barrack met his words with a stone face, but his nostrils involuntarily widened, and he began to hiss like a boiling kettle. Mastering his voice, the professor loudly declared that these are serious charges and they require proof. Once he decided to participate in the elections as the head of a great family, he must follow the rules, the professor said. Elric listened attentively to what other move the old raven would make. The professor turned to the others and asked them if they supported the baseless accusations of head Melvin Garoff. The professor's cloudy eyes turned into thin slits. The impudent boy would not come without a trump card up his sleeve. But the result will be the same, Barrack thought confidently. There was a nervous silence. To openly support the boy means to challenge the professor who can become the dean. But if the boy turns out to be right, then you can expose yourself as an accomplice of the criminal. Everyone took a waiting position, and no one spoke. Then Barrack asked the young duke, "What now?" "There is no hurry," Elric calmly answered him. "They have time to listen to the professor's words." In the wizard's hands appeared a purple crystal that is used for negotiations, from which Barrack's voice was clearly heard. His words were recorded, in which he actually confessed to his conspiracy against Elric in order to take away the rights to the excavations and the family medallion. Elric smiled triumphantly. Contrary to the professor's words, he prevented the great discovery in every way and wanted to take it away all the time. A drop of sweat ran down the swollen face of the old crow. "Are the accusations so baseless?" asked the assembled young Melvinger. The professor was shaking with anger and tension. He called all the guy's words a lie. To which Elric surprisingly stated that a mana-blocked man could hardly pull off a magic trick to fool so many people. The professor really recognized the layer. It was the same layer for secret communication that he gave to Riverna. But how he got into the hands of the young man, Barrack was puzzled. The professor looked at the barking dog, but the vile traitor did not even look in his direction. Rivern asked everyone in the room to keep quiet while the discussion was going on. Last night, Rivern fell into the clutches of the Narrister family guards. Elric thought that the professor had sent him. But it turned out that Rivern showed up on duty and is waiting for Melvinger to recover in order to give him something. In the last few days, Barrack looked more and more like a madman and demanded to solve everything, even though he himself was afraid of sticking his nose outside his cozy office. Riverna's soft character could not withstand the constant tension, and he could barely stand on his feet. Elric smiled. The sneaky Rivern served him well by saving the lair. They would have dealt with Barrack anyway, but the evidence makes everything easier. The barking dog made a note for insurance, and it seems that Elric saved him in the nest for a reason. Elric continued his accusatory speech. Professor Barrack assigned the rights to the nest, although they belonged to those who found it. His words sounded like a sentence to the old crow. These accusations were enough to remove his candidacy from the elections and start an investigation. Without excavation rights, all the agreements with Barrack became empty, and his accomplices instantly cooled to him. However, the story of the young duke also raised questions among the professors. It seems that the guy was cured of his illness. They said he was in a coma, but now he looks completely healthy, and they asked Tasha if she knew anything about it. The fiery witch smiled, amused at what was happening. She would like to know what was the matter, but Melvinger communicated only with her close brother. Barrack realized that he had already lost everything and stooped to an outright lie, declaring that the lair was a handiwork, and it was not the dean's chair, but his head that was at stake. He squinted his eyes in search of salvation like a cornered rat. Suddenly the old raven received another blow. His night guest who had promised patronage was now standing next to Sean Narrister. They were together from the very beginning, Barkak realized. The man next to Sean changed his face, and instead of a snake-like face, the family's servant Carl was looking at him. All this time, on Sean's orders, Carl fooled the professor, which was a good way to relieve his accumulated stress. Even Elric shuddered at such treachery. The professor's face took on a beastly grin, while Elric broke into a devilish grin. When the hall fell silent again, the young duke proposed to the assembly to proceed with the re-election of the dean. Then everything went like clockwork. Since Beric withdrew from the race, they easily chose the most agreeable and soft candidate. Even the first demon was impressed by such a reversal, watching how the impudent little man stretched out in the chair of the honored ancestor. The old raven seemed to tuck its tail and just walk away, the demon noticed, and asked if it was worth letting the enemy go so easily. Elric used the transfer of words on the professor and began to brazenly make fun of his baldness. Beric did not answer, and this only made the young duke more excited. Veins swelled on the professor's face, and he thought that he should personally strangle the little bastard when he had the chance. But better late than never. Ancient runes were heard in the hall, and purple lightning rushed towards the young duke. "How dare a brazen bastard mock him!" cried the mage of the 8th circle, exploding with anger. The hall was illuminated by the ominous purple light of Beric's magic, and the guests hummed again in alarm. They shouted to the young duke to run, but the boy stayed put. The floor of the hall cracked as if it had been struck by lightning, and a terrible rumble was heard. But the young duke deflected his blow with his magic. White blizzard, spell of the 5th circle. The teachers were surprised to find themselves under the blue dome. But the old raven did not stop there and read the ancient spell again. He threw many clumps of viscous darkness at the boy, but Elric deflected all of them. The gray-haired professor recognized the magic of the hero Lacenty. He read about it in the newspapers. Others were surprised that the young duke had deflected the 6th circle lightning spell. Everyone was deeply shocked by the fact that the shame of the Melvinger family, with its stupid character and mana blockage, was capable of such a thing. Elric smiled tensely. He thought he could handle Beric, but it was tiring to reflect the spells of the mage of the 7th circle. From the hands of the professor, the purple tree was again torn by lightning. But this time a purple discharge hit the pillar of flame, and the floor of the hall cracked again from powerful spells. The air of the amphitheater filled with heavy heat as Tasha Narrister unleashed her magic. She was the youngest mage of the 7th circle who had tamed the fiery phoenix. After her, all other professors and guards intervened in their battle. Any next action of Beric will be considered as terrorism, they warned. The heads of 6 large families and other voters were no less powerful than the evil professor. Such open enmity gave them a reason to suppress the ego by force. The professor froze. He was already thinking of giving up, but the boy laughed at him again. The young duke adjusted his suit and, without taking his devilish eyes off the professor, provoked him again. And he managed to hit Beric right in Elric's head. The deranged professor finally lost his mind and fell into a rage. The explosion of his spell raised a pile of dust and smoke and hid the cheeky boy. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that the young duke was lying on the ground unconscious, and Mephisto whistled admiringly, and he called himself the Lord of Demons. If this fair-haired demon was born in their family, he would definitely become a ruler. Thick chains of many restraining spells pounced on the mad professor, as if he had become a rabid animal. Rumors about this case spread around the capital with the speed of fire. They flew over the roofs and penetrated into the courtyards. In the minds of the listeners, 2 vivid events that happened one after the other were intertwined into one story. It was established that Elric Melvinger is the hero of Lacenta. From crowded taverns to luxurious restaurants and noble houses, everyone insisted only on this. Beric was expelled from the academy in disgrace for attempted murder, conspiracy, and blackmail, and was arrested. These news reached beyond the capital, reached Paul White. Unfortunately, the messengers did not survive this meeting. At the same time, in the ancestral castle of the Blue Lvives, the head Herman came to his senses. Sean read the laudatory newspaper headlines about his impudent friend, barely holding back his disgust. He couldn't stand it, and was outraged why he had to read it at all. Elric again played the role of the sick man. After he transferred the excavation rights to the Narristers, they took him under their wing. Sean grumbled indignantly that the reporters should know his real face, and asked Elric who had taught him this. The conceited idler got out of bed and declared that he had not been sitting idle for the last month, especially in Lacent. But then he remembered Isabel, and the fire of youth broke out on his face. Sean hoped that now everything would be smooth, but the friend answered evasively, "Who knows?" But so that he would not think, faithful Sean asked to leave it for the future. His father wanted to meet with him. Guy Narrister is Sean's father, one of the great sages of the 9th Circle, the strongest magician of this era. A genius among geniuses. Even Euston Melvinger wanted to make him his student. When they arrived at the Narrister residence the next day, Elric snorted indignantly. He certainly knew that his best friend was living well, but not to the same degree, and he was still complaining about money. It was asking for more, the guy thought, glancing around the Misty Hill Castle, which was the most real impregnable fortress. It was not for nothing that the Narrister family held the title of strongest in the Magic Tower, Elric thought as they approached the portal. But one day this title will belong to him, he smiled. The way to the chief's house took some more time while they climbed the mountain where the castle stood. Sean said that Elric's sister would be here too, and handed him the letter he had forgotten to give earlier because of all the commotion. The guy anxiously took the letter from his sister, whom he had not contacted for a long time, and began to read it. While he was at the Nerestorov residence, she asked him not to disturb his friends and to be ready for a meeting, and if he ran away, he would die. Elric instantly broke out in a cold sweat. If he was afraid of anyone in this life, it was his strict sister. Mephisto looked at the boy in surprise. It seemed that their family had its own king of demons, since he was trembling so much from fear. Sean comforted his friend as best he could. His sister was an angel in the flesh, if she didn't cause problems, and she worked hard so that his brother got into the academy and studied for 7 long years. Elric thanked him for his kind words, but if only Sean knew her true nature, he wouldn't have said that. Sean, like no one else, knew what a troubled sister was. You wouldn't call a person a witch just like that, he smiled. Since she was declared a genius, she became simply unbearable, he admitted, not noticing Tasha over his shoulder at all. After a little scolding of the younger brother, they followed Tasha to their father's house. Elric thanked for his help at the academy, but the witch knew that he himself would have handled such a trifle. Sean immediately pricked his sister, why she was helping him not out of noble impulses. They began to fight like real relatives, and Elric was not without pleasure watching this scene. While they were walking, Tasha warned him that in this place there are special traps from which even an average magician will not get out so easily. But when they turned around, Elrica had already evaporated. The transition happened so quickly that he did not even notice it. The guy was a little confused, not understanding what was happening and where everything had gone. Even Mephisto got lost somewhere. In a difficult moment, there was no help for him. He was walking in pitch darkness to an unknown place, until a reddish eye lit up in front of him. An incredibly strong magic combining all the elements manifested itself. Elric studied for a long time the intricacies of the strange magic that skillfully combined so many different spells. And then the whole space was filled with a thick, acidic fog, and he heard someone's voice calling him. Someone is watching him, Elric thought, and turned. A voice asked him if he recognized the magic he was looking at. Elric was alarmed that the trap he had fallen into belonged to someone no less than the level of an archmage. The voice called to him again, asking why the guy didn't answer. But there was no point in answering. He was a guest of the Nerestorovs, so he could pretend that he didn't know anything. The fog began to swirl around his legs. The speaker understood that the guy wanted to get out. Green emeralds shone proudly, Mist, he said. In the dark, an old man with white hair and bandaged hands sat in a meditation pose. The old man could no longer see what was happening in his fog, as if the boy had used his ego to hide. If he had not been prevented, Elric would have deciphered the magic for sure, but now he will have problems if he just stands there. "Are you leaving already?" a voice asked him, and the ground gave way from under his feet. Sean stared into the fog in bewilderment and asked Tasha if she should call her father. "The true palace of the Blue Mist was opened," said a voice behind them. Guy Narrister stared menacingly at his offspring and wanted to know what was happening. Even at home they addressed him as master, not father. Elric had disappeared before they entered, they told Lord Narrister. Looking at the seal of the fog, he immediately understood that his cousin had a hand in it. "Perhaps the disease has worsened again?" Lord Narrister sighed heavily. Sean squawked like a frightened chicken that they couldn't leave everything so easily. After all, his friend was the head of the Melvinger clan. He was very worried about his desperate friend, but he heard only a soft laugh. Tasha smiled sheepishly, thinking only that her troubled brother was worried about someone besides himself. She liked this beginning of the era of the Duke of Shining Star, and Lord Narrister agreed with her. He also wanted to know how strong young Melvinger was. The pink fog was replaced by a landscape of mountains. Elric again did not understand where he was. Elric put up a defense before the spell reached him. That Otto, that Mephistopheles, for some reason, he was constantly surrounded by troubled old men. Clenching his teeth, he tried to resist the onslaught of mana with different elements, which was dominated by the wind attribute. A hot June wind full of fire turns water into steam, so that a light, cool breeze gathers it together in a veil of fog. The fog is so dense that it exerts a strong pressure. Elric thought that this old man could summon a typhoon. Although he did not seek to hurt him, he clearly provoked him, and the boy decided to unravel this magic as soon as possible. Back in Licente, he felt that all his magic was weak without the attribute of ice. Then he decided to use the method of transmutation of mana and wind and apply it to his ice. He went further and changed the circulation of mana that connected the soul and seals as then in the battle with the knights. Elric tried to use other elements together with ice and strengthen them. His hands radiated the pure blue light of the northern ice. The fog around the magician began to move. Mana seethed in the dragon's heart. And then there was a surge of power that rolled in like a tsunami. The demon's ego seal filled with bright light. And at the same second, Elric ran away. He appeared in the same place from which he disappeared. The brother and sister stared at him with stunned expressions. It would take a mage of the sixth circle a day to get out. Even Tasha spent several hours on this trap, while Elric managed it in less than an hour. The demon noticed that the power of Yetta's seal had increased. This high-level magic impressed Mephisto, but the boy not only escaped from it, but also managed to steal it. Guy clapped his hands. He still had to go to the dean's election, he said, and came closer. Not long ago, this tomboy was suffering from a blocking illness, and now before Lord Narrister stood a mage of the sixth circle. Listening to the surprised exclamations of Sean and Tasha, the young duke frowned. He then formally greeted Lord Narrister, and they shook hands. Without a shadow of regret in his voice, the lord asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The young duke smiled and politely said that it was an interesting experience. After that, the lord invited him to the house. The unfortunate fog cleared, and Elric was able to see this luxurious mansion, worthy of the emperor himself. Sean hurried his friend and said that the whole family was already waiting for him, and the guy thought for a second. He did not remember the last time he was with his family. Castle Carnoy stood strong under the onslaught of cold winds. Its sharp towers now and then hurt these vagrants, which is why they whistled offendedly above the roofs. After many days of being bedridden due to illness, the Blue Lion woke up and stood up. Isabel was the first to throw herself on her father's neck and hug him tightly, just like in childhood. Let them lie bound by the disease, remembering everything, how none of the doctors could help him. Then patting his beloved daughter on the head, Herman asked how she managed. The girl admitted, wiping her tears, that Sir Elric had helped her in this, and on this behalf he experienced a vague anxiety, like any other father who has a grown-up daughter. Despite his long illness, Herman got out of bed the same day. How could he continue to cool down? Besides, he really wanted to see this talented guy, even if he had to cross the continent. For the first time in a long time, he put on his knight's armor. He once again shone with vigor and energy, as if 20 years younger. Meanwhile, in the castle of his brother Paul, the knights were on their knees in the hope that the anger of the mistress would bypass them. The master nervously drummed on the side of his throne. Isabel ran away. His wolves are dead. The hated brother has returned from the other world. And the only surviving knight just exploded before his eyes. And all this is the work of one magician, the lord hissed furiously. Hyson assumed that a curse was placed on the body of the unfortunate, and he reported to the lord that Herman had left the castle with a group of hawks and wanted to meet with young Lord Melvinger. The wolf of the Weil family smiled with the corners of its lips. The lion weakened, since he did not go to him first, but galloped off to collect his vassals. Melvinger's brother and chick should not meet, the lord ordered in a cold tone. He lived only because he had this mark, Paul reminded the trembling knight. Elric could not get used to the luxury of this palace. He was more like the work of a jewelry doll's house. Sean pushed his ego and went forward. A grumbling demon behind his back asked if Gaius Narrister was human. Elric looked nervously at Mephisto and mentally asked, "Isn't it a demon?" Fortunately, the evil spirit didn't mean that. And yet he was puzzled how the poor little man, not even of the Melvinger family, could reach such a level. And all without the help of a being from a higher race, from whom monstrous pressure emanated. Elric breathed a sigh of relief. People weren't fooling around all these years while the demon dusted in the cave. The magician began to lose his fingers. The heads of the Magic Tower, the House of the Great Lion, the Imperial Inspectors, the Protestant Union. There were many different forces in their era. Mephisto was surprised to learn that in addition to the Golden Lion recognized throughout the continent, there are others equal to him in strength. The demon smiled gloatingly. There must be a reason why the Great One woke up in this era. How long has it been since he felt a life where countless animals fight for a chance to become king and chaos and hatred reign? The pleasure of victory comes with the crunch of your enemy's bones under your feet. He demanded that his strength be restored as soon as possible and growled arrogantly, but Elric did not listen to the possessed madman. When he entered the dining hall, the entire Nerestorov family was gathered. The mother and the younger twins were already sitting at the table. The kids endlessly argued and teased each other, excited about the new guest in their house. The mother quietly but strictly ordered them to behave properly in the presence of the children's beloved hero, Lacenta. Despite the cold aloofness of Lord Narrister, in the circle of the family, Elric felt warmth and comfort. It reminded him of his own quarrel with his sister. His mother just as gently said that it is not good to behave like that at the table. If his parents were alive, they would still be sitting in their house at dinner. Mistress Narrister noticed him thoughtfully and thought that Elric did not like the food. He quickly apologized and excused himself by the fact that he was numb from the pleasant smell. Then Miss Narrister sighed in relief. After dinner, they sat down in the living room to discuss matters. Elric transferred the rights to the excavations to their family. After all, he was in debt to Sean. And yet the Lord could not help but ask if the young Duke does not hold old grudges against him. Tasha looked anxiously at her father. The downfall of the great Melvinger family did not happen all at once. All these years after the death of his parents, the world seemed to ostracize him. He and his sister had their fill of betrayals and were humiliated. The past is in the past, the young Duke replied condescendingly in all his circumstances. The Nestors remained neutral during his isolation. They could not help him at that time. Mephisto was enraged that Melvinger would lie like this in front of the descendants of those who cowered in front of them hundreds of years ago. You can't pay for food with pride. Elric smiled at the thought of the demon. The family weakened after the devastating wars. One day he will surpass all magicians in the world. Then he came here to assess their strength and capabilities. They didn't say anything else to each other, but the Lord seemed to understand everything and asked to count on him if something was needed. This meant that now their homes concluded a verbal alliance of full comprehensive support. The Lord asked the young Duke not to feel burdened after all. They are friends with his son, and he is grateful for the right to dig. It was a broad move on the part of the Lord and risky because he was supporting a house whose entire power is contained in one magician and his name. Such a gesture will not go unnoticed by the other families of the hexagram, and the Lord may lose a lot. It was difficult to understand from his firm gaze what he was thinking about. No one noticed how a shadow crept up to the living room window. There was a sound of broken glass and a crash, and they turned around. It is necessary to be a fool that would produce such a thing in the presence of the Lord. Elric was amazed. But then he recognized this uninvited guest and grimaced in disgust. The cloaked man, whoever he was, clearly despised doorknobs. Otherwise he would have used them instead of breaking through the window. In a squeaky old man's voice, he said that the boy would be his student. Looking at the acrid black smoke that streamed from the floor, Elric remembered how Sean had told him about Lord Narrister, who was so obsessed with talented people that he kept them at home as guests. The true strength of this family consists in the gathering of these people. The servants burst into the room and stood up for protection. They asked the advisor to leave because he had shown disrespect by breaking into the Lord's office. Belaya Nock Augustin Narrister, the head of the council and the teacher of all members of this family, took off his hood, and his thick gray hair streamed down like the whirlwinds of the mist he possessed. The old man raised one eye at the Lord and asked for forgiveness, referring to the fact that he was in a hurry. But the Lord was in no hurry to change his anger to mercy and flashed his eyes from under his thin-rimmed glasses and asked him why he was here. The old man pointed a bandaged finger at the impudent and shameless boy in front of him and repeated his desire to take him as a student. The Lord asked him to answer. "This boy, the young Duke Melvinger," he said to the old man. But Elric stepped forward. As befits the head of a great family, he preferred to speak for himself. He politely greeted Master Augustine and bowed. Sean and Tasha were startled. They knew this crazy, annoying old man and his quirks well. The old man was surprised that the impudent boy who had stolen his magic had heard of him. Elric replied that his late father often mentioned the sage. If his family had such support, they would not have been broken so easily. Augustine frowned his shaggy eyebrows. He was not familiar with Elric's father, but who does not know such a great master, objected the boy. Sean and Tasha were even more amazed at how freely Elric talked with the stern old man. Since the boy already knew who he was, it made things easier, and Augustine directly asked if he would be his student. Elric flatly declined his offer, saying that it was too generous. But the mad old man interrupted his flow of flattery and answers, stomped his foot, and summoned his magic. "One should pay attention to the elders," shouted the old man. And then even Lord Narrister realized that the boy had bent his stick. The entire room was filled with a blinding trace of Augustine's magic. As if he were in the middle of the night sky with a scattering of the brightest stars, the young Duke was amazed at this spectacle. And before he dealt with this magic, the old man hit him in the back of the head with his palm. Everything happened so quickly that the unconscious Elric thought it was teleportation. But then he realized that the damn madman was just very fast. In the holy ego of wonderful magic, all those present silently watched as Master Augustine took the old man away. Laughing terribly, the old man took the boy and disappeared through the window as suddenly as he appeared. No one dared to stir in the scattering of stars. Tasha indignantly asked Sean why he was silent when his friend was being kidnapped. But the brother only grumbled that because of his friend's insanity, he would definitely not live to old age. Mephisto grinned. The little man again left him speechless with his antics. Soon they would have another victim in their hands that would satiate him. The first thing Elric saw was the face of a mossy gray madman directly above him. The guy jumped several times to the side as if from a fire. He did not understand where he was, but then the ground disappeared from under his feet. Before Elric fell, the old man grabbed him by the collar of his clothes like an injured kitten. Augustine grumbled that he had hardly left the first disciple for a long time. His movements could hardly be called senile after what he had seen. The young man started a game with the master so that he would come up with something to attract him to the students. But instead, the old man kidnapped him. Worse than that, he dragged him to the top of a terrible mountain sharp as a knight's pike. Nevertheless, the young magician tried to pull himself together and restore the circulation of mana. But unexpectedly for himself, he found that his mana did not move, as if the blocking disease had returned. The old man understood from his haunted look that the boy had noticed everything. "You will know everything soon," he told the boy and snapped his fingers. The answer at the bottom came to Elric when he felt that he was falling into the abyss. And now he rapidly gained speed without being able to cling to the rock. "They are standing next to each other," Mephi said, and smiled devilishly. The demon grumbled that the boy did not appreciate him at all, and Elric indignantly reminded that if he died, they would both disappear. But what could the unfortunate evil spirit do? Mephi asked. Elric reminded him of the seal of the first sin. The demon flashed his eyes. He wasn't that stupid. The guy couldn't use his mana, but the air was full of it. Taking advantage of this idea, Elric summoned a stream of wind. The manual tornado of his preparation slightly slowed down the fall. But he still gained enormous speed so that he landed as if a meteorite hit raised a cloud of dust. Elric coughed heavily. He almost died due to the blocking of mana. Again he felt helpless as in the past. But then he threw these thoughts aside. It was more important to understand where he had ended up. This area was not like any familiar land on the continent. "A labyrinth of blue fog," explained the voice of the mad old man who seemed to be chasing the boy. Looking around, he saw picturesque mountains spread out in front of him, which stood like columns of ancient ruins in a foggy haze. The old man's voice praised the ego for its resourcefulness, and it was not for nothing that he accepted the boy as a student. However, Augustine could not simply teach the boy Nerestorov magic. In addition to the fact that the old man was the main advisor of the family, he was also the head of the Grassland School, he told the young duke. This knowledge can be passed on to only one heir, and has nothing to do with the Nerestors. The boy should not have had problems with learning, whispered the old man. Elric stared at Mephistopheles in amazement, because he himself had never heard of such a school. The school turned out to be ancient. Even the demon was surprised to hear about it. He said that it is a school that uses martial arts instead of magic. This is a type of martial arts in which the body is strengthened due to the circulation of mana. The demon flashed his eyes. This is very convenient for him, because this school taught to harmonize different attributes with each other. This knowledge can help the guy to normalize the interweaving of mana. He was again fabulously lucky with the teacher, Mephi grumbled. Elric touched his chest. He was at a standstill due to the fact that different types of magic refused to mix inside him. Now he understood why the old man sealed his mana. He felt the movement of mana in his heart. Different streams bubbled there without mixing. While Elric was chatting with the old man, he did not hear the soft crunch of long claws on the rocks. Once the boy understood everything, "It means it's time to start," Augustine told him. Now Elric was in the territory of harsh wolves, which are 3 times stronger and larger than ordinary wolves. Once the boy heard about the Grassland School, he should be aware that its teaching method is based on practice, Augustine said, and wished him to survive. Elric looked into the crack from which strange sounds were coming, and at the same moment huge wolves jumped out of there. Meanwhile, the mad old man was indifferently listening to the indignant cries of the young duke. "Is it normal to just stand and watch because the boy is a beginner?" someone asked the head of the council. Augustine thanked for the harsh wolves and objected that the boy, although he does not have experience, does not mean that he does not have skills. "It will be bad if the wolves know the taste of humanity," grumbled the interlocutor of the head. At this time, Elric flew into the rock from the impact. But the huge wolf with gray skin did not give him time to rest. Elric gathered mana from the air and countered with a counterstrike that caused the wolf's head to crack like a ripe watermelon. He gripped the dagger-sharp shard of ice tighter in his hands and looked at the second wolf. The ancient, overgrown old man smiled through his beard and long mustache. The boy will surely fulfill his age-old dream. He ordered Gilta, as the man who led the revolutionary army, to join in the fun. Even the Inspector's Bureau of the Empire did not know exactly all the members of this organization. But they were very strong, and their main goal was to overthrow the tyranny of the emperor. And now the advisor of the Nerestor family had a former leader of the revolutionaries, the king of monsters. Guilty Tens proudly sat astride a tiger, and on his shoulders sat a 2-headed eagle that spread its wings to the entire width of the cave. He was a broad-shouldered man with eyes as yellow as those of an animal and an uncontrollable rage in his gaze. Elric was gasping for air with his mouth. He had somewhat dealt with the wolves, but in his current state he was not capable of more. Even after he killed several animals, They did not back down. Another formidable predator was approaching him. It was larger than the previous ones. There were 2 sips of mana left in the air. Never before had Elric needed so much the weapons he used in the mountains. He would have trained in advance. And then he remembered the book about strengthening the body, which he had read on the way to find the dragon's nest. An excellent idea occurred to him, and the young duke smiled cheerfully. The Tiger King passed this art down from generation to generation, but Elric was just trying to imitate it, borrowing the very principle. This technique gives the body the strength of steel. As it was said in the book, the body is a small copy of the world created by God. Elric took a fighting stance. As easily as mana circulates in nature, air passes through the lungs of a person. His body can change depending on this breath and focus, and this choice awakens countless options. And when the mind unconsciously chooses one of them, the body begins to change according to it. Elric waved his hand. He no longer built illusions. He simply looked at the world as it is. Reflexes and intuition of his combat technique was created by the displacement of these 2 faces. There was no plan. He just believed that he had made the right choice. With the full swing, he delivered a powerful direct blow to the wolf's jaw and immediately shattered it. Even the demon lord himself was stunned by this sight. Elric moved like a master of martial arts, not allowing a single extra movement. Even more, he fought as naturally as running water in a mountain stream, deftly skirting sharp stones. After the battle, he sank down heavily on the rock behind him and hungrily swallowed air with his mouth. The defeated animals lay at his feet. Augustine advised him to find moss growing on the shady side of the cliff. The guy stood up and tied the sleeves of his cape around his waist. Once he was told to kill all the animals, he would do so. Elric was full of confidence despite his deadly fatigue. The wolves again found their ego in the rocks and attacked with the whole pack. For the next 10 days, the guy fought breathlessly so that time flew by imperceptibly, until he finally reached the place where this reddish moss grew. But even then, the wolves attacked him. He did not let him rest properly. For ordinary people, this is a medicinal plant, but the guy possessed the power of cursed seals. Even more moss could raise their level. Now Elric easily dealt with wolves. He plucked several stalks of crimson moss with his bloody hands. Elric was still angry at the crazy old man for simply throwing him into the abyss to the beast, but thanks to this he improved his seals and increased his mana. And he even mastered the martial art he read about because his mana heart was blocked. And then he appeared to the last wolf of the valley, who was looking at him from the darkness. But the wolf was not alone in the darkness. A rider was hiding on his back. "What an amazing little one," a strong voice reached Elric, and to his left, a white tiger jumped onto the rock as if he had stepped out of a painting. Unexpectedly, the guy found himself surrounded by formidable opponents. The rider jumped off the wolf's back and his shackled boots clattered against the stone. Elric looked warily at another inhabitant of these strange lands. A man with a shaggy mane and lion's yellow eyes promised to take him as an apprentice if the boy defeated the wolf. But the main madman of the Misty Mountains immediately intervened in the conversation. Augustin waved his hands indignantly. He had waited too long for his student to give him up so easily. The men immediately began arguing about who could teach the boy. The demon snorted in displeasure. Does the little man really think he's the worst option after all? But Elric wasn't so sure about it anymore. When the young duke offered them to ask his opinion first, the king of monsters came up to him and patted him on the shoulders in confidence, and they really hurried. All the same, the boy should have known who he was, but he was very surprised to receive a refusal. In the end, he was already being taught by an insane old man, and Augustine laughed when he heard it. But Gilton immediately offered to teach the eyes of the mirage. Everything has its price, thought the former leader of the revolutionaries. With the help of this art, it is possible to freely control the beast. Thanks to it, he got the nickname King of Monsters, said Guilty, and his amber eyes flashed greedily. And the truth is, the rule of one teacher was invented by narrow-minded people, said the young duke, instantly changing his opinion. The evil spirit comfortingly patted the crazy old man on the shoulder. He was familiar with it. Melvingers and honor are incompatible concepts. But when Elric was already anticipating wonderful and useful knowledge, Gilton waved his finger in front of his nose, and reminded that the wolf must be dealt with first, pointed to a monster the size of a house, eyes with lanterns that was blowing its nostrils fiercely in front of him. This battle will be an excellent preparation for his skills for training the eyes of the mirage, said the king of monsters. He noticed that the guy replenished his mana with the help of resurrection flowers, but this wolf must be defeated with martial arts, Gilton warned. However, before he finished, the huge wolf received a powerful blow. Ego was blown away like the last autumn leaf by a sharp gust of November wind. Augustin liked the joke, and he flexed his hand triumphantly, while Gilton stared at the boy in amazement. Mephisto haughtily snorted what else was expected from the dishonorable little man. The tiger lazily scratched his ear. The impudent boy grinned and spread his hands. Then he turned his emerald eyes to the one who had been enjoying his suffering all this time. He stood in front of the old man, waiting for him to do more. Augustine praised him for his good work and put his bandaged hand on his shoulder, and a warm light emanated from it. In one fell swoop, they were transported to the sanctuary of the Annals of the Night. The entrance resembled a mine and was thickly overgrown with the resurrection flower. The guy barely took a step towards the sanctuary when he became wary. A familiar viscous and dark aura was felt from within. A demonic domain, so only demon lords could create it, said Mephisto. Now it became clear to him how the resurrection flowers turned out to be here. Augustine noticed from the boy's reaction that he already felt everything. He chuckled under his breath. It was not surprising that the boy was a descendant of the Melvingers, who hunted demons. The old man touched the shutters of the door, and mysterious writings appeared on his bandaged hands. When they went inside, they found there a temple in the Oriental style with thick columns made of a solid cedar trunk and picturesque engravings on the walls. The founder of this temple was an alchemist who was looking for herbs in the east. And once the Lord of Demons left his wife and daughter, wanting to take revenge, the founder drove the monster to the end of the earth. But the demons still turned out to be too strong, and the founder had to combine the knowledge of the west and the east, so he managed to absorb the power of the demon and become stronger. Elric was surprised that the founder did not manage to take revenge, even though 1,000 years had passed. Justice will soon prevail, Augustine told him as he continued to lead them into the depths of the temple. And then Elric realized that their guide was the founder of this place. The long corridor ended in a sanctuary completely covered with seals. Mephisto admired the power of the old man. The demon he sealed was incredibly strong. Elric only now realized how powerful his current mentor is. Augustine quite chuckled into his beard. He had already boasted enough in front of his student, and modestly remarked that there was no other way in that fight. Now it's time for everyone to achieve the set goal, he said. Elric lost the gift of speech before the powerful demon that slumbered here in the chains of oblivion. The monster he must defeat! The old man stared at him with his sly, squinted eyes. That's why he took him as an apprentice. The young duke looked in disbelief at the fossil monster the size of a dragon, and wondered if the old man's brain had become moldy with age. But Augustine was not kidding, and specified that it was necessary to deal with the seal. Let the boy be an ordinary man, he could do it, smiled the old man. Elric trembled with excitement and did not know how to respond to this. Augustine raised his hand and asked not to worry. He well understood the boy's worries. But the words hardly calmed Elric, because he could not know for sure what was true and what was false in this story. To convince him, the old man began to unroll his bandages on his hands, and then Gilton was already worried. Each magician has his own technique known only to him, he said, and the inscriptions on his hands lit up again. The same applied to him, because he possessed the hand of a dark elf. Augustine threw off his monastic robes, and everyone saw his dark, charred hand. If light elves lived in forests filled with sunlight and eternal spring, the dark ones hid in the cold darkness of dungeons and worshipped demons because of their inclinations, they were soon exterminated. Transplantation was forbidden dark magic, especially if the organ belonged to a demon. Even Lord Narrister did not know about this secret. Now that Augustine had revealed his weaknesses to him, he hoped for the boy's trust. The old man looked at him again with a sly squint. He himself recognized the weakness of the guy when he was in the key, although he did not want it. He knew about the ability to absorb and use demons, and it was this that prompted him to kidnap the young duke. They had something to offer each other in this way, but he left the final decision to the guy, because everything that happened was just the greed of an old man. The king of monsters and his loyal tiger stared intently at the young duke. Elric thought greed was one of the mortal sins. But if there is something bad in the desire to destroy the demon, the guy himself craved more power. After everything that had happened, the magician could no longer refuse his teacher and greeted him politely, as they do in the East. He spoke completely sincerely, so that now there should not be even a shadow of suspicion between them, as between a real teacher and a student. The old man also smiled gently and accepted his new student. The guy realized that he just needed to swallow the demon and asked if the monster had a name. The old man furrowed his shaggy eyebrows. The demon was called by different names in different lands. The servants of the Annals of the Night themselves called him the cruel beast Hul. After a short time, Elric, prepared, began the task. Even Mephisto recognized the power of this demon. The young duke approached the sealed demon. Elric asked Mepha how to swallow this crocodile, and he snorted indignantly. Only recently the little man had chatted so confidently. The magician could not refuse the one who so persistently asked him for help, but now he wanted to know how demons absorb each other's seals. Mephisto snorted contemptuously again. For demons it's like eating. It can't be taught to a human. The magic pendant of the ancestors did not react last time. It worked on the Yeti Queen because of the task. Then Elric himself cast a spell on the tongue of the soul. Swallow, he commanded. Hull trembled and growled terribly as if he was about to break his bonds and rush at them. Waves of dark, suffocating energy erupted from the demon. The wizard focused on what he had been doing for the past few days. He applied martial arts, harmonization of different attributes of mana, connected souls with seal and speech. In an instant, Elric is in the middle of the jungle, which is as humid and hot as a bathhouse. He looked around, except for the dense vegetation. There was no other life, neither animals nor insects. With anxiety, he made his way through the thickets and realized that the reason for such dead silence was the predator that lives here. And the further he went, the more distinctly he felt the monster's carnivorous gaze. Elric stopped, waiting for the blow from above or below he did not know. But even with his inner vision, the magician could not catch where the demon was. Meanwhile, a huge maw full of sharp spikes had already opened above him. The magician jumped to the side and then saw a huge shadow that covered the last rays of the sun in this dark kingdom. A huge crocodile carefully looked at him with predatory eyes that blazed with fire, while the boy thought about how to fight this monster. But this could not be done because Elric did not know how to swallow the seal of this crocodile, and was looking for another way. "Usually Melvingers fight first and then ask questions," said the demon, glaring at the human. Elric's nervous ego was chewed too quickly. The demon also quickly found out that he has the seal of Mephisto, the heart of the dragon, the speech of the soul. The crocodile snapped its jaws quite a bit. If an ordinary human fell into his paws, he would have already become dinner. The shadow that filled the entire space roared fiercely. Its time is past. He ordered Melvinger to continue to be insatiable. Striving for more to satisfy his greed and ambition, Elric became numb. And if he follows his advice, they will meet again. The seal on the wizard's hand will be painted with a new pattern. And then the vision ended and he returned back to the temple. In addition to the two existing signs, a new one was displayed on his hand. Gilton and Augustin were surprised by the quick return of the guy no less than himself. Even Mephistopheles was surprised that the crocodile refused his name so easily. But on the other hand, he had no choice. The demon died a long time ago and maintained himself in a state of seal, absorbing his chance for rebirth. Elric remembered the demon's words that they would meet again if he became stronger, like a crocodile, and wished that he would return the original power of this seal. Elder Augustine assumed that the demon lost its status after it was defeated. Mephi again snorted contemptuously, because no one asked the madman to interfere in the conversation. Elric thought he didn't understand why the teacher himself talked about it. The seal of rage, he clearly said to Elric. Hull was originally known as an evil spirit, lower demons who fear their own death, but they are incredibly durable. Having received this seal, he will be able to feel danger, recognize the weaknesses of opponents, and act in accordance with them. The old man called this a sense of evil. Tears flowed from Augustine's eyes like water on a dry stream. After so many years, the Night Chronicle received the seal of Jules and a sense of evil. All the guy had to do was raise the level of the press and fight the king. All their efforts for 1,000 years were for this. "The feeling of evil feels like a shiver in the body and a tingling in the heart," said the young duke. This is exactly what he felt when a loyal friend burst into the hall and called him. He was surprised that Sean was able to get here, but the copper-haired guy said that it was not important now. "He's got big problems on the outside," Sean said, and found out what was causing Elric to break out into a cold sweat. Tasha was sitting in her private office in the capital with a bored look when the maid asked her to take a look. When she found out about her guest, she asked to be detained and not let inside. A young girl with golden hair and a sweet face carried a heavy load in her hands and asked the courtiers if her younger brother, Elric Melvinger, lived here now. The friends were flying at full speed before the two disasters collided and destroyed the capital, both perfectly understanding the power of their sisters. Sean almost signed off in his utter helplessness when Elric told him that Tasha needed to be stopped. But as if he did not know the character of the fiery witch, they rapidly approached the city. Tasha flew like a fiery bird over the roofs of houses, shooting out bundles of fiery sparks. Elrica's sister sacrificed her whole life for his sake. Despite his blocking illness, the guy was still more talented at magic than she was. And even so, the only one the young duke is afraid of is his older sister, so Tasha became curious about what kind of monster she is. The servants told her that her brother was here, but they could not let her in. In this case, the girl asked to call the third son of the family, Sean, who should know about her arrival. But the stony-faced guards apologized to her again and remained standing like statues guarding the portal. And then the mistress of the house appeared on the threshold, quietly descending from the sky. Golden hair swayed in the air as she turned around. The fiery witch introduced herself officially, as befits noble people. Curiosity and challenge burned in her eyes. Hayes Melvinger, the young duke's sister, introduced herself in return and bowed politely. Full of grace like a blinding flame, Hayes had heard of a fiery witch, but these words did not reflect true perfection. The stream of beautiful flattery embarrassed Tasha. And all in order to ask what the devil is not letting her in. The red-haired witch referred to checks and necessary procedures. Hayes specified how exactly she could confirm her identity, and Tasha's eyes flashed fiercely. Only a magical duel can show who is who, she said. Hayes apologized for the fact that magic is not under her control, and a fiery monocle appeared around the witch's eye, which she asked about the aura. And she hit the spot. The overwhelming power emanated from the young heiress of an ancient family, Hayes said. Just an identity verification procedure, answered Tasha, and there was a loud explosion. Debris whizzed past the guardians of the statues, almost killing them. The black dress swayed gracefully as soon as she rocked her hips, and a heavy hammer the size of an anvil appeared in her hand. Before the stone fragments fell to the ground, Hayes asked if the witch played ball when she was little. The blow of the monstrous hammer pelted the stones with pellets. This game was familiar to her, so Tasha easily stopped the stones with her flame. Tasha read the runic incantation and, like a dragon, breathed fire into the enemy. Then, swinging as it should, Hayes threw a hammer as heavy as an ogre's seat at her. He rushed forward like a burning comet. Tasha smiled tightly to think that the heiress of an ancient family of wizards knew martial arts and easily wields a sledgehammer weighing more than 100 kilograms. On the handle of the hammer flashed a black skull, the recognizable emblem of the strongest detachment of mercenaries. 1-0, Hayes smiled smugly, and Tasha promised not to hold back any longer. But then they heard the words of power, and the flow of air pushed the two rivals apart. They stared in amazement at the source of this power. Hayes grabbed the unruly boy as she had often done as a child before he landed. He smiled sweetly at his sister. It was their first meeting in a long time. "Let's talk, brother," she replied, and her green sapphire eyes flashed a devastating look. After the battle, the Fire Witch asked to get her personal file, Hayes Melvinger. Tasha intensively reread the contents of the document of her incredible rival, but little was known about her. This was expected. The black skull well covered the tracks of its members. The number of their enemies was equal to the number of completed tasks. The Fire Witch crossed her fingers thoughtfully. For them, this was a great chance to have a reliable ally. The Black Skull Squad didn't work for anyone but the House of the Great Lion. If this is true, maintaining good relations with the Melvingers is correct, and the Nestors will not lose anything from this. Meanwhile, the older sister spoke to her brother in the language to which she had grown accustomed during the long years of his upbringing, and which he understood best. During their separation, the brother settled down well. He even mastered magic. Now he could even resist it. For some reason, the sister's words sounded as if the bitterness of wormwood rang in them. The anvil struck again like a thunderbolt at the place where Elric had just stood. Ego was saved only by the sense of evil that he acquired recently. As in childhood, my sister preferred to break his legs to prevent him from doing stupid things. For the first time, the demon saw the wizard so frightened. At the time, he suspected that they were brother and sister from the Melvinger family. From Hayes came only aura and no mana. She jumped into the sky like a bird. She whispered to the torn boy, "Try to endure it." "Protect!" Elric chanted the words of power, and the spell was torn from his hands. Honeycombs are lined up with an even tile of hexagons, but he was like a billet of soft iron under a blacksmith's hammer. Her hand trembled, and she stopped before her brother became a flat, bloody spit of scraps and looked up at him reproachfully, strong and majestic. Even though the fight was over, he did not feel any better. Rather, his conscience pressed him down. When rumors reached Hayes that he had climbed into the nest, she was sure that he was suffering from a blocking disease and wanted to help him. But then a disaster happened. He lost consciousness for a few days and disappeared for a month without saying anything to anyone. These words fell on him like a heavy burden, and each one weighed a ton. 6 months had passed since their last conversation. Her commanding voice trembled as if steel had turned to wax. Did he know how much she was worried about him, Hayes asked, and salty streams flowed from her eyes. All his life, the sister took care of him, brought him up and warned him, but every time she took his side. As a real tomboy, Elric couldn't stand it. But after the death of his parents, they were the only ones left in the whole world. Then how could he allow himself to be a boy? Hayes had to grow up earlier and take on the burden of responsibility. But she doesn't need to be strong anymore. Now he has a way to revive the family, and all this time he was doing special tasks, Elric said. He looked into the eyes of his strong sister that became lakes. One thought did not give him rest, that if the demons return, then their Melvinger family will not be able to stay aside out of respect for their ancestors. This would be disrespectful to the mother and father who gave their lives in the last war. Then and now he again gathers to the north, where another important task awaits him. In a confident voice, the younger brother declared that he could handle anything, and at that moment she realized that the boy had grown up. Elric promised to fight just like his grandfather. All the memories of the last few months flooded him again, the soullessness of the battlefield, the bitterness of loss and the howl of death. But so is hope, kind words and support of friends in a difficult moment. He has many enemies, but they will all be defeated. And at the end of the path, only the light of the stars will remain. Having said this speech, he looked at his sister again and fell silent. The next time, she promised, with a smile on her face, she would definitely take care of herself, as she always said, making it clear that she was no longer angry. Elric grumbled indignantly that she could have said something nicer if she had given in to the moment, praised him for how he had grown up, and all in that vein. The demon listened to their reconciliation with a sad face. All the fun turned his nose up, but he hoped so much that the boy would be flattened. "People are too sentimental," he snorted. In the dark night sky, the crescent of the moon shone brightly, like a thin sickle for harvesting. In a field of tall wheat with ears bending from the harvest, stood a man in a plague doctor's mask and a dark cloak. In his hands he held a box with the seal of fiery wings and the figure of a demon with a goat's head. "In the name of the resurrection of Lord Azazel," a human voice whispered, echoing the howling of the wind in the field. A bird was flying in the cumulus clouds, pink from the sunset rays, its wings gliding smoothly held by the rising currents of air. And the young duke was sitting on the ground in a meditation pose. His eyes were tightly closed with a wide strip of fabric. However, he perfectly saw everything around him without their help. Putting his hand forward, he let the hawk land without fearing the bird's sharp claws. His studies progressed quickly. Gilton told him that he watched everything from the outside. "The boy has mastered the skills of control." But before Gilton came closer, Elric struck him with his open palm, and instead of Gilton, old Augustin appeared before him. To the same degree as the skill of controlling wild animals, Elric also mastered the sense of evil, so that the teacher praised him. He told the boy that the training is over here, and now he needs real combat experience. Elric sighed with relief and tiredly fell to the ground right into the dust. He hoped not to see these annoying old men again, but they loomed over him menacingly. The teacher said that it was forever. After 3 months of training, he really suffered a lot, but he learned a lot from them. They had already heard that he was going to the north, and Gilton was waiting for souvenirs. The impudent boy smiled and again expressed the hope that he would never see their faces again. With these words, he himself rushed into the sky like an ignited projectile fired by a throwing machine, leaving behind a fiery plume. 2 respectable warriors indulged in sweet nostalgic memories of past campaigns. Then they were young and full of strength, and now they hide in this shelter like earthworms under a stone. "It would be more fun for him if the poor student came back here," Gilton asked. But the old man did not think so. After 100 years, the students asked too many questions about his age. Still, the disciples become truly old, while Augustin felt young. After a short meeting with Tasha, she politely thanked him. The fiery witch would supervise the excavations, and Elric signed the papers. He was surprised to find that she began to address him as you. As a member of the hexagram, she took care of things for him at the academy, so that he could not worry about attendance, and the invited carriage was already waiting at the main entrance. He certainly knew that the Phoenix girl was possessed by dragons, but he could not imagine that he would see her like this, as if a leprechaun who had found his pot of gold appeared in front of him. The guy involuntarily shuddered. There was still hope for their friendship with the Neristers. Now he had one more debtor, and he thought about Isabel. The sword with a pommel in the form of a lion's head returned to its scabbard like an obedient dog in a kennel quietly rustling its chain. Hermanvile looked contemptuously at the thick carpet of chopped-up bodies. Paul should have sent someone stronger, and the Duke felt insulted. It's just that the insidious wolf weakened after all the battles. A voice similar to a quiet blizzard, gentle and cold, was heard from behind. She came closer to her father, stepping softly in her leather high boots. "Uncle will fall as soon as the lions unite with Melvinger." Her father's knights laughed and patted the girl, who was like a daughter to them, by the hair. They completely refused to see her as an adult and powerful lady. The knights wanted to visit Paul for dinner and solve all the family quarrels with one swing of the sword, but Herman refused, reminding them that the main goal was to protect the proud Isabel. Now they needed to meet with the Duke of the Shining Star and personally thank him, and only then solve the issue with Paul Weil. White neat houses of a small village hid in a cozy hollow between green hills from the setting sun. A figure in a black cloak asked the approaching man in a low voice why he was not yet a blue lion. They thought before that it would be easy to get rid of the old sick lion, but who could have thought that the long-extinct Melvinger family would stand in their way? "But they will deal with this later. First, they need to make a wolf of the main family," said the masked man to the first Captain Hilton. "As soon as the wolf takes the title of Duke, his body and strength will be used in the name of the Master Azazel," said the man in the mask, and the captain shuddered at his voice, and his eyes flashed with red-hot beads. The sky above them was clouded with black shadows of harbingers of battles. They flapped their wings, raising a storm. They sensed imminent death and their feast. The carriage was waiting for him at the foot of the Misty Hill Castle, as promised. The horses were snoring quite in the morning coolness, anticipating the walk. But the road did not bring him those carefree hours of relaxed contemplation, when landscapes changed slowly like water in an estuary to the steady clatter of hooves. He thought he would drive the carriage himself. But the coachman was Carl, Sean's butler and servant. Sean himself sat down in the chair next to him and grumbled that he was accompanying him on his father's orders. As if this were not enough, his sister also went on a trip with him instead of protecting the home hearth. But two more old men who were not afraid to grind bones on the road asked to join him in the carriage. The magician was indignant. Honorable soldiers were extremely offended by his attitude and sat opposite. The demon also snorted displeasedly. "The trip will be noisy," he said through his teeth. Elric laughed nervously. Now there were 7 people in the carriage, if you can say so, an ideal number for a long journey. "This is already a family trip and not an adventure," the guy sighed. The interior of the carriage contained the magic of space expansion and was more reminiscent of a lord's luxurious office. It seems that the nesters liked to travel in comfort. Sean continued to stare out the window with a sour expression. Their company was strange. Hayes quickly got along with Gilton's wild animals. Especially she liked the tiger that stretched sweetly like all lazy cats. This is how their real journey began. Lord Narrister was drinking tea in his office, a shadow of a smile touching his usually stern and restrained face. At the thought of the amusing company that had gone to the north, his mustache again trembled with laughter. And the lord took another sip of hot tea. The butler noticed the mood of his lord, which he had not seen since his youth, and asked if something good had happened. How ridiculous, the lord smiled again and looked out the window. The fate of the thief stirred up an explosive mixture of characters in the cabin of one crew, and the lord became interested in what would come out of it. While they were driving, either out of boredom or out of old memory, the sister began combing Elric's manners. Sean laughed when they were compared together, called him noble and set him as an example to the young duke, at which the wizard scornfully grimaced. His friend had never really worried about manners. Hayes promised the old men that she would make amends and teach her brother how to be a noble man. Gilton and Augustine were obviously amused by what was happening. With all the grace of a true Lady Hayes, she thanked them for their understanding. Elric grumbled indignantly that he had already grown up and didn't care about such nonsense, but the expensive luxury furniture behind him suddenly cracked. "Let's go for a walk," she asked. The most terrible creature in this world was staring into his face. Even the god of demons could not compare with her, thought the frightened boy. He laughed nervously and asked why she had this thing in her hands for a simple walk. In her hand, the girl was clutching the handle of a heavy anvil, which the girl affectionately called a skull crusher. She grabbed her brother by the ear and dragged him to the exit. The evil spirit laughed. Something funny was planned, and rather patted himself on the chest. Meanwhile, the carriage driven by Carl drove along the forest road. Dvoretsky noticed something strange and stopped the movement. Elric was the first to look outside to see what had happened. 3 ragged men with crooked knives in their hands blocked their way with a menacing look. The vagabonds declared that this was their territory and demanded payment from the travelers. Even Carl was speechless because of their weakness and courage. There was an awkward silence. No one just knew what to do. The oldest of the vagabonds looked like a haggard old man and was surprised by such a reaction to their threats. He began to scream menacingly that someone's blood is going to be spilled now. And then the young duke went outside with an irritated look to sort things out. But Gilton stopped him. He went out after him to knead the old bones. And also to show the guy what a great teacher he is, and at the same time feed his white tiger. The ragged people shuddered as soon as the predatory beast appeared before them. Because of fear, this beast seemed many times bigger than it really was. Gilton told him to look carefully. Then he would understand why he is called the King of Monsters. But Elric waved his hand and read the words of power. Deep ice fell from above like a broken iceberg and sank deep into the soft earth. The vagabonds, who thought they were going to rob the unfortunate travelers, were terrified and trembled. Gilton and his hungry cat were left out of business, so they asked the guy why he interfered. At first glance, the magician understood that these were not bandits but hungry residents of the surrounding villages. The vagrants immediately fell on their knees begging for mercy. Their families and the truth were starving, prompting people to desperate steps and crime. However, if they were defenseless, would these vagabonds listen to their pleas? Asked Elric distantly. The criminals did not know what to say and looked down guiltily. The oldest of them, whom the others called the old man, again hit his forehead on the ground. He smashed his face to the point of blood and begged to spare the others, taking all the blame on himself. But his companions said that it was their fault after all. They wanted to help their relatives and friends. The young duke was not going to arrange show coffers and hang criminals on poles in the road, as was customary in their time, and decided to simply check their words. When they entered the village, they saw its inhabitants, who were weak, sitting on the street and basking in the sun, although the village itself was not deserted. Trouble overtook their village not so long ago, but the last few years were dry, Since starvation awaited everyone in the winter, they decided to become bandits. As they walked through the village, Mephisto pricked up his ears and caught a familiar energy. The village elder told them endlessly about what had happened while he was leading them. Augustine offered the young duke to spare them. This region lived its own life, and the officials of the imperial administration rarely visited here. In his words, the fate of the truth was that hunger is a terrible thing and encourages people to make such sacrifices. His noble position required him to help the lower classes, and Elric agreed that it was impossible to simply brush aside their reasons. The village headman was startled when he heard this. He again began to bow to the young and noble wizard, and he promised never to rob people, firmly grasping the hands of a noble man, which made Elric embarrassed, as he was not used to such an attitude. After that, he asked Mephi why he was bothering. The evil spirit sensed the demonic energy, albeit a weak one. Listening to his senses, the magician felt the same. When the travelers passed through the village, they found themselves in the wilderness. The flat strip of land was surrounded by mountains on all sides, as empty and lifeless as the table of a village poor man. Even the birds were afraid to fly over it. Augustine did not feel anything in this place. The place was definitely needed, Elric thought. Mephisto was sure of it too. The demon still needed a reward in the form of a potion for his help, and the wizard scornfully frowned at what else to expect from this creature of hell. First they had to dig deep, and the mage asked everyone to move away, and power was already flowing from his hands. Pierce, he recited the spell. An ice stake of gigantic dimensions penetrated the ground, and it cracked like frozen caramel. The headman of the village was struck by such a monstrous power that he had never seen before, and the wizard rushed to the hole he had made. In one fell swoop, he came down from the mountains like a gust of wind, and in the place of the crack, he found the lid of a small chain chest. Augustine deftly slipped down the mountain, despite his advanced age, to look at the find. As soon as they opened the casket, an ominous slurry, as sticky as mud, burst out of it. There is no doubt that these were the tricks of demons. When the darkness dissipated, they saw in the casket a figure of a deity with a goat's head. Mephisto frowned. He recognized this thing. More precisely, he knew the person behind it. The god of demons had 4 great descendants. Mephistopheles personified original sin, Satan Apocalypse. Lilith is the sin of rebellion. And the last, the tyrant who possessed the most impressive army of demons, the demon of madness Azazel. He had a special passion for people, and during his invasion he destroyed hundreds of villages and towns. An ego totem in the hands of a wizard would have been created for human sacrifice, clearly a ploy by Azazel's supporters, Elric said. The demon was surprised that the boy knew about his brother, but he waved it off and said that he just read about it in a book. It was more important that someone tried to conduct a ritual after which all the inhabitants of the village would be sacrificed. Then everything fell into place, and this was the reason for the condition of the village in which they found themselves. Elric winced again in disgust. There is no greater abomination than demons hiding among humans. And while he was thinking about what to do with the casket and the figurine, Augustine intervened and offered to give it to the authorities. Mephistopheles immediately shriveled like a dried eggplant. He wanted the boy to absorb this power and give it to him. To his horror, despite his promise, the magician agreed with the cursed old man. But what could he do? Asked Elric. If he absorbs the power, the authorities will not know anything. And then he offered a deal of power in exchange for the secret of his seal, of course. Such an impudent trick of the demon was not to be taken. Having crushed all the devil's hopes, Augustine gave the casket to Sean. Then Mephistopheles prayed he agreed to anything except the seal. But then the demon Hull, whose seal he recently received on his hand, stepped into the matter. Before Elric could do something, the spirit of evil broke out of his hand and rushed to the coffin. He ate it faster than a child eats sweets stolen from the table so that adults do not take them away. The old teacher and faithful friend froze in amazement and demanded an explanation. The mage thoughtfully ran his hand through his unruly hair. He was led away like a simpleton, and the evidence he found disappeared. Mephistopheles became enraged because what he already considered rightfully his was stolen from under his nose. Elric assumed that because of one totem, the whole village became like that. Cultists gathered in a dark cave near the statue of Azazel inside. Despite the fact that it was a dungeon, it was suffocating from the smoke of wax candles. One of the figures in a dark cloak bowed to the ground, while the others stood silently. When he raised his head, it was as if a bolt of lightning struck him and he shuddered. Some heretics dared to disturb their ritual, he told the others. A worried murmur ran through the ranks of the cultists. Like all the sectarians, they were afraid that their plans would be revealed, and everyone would be sent to burn on the capital square. But the main cultist asked the deity to be merciful to them, and promised to punish the heretics. And then they began chanting in chorus that they will resurrect their master. The echo echoed their cries, so that the sectarians thought that there were more of them than they really were. The head of the sect once again praised himself for the well-chosen place to deceive superstitious fools, and told him to meet with Kai for the resurrection ceremony, and his eyes flashed ominously. Meanwhile, Hero Lassanti and his entourage were standing in a dam that was filling up with water again. Once there were a lot of fish in it. Now it is possible to launch fry again. Elric was surprised that no one noticed the tricks of the demons. The water will allow the peasants to irrigate the fields again and harvest crops, so that despite the hunger and exhaustion, smiles will play on their faces. Unfortunately, not all the weakest old people and children survived this calamity. Augustin patted the guy consolingly on the shoulder. They handed over all the found evidence to the authorities. Now they will figure it out and definitely punish the governor of this province for negligence. He himself would be glad to shake off the old and deal with everything. But now it's the Empire's business. The young wizard thought again. Now under the supervision of the Bureau, cultists will definitely not be able to act in the open, and he must find a flower garden. And perfect the winter, as Otto told him, and only then can you completely untangle this tangle of evil. The head of the village again tearfully thanked them for saving them from trouble. The drought will soon end, and the peasants will be able to survive on this land. But before the young duke left, the old man called out to him. He wanted to know the name of the noble magician who saved them all. Now the boy could proudly call himself the name he got from his parents, Elric Melvinger said, and smiled. Surprisingly, even in this wilderness, different stories were heard about him. The stars of the Empire are shining again, the village headman smiled, and the hope that he had lost long ago returned to his mind. After a little adventure, they got back into the carriage again and drove through the forest. There was a light silence between the travelers that occurs when all matters and disputes are settled, and stories are told and everyone thinks about his own. Carl again called the boy and asked him to look for a second. That's what he did. This time they were blocked by people in masks and expensive suits with the red emblem of the Imperial Inspection Bureau. These people behaved arrogantly and confidently, as they behave when the government gives them special powers and puts them above others. On their emblems was a sword that punished criminals, and it was Elric they were looking for. Their pomposity immediately infuriated the young wizard. Even though his family had weakened, he still had the honorary title of Duke. The whole bureau is the secret service of the Emperor's detectives, and they were infamous. For the sake of their goals, they went to murder, kidnapping, and bribery. Their strength was equal to the magic tower and the family of the Great Lion. So it is not surprising that their dogs appeared here so quickly after the report about demons. But even if the Emperor is behind them, they behave too brazenly. Elric sighed indignantly. He smiled and simply nodded without answering their question. The dogs immediately got up. No one dared to behave like that in front of them. They were used to the fact that usually the interlocutor trembled with fear, and at least in chains. After that, their leader demanded to be careful with the Emperor's daggers. He immediately showed his fangs and released his fighting aura. But the young duke only indifferently studied the mud under his fingernails, as if letting them understand what he thought of them. Even if they were the Emperor's dogs, there was no one among them with the rank of a duke, and they should have shown respect for that. His overwhelming aura made the dogs wag their tails and bow down. In one moment, the flock lost all its confident and fighting appearance. The black mist that surrounded the magician took the form of the demon Jules with his evil mouth. In horror, the dogs bowed down low and respectfully as befits. On the same level as Magnus, the head of the scouts thought with alarm. And then he glanced at the man in the mask standing behind him and caught his eye. As if receiving instructions from him, the leader of the dogs took off his mask and politely asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. Mephisto smiled pleasantly. The boy knew how to show himself. All because he was taken for a fool, Elric answered him. The young duke warned Ishchik that the next time he would speak with the Pyre House immediately. The head of Ishchik was forced to bow down, but still did not recognize the landless title that the impudent boy used to hide himself. But his face darkened even more when he heard a dry old man's voice. Augustin Narister said that they were lucky today. In the boy's place, he would have put their heads on pikes a long time ago. The detective could not fail to recognize the old man White Knight. His presence alone made him shudder with terror. In addition, the arrogant boy was a student of the strongest monster in the tower. The head bit his lip and promised himself to fight against all intelligence agents when he returned to headquarters. Having finished with the exchange of pleasantries, they sat down at the transparent table on the same ghostly chairs. The agent who took off the mask called himself Patron and said that he was from the 4th Department. This department took the side of the Crown Prince in the recent War of Succession. Surprisingly, he took an interest in this situation. Elric was still building himself into a proud and indifferent aristocrat, and Patron continued to explain the essence of the matter. Although the corners of his lips treacherously trembled with anger, he said that their group had been finding traces of the demon for a long time, and recently they found a nameless group. But to the spy's surprise, Elric already knew their name, Grigory. Frowning his eyebrows, he told Patron that he had apparently forgotten what kind of family he was from. Melvinger, the detective filtered again. Of course he did not forget, but their family was considered extinct. They are the natural enemies of demons, Patron added, and the young duke scrunched up his nose mockingly. There were a total of 8 totems found in and around the village, but they were given only one. Then the spy wanted to know where the others were. Demonstratively cleaned the air ducts. The magician answered that he had totems, although it was illegal. The spy immediately read a long article of the legal code. Elric immediately answered the same with no less accuracy. Civilians are allowed to keep such items for research purposes. Herzog said that he had already received permission, and again mocked the head of the department for his incompetence. Patron decided to omit it and first find out where the young man learned about the location of the totems. He is of the Melvin-Gerov family, the guy waved again. Such an answer could hardly satisfy the picky inspector, who was used to meddling in other people's affairs. But Elric interrupted his indignation. These were the secrets of his great family. Again and again the impudent boy stepped on his tail, which made the inspector as angry as a dog. At this, the young duke decided to end their meeting. He said everything he wanted. The searchers had nothing left but to accept it and leave with nothing. Sean, who came up, appreciated this performance. The emperor's terrible dogs went away wagging their tails. The sister also came to praise him. If it weren't for her brother's ability to negotiate, she would have answered everyone with the help of her hammer. But these dogs, if they have taken a trail, will not let go of it for anything, Gilton objected. Of course, Melvingerov, the worst of the breed, was not going to leave everything like that. Even Augustin, who had seen a lot, was surprised by this guy's approach. If someone was hostile to him without any reason, he could not let them go, said the young duke, and lightning flashed in his eyes. Later that night, when a high full moon rose in the sky, they went deeper into the forest. Patron got on his knees and asked for forgiveness for his mistake. The man in front of him told him to raise his head. It was not his shame, he said, and the luxurious ring on his finger sparkled with blue light. The disguise fell off, and the true form of his master and crown prince appeared before Patron. They relied on the fact that there were no witnesses in this deaf and dark forest, only wild animals. But one small bat watched very carefully. Elric could perfectly see everything through the mouse's eyes and hear through its ears. The crown prince was young, but older than Elric, and his movements and gestures gave off to correct training. And the beautiful face did not remain calm like the surface of a clear lake, even when he was angry. However, he knew how to admit his mistakes. It was his selfish desire to see Melvinger. Envy blinded the prince, and he underestimated his rival. Therefore, it was because of him that Patron looked incompetent and brought shame upon himself. The servant asked not to say so, but the prince continued. Until then, it was his personal business. But their priority remained the same, to destroy all traces of demons, and Patron bowed low, accepting his will. They already knew that Viscount Garant was one of Grigory's vassals. Patron has already checked everything. Without a doubt they are a demon, and in order to get the priority of the best successor, they need to destroy the demons. Mistakes are unacceptable, said the prince authoritatively, and Patron bowed down. That was the end of their secret meeting. As the servant of Prince Patron knew that he had not yet forgotten his bride whom he had renounced, Lady Isabel was weak, and such a union would not have been accepted by aristocrats. The prince wanted to personally see the one who saved Isabel and about whom there are so many rumors. This meeting was supposed to cool the torment of the prince, but they were unable to press him, and in the end disgraced themselves. Let her be the former bride. She is the chosen one of the crown prince who will become the son of the empire. So anyone who interferes with him or casts a shadow with his presence must be eliminated. The faithful dog Patron was thinking about this now, and he didn't notice the little gray bat clinging to a branch with its claws, and habitually observing the upside-down world. Then the head of the 4th Department appealed to his people. They were in the territory of demons that needed to be eradicated. The lands of the executed Gareth were engulfed in fire, just as his castle itself was engulfed in acrid coal-black smoke. At the top of the hill stood a trinity in the suits of the 4th Department of the Bureau. They began their operation and rushed into the very inferno of the fire. Following the prince's dogs, Elric found out much more than he expected. The personality of the prince who appeared here did not worry him so much as the information about the lair of demons. While the family is executed and the sleuths will shed each other's blood, Elric will simply walk in and rob the burning house. They will collect all the cream and disappear. That was the plan of the young wizard, and the old men must cover their retreat. With these thoughts, Elric took out his mask. "It's time to feed the demon," smiled Mephistopheles, and their small group set foot on the territory of the castle. A real hell was brewing in the city. The fire was raging like a drunkard on a Friday evening, and the walls were cracking from its heat. The Trinity rushed to the house with all its legs, passing by people who were fleeing from the fire in horror. Elric had already seen such a picture. Then in Licente, the flames almost devastated the entire garden. People inside fortress walls are like mice in a trap. Sean understood a friend with just one look. They changed direction towards the fortress walls. "Let's make a small passage," Elric shouted to them. The air rang from the cold in which ice arrows appeared. Their stream fell on the walls of the castle like a storm wave, and the fragile stone fell. When the walls fell down, the defenders heard this rumble and were startled. Elric prepared a second salvo and told Sean to watch carefully. This time, a rain of arrows fell from above on the defenders of the castle. But sharp needles did not kill people behind the walls. They turned into demons with sharp claws and wings because they no longer needed to hide. Such was the true essence of the cultists. "The two old men are watching the rear, then he can go wild," shouted the mage to Sean as the demons rushed at them. Sean rushed towards these eternal enemies of mankind. 2 gusts of wind as sharp as a saber flew out of his hands. They dismembered the lower demons without any problems, but there were more of them at once. And then Hayes stepped in. She and her hammer didn't care who their opponent was. The anvil took down one fallen demon's skull at a time, while Sean cut down those who tried to attack from the air. The power of Hayes was shocking. It was difficult for Sean to get used to it, even after everything he had seen. He wondered where such a fragile-looking girl could get so much strength. Gracefully swaying her hips, she asked her brother to go ahead and leave the snail to her. Elric did so without thinking. Meanwhile, the demons carefully took out the totem so carefully guarded in the steel safe. Despite the rush, they worked carefully, fearing to spoil everything. All their hopes were that the detectives of the Bureau would not find this place so quickly. And during this time, the fallen cultists will manage to take out the totems through a secret passage. But then they heard a suspicious groan that a rock in the mountains makes when water freezes in its cracks. The vault could not withstand it and fell directly on the demon's head. And a man in a bureau suit stood on top of the debris. He simply made his way straight to the goal, bypassing the tangled corridors of the castle. The demons were horrified by the fact that they were found so quickly. But here the whole buffet smiled quite happily under the mask of Elric. In the meantime, a fire was discovered, destroying the city, and a terrible fiery tornado arose, which drew in red-hot air with it. The Viscount was furious when he was told that the detectives had already found the basement, and his servant asked him to leave immediately before it was too late. Gareth felt a sticky fear envelop him. They had struck him too quickly. Perhaps there is a traitorous spy among them, he thought, not noticing the flash of flame outside the window. An explosion rang out in his tower that overturned the entire office. Only the fact that the Viscount was a demon saved him from the invading bureau agents. All this time he ran away and hid from them so that the pursuers merrily grabbed their swords. Patron not only sent him a spy, but also ransacked the dungeon, maliciously filtered through the teeth of the Count. But the head of the 4th Department did not know anything about this. Then the Viscount glowed with dark malice and decided to force his enemy to talk. But Patron only tightened his sword in his hands and announced the death sentence to the demon worshipper. 2 rivals jumped towards each other at the same time. The explosion from their blows almost tore off the roof of the entire tower and brought it down. The echo of this explosion also reached Hayes and Sean. They had already finished dealing with the small bipods. And at first it seemed to them that he himself had arranged something. The sounds of the ego's voice also reached them. Using a blinding spell, Elric ran out of the castle walls. He shouted to them that the time has come. Sean thought that his friend must be joking. But Hayes understood her brother's idea and spun her anvil above her as if it weighed like a feather. And then she threw her ego into the support columns of the castle. The hammer smashed through them and the massive building shook under its own weight, the demons scurrying away like mice in terror. Now their work was done and the team rushed to Augustine and Gilton. They were waiting at the gap in the wall, also in the suits of the 4th Department, keeping the carriage ready. Augustine grumbled that he had become a boy on his students' errands, but Gilton quickly reminded him that he himself wanted to make fun of the 4th chapter. When they entered the carriage, the teacher asked what was next. They had already saved all the residents. "We're just leaving," Elric said, and behind him hell opened its gates wide. In the morning, the agents of the 4th Department of the Bureau rummaged through the ashes that remained of the castle. The Viscount ran away and Patron was furious. He got naked ruins. Unfortunately, it had not yet cooled down and the stones gave off heat. Dismantling the debris of the ego, people discovered the dungeon the demon was talking about. Initially, they wanted to obtain evidence of demons for the Crown Prince. That will increase his chances of occupying the throne, and then Paran's career will soar to heaven. In addition, there was another option to find false evidence and accuse Elric Melvinger of connections with demons. 2 birds with 1 stone, the Crown Prince's dog smiled. But his rainbow dreams were interrupted by the call of a subordinate. When they opened the heavy steel safe, which easily survived the fire and collapse of the house, they discovered that it was empty. Patron thought at first that the demons had managed to carry everything away. But then even the demon Kai would not accuse them of robbery. And then Patron added 2 + 2. Someone else was involved in this matter. Now everything became clear to him. This only strengthened his suspicions that there is a demon spy in the ranks of the Bureau. Elric smiled rather after the yawn. He was happy after last night. The thought that his prank was successful and everyone in the office would be fooled sent the wizard into rapture. Augustin also rather chuckled. The scoundrels contacted the wrong person, he praised his student. But the evil spirit above his head still snorted displeasedly. Even despite the fact that the wizard allowed him to absorb the demonic energy, Mephi showed amazing pettiness for a great lord. Elric said that it would be easier to tell the demon about his seal, but the demon just gnashed his teeth harder in his ear. Then they took out several totems from the safe. The magician held them like boxes of cookies. He cleaned the pockets of every demon he managed to freeze. Looking at such a booty, Mephisto declared that if he was carried out this time too, there would be no more deals. Elric agreed, and all the fines hung in the air in front of him. And then he absorbed the demonic power from these things. Mephistopheles was in the seventh heaven because of happiness, sometimes because of long hunger and imprisonment, sometimes because of the fact that he absorbed the power of Azazel. But to his horror, the food quickly ran out. Elric did not forget to keep its level at the same level as his own, so that the demon would not accidentally take possession of it. He again offered to tell about the seal of original sin, and promised to give the remaining strength. Mephistopheles thought that this scoundrel was worse than any devil, and now he smoked the soot of malice like a wet candle over the ear of a young magician. It is not easy to understand the seal. You need to know the true name of the demon, and he himself will not tell it. He could also receive a simpler seal of the same type as original sin, but the trouble is that Mephisto does not know those who are below him in the hierarchy of demons. Elric woke up from his thoughts when the familiar rotten smell of demonic power hit his nostrils. It came from somewhere outside through the window. Their carriage was still on its way through the wilderness when a demon appeared on the road. Cursed thieves wheezed the wounded Viscount Garrett, oozing malice with his whole body. He dashed through the forest like a wild animal sensing its prey. The eyes turned into fierce corners, and the mouth full of long and sharp fangs distorted into a predatory snarl. Thieves stole his relics, but they gave off a special smell that only a demon could detect. A demonic seal of smell was also carved on his shoulder. He needed to strengthen it. One of the totems swallowed it, and then he tore his eyes to shreds, thought the fallen Vicomte. Augustine noticed the presence of the demon and was amazed that they dared to look out even during the day. Hayes offered to go out and check, but the old man said no. The girl was surprised at such a decision because the person who invited him must meet him, and Elric agreed with Augustine. He smiled and looked at the goat-headed figure in his hand. He had deliberately left one intact. Hayes was even more surprised by her brother's greed. He didn't have enough totems as he wanted to get another demon in his collection. Their carriage looked like such an easy target, but Garrett knew it was a trap. He grinned evilly, anticipating how he would return his totem, but then someone called out to him. Elric left the carriage and approached the fallen executioner with a demon figurine in his hands. The Viscount bristled. He was still badly injured after last night and did not know who was in front of him. Then the young wizard took off his mask and smiled kindly. The Viscount saw the hastily made mask and realized that he had been tricked, so he was so furious that he forgot about his weakness. He lunged with his claws at the cheeky boy in front of him. Mephisto smirked. Even though Garrett had lost his arm, he still possessed a strong demon seal. He rushed like a wild forest cougar, deft and fast. Elric barely dodged his death. He just wanted to check how much stronger he had become. Razor-sharp claws flashed again in the forest twilight, but the wizard easily bowed. He landed softly away from the demon. "All demons will fall," Elric said, and showed his strength. Magic flowed in golden veins, and he gathered the spell into a dense bundle. A crown of golden and sharp crystals formed above it. The wizard said bronze, and the crystals turned with a sharp edge towards the target. The demon furiously began to smash them with his claws. Such a pitiful force could not stop him. After that, he rushed to the helpless magician again, mocking him. This time, the demon beat with his fist and gathered all his strength. But unexpectedly for him, the magician answered with the same bones cracked like snow in the cold when their fists collided. The explosion of the impact scattered sharp fragments that flew like pellets into the forest. The demon staggered back, unable to withstand the counterattack. He had to slow down with the help of his claws so as not to fly further. The mage in front of him was waiting for the dust and smoke to settle down a little. The very sight of him caused alarm in the demon. But Elric himself felt that he was playing with death. After the blow, a purple paste remained on his hand, sticky like tree resin. The poison of demonic energy was quickly absorbed through the pores of the skin and entered the blood. To stop the spread of the poison, the magician froze his hand, but from now on he needs to be more careful so as not to get more infected. The fallen Viscount noticed this and smiled, confident in his abilities. He again prepared to attack the strange stranger. Strongly flapping its wings, the demon sent a poisonous mist towards the magician. The fog was thick as if someone had thrown fresh leaves into the fire. and the smell was like a drain in a fish shop. Now the poison was seeping into Elric's defenseless body, and very quickly, and he could not freeze the wind to stop the spread. But he could do something. The sorcerer stretched out his arms and froze the ground around him with ice. And then he created his cold as an ice blizzard stream, and directed the ego into the demon. Now the poison returned to its host, strengthened by the icy stream. The Viscount simply waved away from the stream, confident that he would not hurt himself. But when he looked ahead again, he did not see the impudent little man there. And at the same moment he felt an ominous presence behind him, which could not come from an ordinary person. Before the Viscount moved, magical chains bound him on his hands and feet as if they were alive. Elric immediately struck the ego with an open palm right in the chest while the demon was immobilized. It was the blow of the Queen of the Ice Mountains, piercing and powerful as the blow of a battering ram. The demon fell to his knees. The poor man possessed the powers of Jules and the Queen of the Ice Mountains, known in the world of demons. The sorcerer's hand laid a steel plate on his skull. "Leave this fuss, all the demons will fall," said the magician. His emerald eyes flashed coldly, and began to absorb the power of the demonic seal. Squeezed dry like a lemon, the demon fell to the ground in a limp shell. Elric looked at his remains with a cold gaze. Mephisto thought about the boy's words. "All the demons will fall," he said directly to him. A crooked smile bloomed on the gray face. The boy clearly made it clear that despite their forced closeness, they remain enemies. So they think about the same thing, and one day they will meet in battle. The evil spirit rejoiced. For some time the young wizard just stared at the body at his feet, his heart still pounding in his chest after the battle. And then the lingering pain overtook him, and Elric fell to his knees clutching his chest. Hayes and the old teacher saw this and ran to him. Too much poison got into the boy's body. Augustin cast a healing spell and Elric's back felt warm. The flame of healing gently enveloped his body and he felt better, so that he could stand up. "This demon was strong," Elric told them, and coughed up black mucus. "They were always like that. This one also weakened," answered Augustine. The demon lay with a glazed look. "If he had not been wounded in the last battle, Elric would have lost to him," the teacher said. The arrogant boy immediately declared that he would have won in any case. And the 1,000-year-old man could not find anything to say about such self-confidence. The demon would definitely be defeated. They wouldn't let the boy hurt no matter what state he was in. Such vanity will surely lead him to the grave, shamed the brazen Augustine, and reminded him that he should be restrained. Elric snorted. The teacher should have taken those words with a different expression. Even after what happened, the ancient old man was proud of his student. Among the ruins of the Garant Castle, the 4th Division continued its search. They searched here for several days on Perron's order, but to their disappointment, they found nothing. But his discontented grumbling was interrupted by a blow to the chest. The hand of the attacker pierced him like a piece of cheese. His eyes flashed with the crimson flame of demons, and his refined face was serene. The agent of the Bureau froze in terror, unable to move or scream like a hare before a wolf. Before he let out an alarming cry, a hand closed his mouth with a steel grip. The man shook, raised with one hand like a rag doll, and then crumbled into ashes. Kaya lost, the demon understood, examined the ruins of the castle, and was done. Someone third was definitely involved in this. Not a demon or a member of the Bureau. Memories of a person about this place flashed into the demon's head. He immediately received all the information. The Crown Prince of the Empire is also here, he saw. The terrible mouth cracked like a hole in the ground from the crooked smile. What luck, the demon thought. The prince listened to their excuses. They all knelt before him and admitted their failure. He told them enough. There was no point in continuing. The prince told them to remember today's lesson and the wounds received. Patron furiously slammed his forehead against the stone. His whole back was covered in wounds from the whip. The crushing plan failed, and the prince asked the agent what he would do. According to reports, Viscount Heron was not the only follower of Grigora. Other agents were able to obtain this information. Their plan was not completely failed, although the entire operation in the Vikovtov castle was a mistake for the 4th Department. The Crown Prince ordered him to deal with everything and go to the meeting place, but his words were interrupted in the middle of their small detachment attacked. Patron jumped up and ordered everyone to form and prepare for defense. Inferior demons that appeared from nowhere attacked them from all sides. Now the main thing for the agents was to protect the prince. They ran to him, but the black shadow whirled past and was much faster. Patron barely had time to deflect this blow and covered his master's back with his sword. "Not bad for a human," the demon with a beautiful woman's face told him. He easily jumped back and up as Patron swung his sword. The demon rudely pointed a finger at the prince and recognized him from the stolen memories. The prince kept his face even in such a position, like a real aristocrat. He did not show his face in front of the enemy. All the lower demons looked at him with twinkling eyes. They charged, their short wings allowing them to jump from above. Patron ordered His Highness to be brought in while he took the demons on himself. A red fighting aura rose around him. He was full of determination to execute the fallen who tried to kill the prince. The demon grinned at the multitude of hungry predatory mouths that surrounded him like a flock of piranhas. This man looked appetizing. They jumped towards each other. The darkness around the demon became a huge mouth. Meanwhile, many demons fought with agents in the ruins of the city. Each of the monsters wanted to get the prince's head, because a generous reward was expected for it. The agents selflessly rushed into the attack. They had good training. But this did not help them. The demons were stronger, and there were more of them. The number of defenders of the crown prince was melting before our eyes. And when the demons almost reached him, a rain of blows fell on them, and all the demons turned to dust. Blue like the clear sky, the aura of the beast filled the battlefield. "Lucky people," said the demon who held his severed hand and licked it. He noticed that reinforcements had arrived. A detachment of Knights of the Blue Lions, led by their leader Hermann Weil, arrived to help. German ordered everyone to attack, and better than that, the knights began to shred demons like cabbage. But the crown prince was not looking at them. His gaze was fixed on a cold blue rose. Isabel, proud and defiant, walked confidently across the battlefield. When the battle died down and the demons retreated, the army of 2 detachments lined up for a salute. Unfortunately, the leader of the attackers was able to escape. Despite being wounded, Patron still reported to the prince. Tot reservedly thanked him for his service. He almost died but could not show weakness. German politely greeted the heir. The duke's debt would protect him, but he asked them to let them go, since the prince was guarded by agents. Despite the danger of a second attack, the prince let the knight go. But he wanted to know where he was going. Hermann easily answered that he was looking for Elric Melvinger. He had no idea what storm of feelings the young prince was hiding behind his indifferent face. The sting of jealousy again painfully pierced the heir's rib when he saw a blush as light as the morning dawn on the face of his former chosen one. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he let the duke and his daughter go. Again the cursed Melvinger stepped on the emu's throat. In the meantime, the carriage drove north non-stop until it reached places covered with snow for most of the year. The frosty air stung Elric's face, but he was glad to be back in a place where winter reigned. They drove until a big wall grew in their path. It was even bigger than the magician imagined. The flower temple was located somewhere behind this impenetrable barrier. 4 guards stood in front of the heavy gate. Carl told them that they wanted to cross the border. But the guard did not move from his place and did not run to the gate. He told them that this was impossible. Elric jumped from the carriage and asked what happened behind the wall when the passage was closed. The guard told him that the monsters fell into a mad rage and became too dangerous. And now the entire border guard is on alert. Despite the height and massiveness of the walls of the fortress, Elric himself had already caught the energy there. This only made his desire to get there stronger. The guy smiled. He asked Carl to get a pass. Carl did so and took out a sealed scroll from his pocket. The guard opened the letter in disbelief and began to study it. But then, almost losing his jaw in the snow, 2 large families traveled together. Then his tone immediately changed to a softer one, and the guard helpfully wagged his tail. In case of danger, the guard asked them to go to the highest tower. "Because that way it will be easier for them to find their corpses," said the guard. And Elric shuddered at such a change in his voice. A huge worm with a cross-shaped mouth broke out of the ground. Elric watched his long serpentine body writhe in rings. And then the monster straightened up like a heated spring and attacked the magician. The young duke did not avoid this blow and gathered his strength, and jumped to the side only at the very last moment, when the carcass of a worm was pierced by an iceberg that fell from above. But the worms did not end there. Many more such creatures lived in the sands under the wall. One of them suddenly jumped out from behind Elric with her mouth open. Elric easily jumped up like a bird's feather. After the last fight with the demon, he realized that he could not fight at full strength. Even if he possesses a large number of seals, his mana will become a limiting factor. Before the worm's mouth snapped shut, Elric impaled his carcass with ice stakes. The worm fell to the ground with its foul-smelling entrails leaking out. When he landed, he thought that he wanted to create a new type of magic that would belong only to him. After that, he will become so strong that no one will dare to even look at him. Domination is his goal. Everything was already asked by the voice behind him. Sean wasn't used to this cold and shivered even under his warm mantle and heating spell. In this place, it must be as hot as in the desert. But the anomalies that the guard talked about affected even the weather. Lands covered with black snow, that's what this desert was called. They were covered with poison, and they contained such terrible monsters that the Empire gave up trying to conquer this territory. Sean asked his friend if it was true that the flower temple could be in such a place. In legends, this temple was described as a peaceful garden where people and flower gods lived together. But the reality was too different from them, noted Sean. Elric shrugged. The garden really does exist. He saw records of it in the manuscripts of his family and the Imperial Library. In order to find the place where he is located, it was first necessary to find the beastmen who guard him. Old Augustine objected that the people had been at war with the tribe for a long time, but the young duke was confident in himself. So the teacher only had to grumble in his beard. He would be calmer if he knew what the boy was up to, but since he was silent, he would have to wait. But so far he himself did not know how to find a hidden tribe in these unexplored lands. Hayes asked if they had maps or directions, but Elric, like a true adventure seeker, didn't even take a compass. Mephisto noticed how the ice crystals shone and called the boy, and then Elric surprisingly took out of his inner pocket the egg that Otto had given him. It magically slipped from his palm and jumped up. A bright and soft light emanated from the small crystal. "It points the way," Elric immediately understood. He cheered up now they knew where to go in these boundless lands. Without thinking for a long time, their friendly detachment again set off. Elric was riding the carriage and leading the way when he asked Carl to stop. The crystal stopped shining as soon as they entered the forest. "Then it was worth checking the surroundings," said the wizard. The whole company moved into the thicket, where the horses would not pass. Sean illuminated their path with the help of a spell. He was the first to become indignant when they entered this impenetrable wilderness, in which there seemed to be nothing but thorny elms and thick pines. Gilton, too, did not find anything, having examined everything with the eyes of an eagle familiar. Elric looked thoughtfully at the egg, as if waiting for more answers. But there was no response, so he suggested giving up the search. But at the same moment when he did it, a loud cry came from the forest. Friends looked at each other thinking what to do, and without consulting they rushed in that direction. While they were running through the forest, trees were whipping their branches in the face, but no one slowed down. They stopped when they noticed someone's presence. The monster girl was surrounded by some monsters. She sat on her knees in torn clothes and said goodbye to life. A cat girl. Mephisto smiled as he recognized her appearance. The terrible monster growled loudly. Apparently, he still decided to be the first to feast on the prey. His companions tried to prevent this, and they rushed to the unfortunate. She huddled in a ball and screamed for someone to save her. And at that moment, when she thought that everything was already over, a blue flash touched her face. The monsters froze in the ice as if time had stopped for them. Their evil mouths could be seen through the transparent thickness of the ice. The wizard came out of hiding and snapped his fingers, and then they crumbled like a nightmare. "You're all right," the surprised girl heard, and the young man who saved her smiled amiably. Elric offered to heal her if she was hurt. He tried his best to behave naturally, but Mephi still laughed at his acting skills. He came closer to the girl beastman, who was trembling with fear, to help her stand up, but her cat-like pupils narrowed as if before a jump. She threw away his hands as if the savior was a leper, and refused the help of the man, and a contemptuous grimace appeared on her face. Two warriors of the tribe jumped onto the branch of a nearby tree with bows in their hands. And then everyone who was in the clearing was surrounded by armed beastmen. The cat, which had just been in trouble, now threatened the poor people with reprisals if they did not surrender. The warriors on the tree have already drawn the ringing bowstrings on their strong bows. Sean guessed that there were 2 archers. Hayes also looked at Elric as if waiting for his command. They would easily deal with these natives. But the brother feigned a sincere smile and announced his voluntary surrender. Van discouraged his entire squad. The guy was always on his mind. They only had to take a deep breath and accept his decision. Even Mephi did not expect such treachery from the boy, and was impatiently waiting for what he was up to. When they noticed the damsel in distress, Elric immediately understood that this was an obvious bait. With his inner vision, he saw soldiers hiding in the distance, but he still decided to play along with them, because it was the easiest way to find their lair. Antromophis, a city hidden in the distant wilderness, was the heart of their kingdom and the only large city. But it was made with taste, and in the style of the townspeople, as if imitating them, the carriage of prisoners slowly entered the town. Beastmen warriors marched in tight formation. Their transport surrounded them so that the horses did not break into a run. Meanwhile, the travelers sat inside, bound by chains. Mephi asked the boy if it was worth it, and Elric called him a fool with a rather sly smile. "For the sake of success, one must lie," said the magician. And the demon still could not believe that the beastmen believed in his game. The cage with the prisoner was greeted by angry cries of beastmen. The crowd called to kill them on the spot. Elric frowned. He knew that their relationship was not the best, but he could not think that it was so. But it is not surprising, because people displaced this tribe and took their lands. Her name was Irina. She was the captain of the royal guard, and she ordered the captives to observe decency if their lives were dear to them. Elric nodded curtly and said nothing to that. They will be interrogated by the king of beastmen himself, for which the captives were brought directly to his massive castle. The doors opened. Irina the cat walked in front and led them. Elric walked the corridors without any fear, and even smiled. Mephisto had no doubt that the boy was up to something once he allowed himself to be led into the heart of a hostile country. Elric was sure that the beastmen would not refuse his request, even when he saw the grim faces of the court ministers lined up in front of the throne. He had something to offer them: the combat equipment of the last king of beastmen, the art of body development, the basis of the fighting power of this nation in the past. The Tiger clan ruled for generations, but there are no more of them. But if martial art appears, it will give the king unprecedented authority. The demon was again amazed at how easily this little man traded such things for his own purposes. The captain of the guard bowed to His Majesty's throne as they lined up the prisoners. Her eyes sparkled with determination to punish the intruders. The king's voice rang out from the throne, congratulating her on her successful mission. Despite the whole situation, this voice sounded soft, as if it had only recently begun to break. The king asked them why people invaded their lands. And then Elric shuddered. Suddenly all the plans were in danger of failure when the king came out of the shadows. The small boy threatened them with reprisals if they were found to be lying, but this was not at all related to his cute appearance. Haze's heart skipped a beat when she saw those little cat ears. It's good that beastmen have an heir, but the fact that he turned out to be a baby was a problem. One demon laughed from above. Elric got up anyway and came forward to speak for everyone, if only to try to come to an agreement. The ministers did not like his address. They moved their mouse ears indignantly. The young magician ordered the old men to stand back from him, which made even more noise. The king roared menacingly and ordered them to stop, and his gaze became domineering. The ministers had to shut up and tolerate the insolence of the captive. Then he told the stranger to speak if there's anything to say. The magician smiled. Even though the king looked like a kitten, he was still a real tiger. This gave hope. Then he immediately got down to business and talked about body-strengthening techniques. The boy was very surprised to hear about this from a person. Then the impudent captive asked how much the king would pay for her possession. The ministers raised their howl again, fighting for influence over the young tiger. The poor man interfered in their game, and the kitten worriedly asked them to be quiet again. "How much noise?" exclaimed Elric, and the iron shackles that held his hands clattered to the floor. The king's guards immediately came to his defense when they saw that the prisoner got out easily. The others surrounded the captives, thus leaving them no chance. Old man Augustin offered his help in the fight against beastmen, but Elric refused. He believed that he should show his strength himself so that he would be recognized. As if on command, the guards rushed at him from all sides. Hayes warned his brother that he would kill him if the cute kitten got hurt. Elric focused his attention on the guardsman closest to him. His palm took the form of animal claws, and the magician grinned. He himself rushed towards the guards with lightning speed. They met in the air in the center of the throne room. Elric did not use spells. There was no point in it. Instead, he used the art of body development and delivered several swinging blows. The rest of the ministers immediately recognized this technique, which cannot be confused with anything. They were amazed because a person knows them, so they ordered the guards to take the form of an animal. They immediately tore their clothes and turned into terrible versions of themselves and became like werewolves. Now the opponents moved faster and more furiously. They again attacked the audacious man. But the magician only tightened his fist. Several sharp swings entwined into one and raised a kissing storm. When he hit him, all the wolves flew back like beaten dogs. The guardsmen were speechless when his terrible shadow hung over them. Elric himself exuded the aura of a beast, a formidable black tiger king of the jungle, who was preparing to pounce. A huge paw crushed the guardsman from above. Irina shook with anger, looking at how her soldiers were scattered like small kittens. "How dare the little man dare!" she shouted, and rushed towards him with her sword bare. But the king's loud cry made her stop the sword a hair's breadth from the magician's throat, who smiled triumphantly. The cat turned to its king in indecision, not daring to obey his command. The young tiger confidently stood on his feet, and his tone did not suggest doubt. The wizard fearlessly removed the sharp sword from his chest with a soft hand. The demonstration was more than convincing. There was no doubt that the captive possessed ancient technology. Now everything in the huge throne room was quiet, and they were waiting for what the young tiger would say. The king angrily looked at the magician. He could not stand the injustice that a stranger possessed a technique that his people did not have. Waves of force hit the guardsman and raised a small cyclone. And Elric told him that this art is magic. The young king did not know about magic. There were no magicians among his courtiers. Magic passes through everything that exists in this world. It reveals the secrets of nature and harmoniously merges with its principles. A structure of amazing beauty appeared around them. The king was amazed and froze in amazement when he realized that the ancient forgotten technique had been restored with the help of magic. That's what Elric said, and streams of enchanting magic flowed from his hands again. The fog melted and became similar to the northern lights that color the polar night. And then a genuine fire of curiosity and admiration lit up on the boy's face, which happens only in young and impressionable people. The demon above his head snorted. Those tricks again. Elric smiled. It was easy to teach something simple to the uninitiated, but in a new way to charm. Not only the young king, but also learned men and ministers were already ready to accept everything at face value. Mephisto agreed, and the beastman really looked gullible, and the wizard smiled triumphantly. He bowed politely to the king, and he said that even though the art of strengthening the body was discovered again with the help of magic, it should rightfully belong to those who invented it. Thanks to their union, the ruling dynasty will regain power, said the magician, spreading his hands, but he was interrupted. One man came last to this meeting and waited a long time before intervening. Prime Minister Norris walked towards them with a confident step full of strength, despite his age. All that the strangers offered them was to sell them their own heritage. Elric immediately realized that with this man you need to keep an ear sharp. He was no longer devious, and directly stated that in exchange he wanted to receive information about the Flower Temple. Surprised whispers went through the ranks of the advisors, but the Prime Minister immediately besieged them. He understood the conditions of the strangers, but before giving an answer, they must discuss everything without them, said Norris. He ordered the captain of the guard, Irina, to escort the guests to the palace. Everything was going smoothly until this old man appeared, thought the magician. Mephisto also frowned as if he had heard something. A strong caustic aura emanated from the Prime Minister. As if he were a demon, Norris turned and his eyes flashed with coals for a moment. The king looked at his disputing subjects without end. Those who were younger immediately offered to accept the deal of strangers and return the fighting power of the kingdom. They had enemies more dangerous than people, and technology would come in handy. This art can become a symbol that will unite the disparate tribes of beastmen into a single nation. The young king nodded his head. He agreed with these words. But Norris sharply expressed the opposite point of view, saying that this cannot be done. The other advisors immediately began to argue with him heatedly. Such an opportunity could not be missed. Norris silenced them with just a menacing glance of his piercing eyes. And then he gently addressed the young king. He understood his interest in technology and its importance, but they should not forget why they ended up in these lands. People repeatedly betrayed and deceived them, and took advantage of their weaknesses. If they agree to a deal, they will again become a toy in the hands of people, and the nightmares will resume with even greater force. Therefore, they should refuse the offer and preserve their pride, said Norris. These words could not be brushed aside, and they deeply affected the young king. When they had all left, the young tiger stood and looked at the statue of the great warrior for a long time. His courtiers still tried to convince the boy to accept the stranger's offer. Revive the royal family, he remembered the words of the previous king. If they want to fulfill his will, the power of strangers is necessary for them. The little tiger understood. But it was not worth ignoring Norris's objections either. He had too much influence to quarrel with him, and it was not for nothing that he was nicknamed the Black Sage. But when the advisor tried to say that Norris was old, the young tiger growled. He did not doubt the honor of Norris, who served the country faithfully all his life. The advisor had no choice but to bow down and accept the will of his master. Worried and embarrassed, he left his majesty alone. The young tiger plunged further into his heavy thoughts about the fate of the kingdom. Antromov's palace was like a Gothic cathedral with its turrets as sharp as a pike. Late in the evening, Karl opened the door to the rooms assigned by strangers when there was a knock on them. "What brought him here at such a late hour?" asked Elric, as if he was already expecting the appearance of an uninvited guest. The Prime Minister behaved proudly in front of strangers as if he was the master of this place. "He came to them to make a deal," Norris said bluntly. The young duke adored all kinds of deals, so he asked the minister to sit down at the negotiating table. And he immediately assumed that the minister was ready to accept his proposal, but the question of price remained. Norris directly answered that he would give him what the magician asked for. He would show the way to the Flower Temple. Elric smiled rather. It was a generous gesture on the part of the minister. "But in return he will have to transfer the tiger technique to the EMU, Norris said, and his eyes flashed greedily. After the greedy minister left, Elric collapsed tiredly on the table. He lost hope that anyone would come again, that the Prime Minister, that the rest of the courtiers believed that they could occupy the throne only by having one technique. Their stupidity now confused all the magician's cards. Cunning Norris offered more than the others. But this was not the end of the bargain. Elric raised his hand and let out a golden light. There was a queue for the equipment, and the price kept rising, but the royal family has not yet taken part in them and has not put forward its applications. Later that night, the young tiger came out of the far room of the stranger's room. He had been there all this time and heard everything. His cat eyes sparkled with cold determination. Mephisto snorted contemptuously in the place of the king. He would have long ago bitten off the heads of such subjects. His power was completely weakened. The boy could not believe that absolutely all of his courtiers were ready to betray him at the first opportunity, and even Norris, whom he trusted the most. Elric stood up and approached the tiger. Everything happened as he had warned him. "But it was interesting to bring them to clean water," said the magician. "Hayes told her brother to be gentler. Any man would be upset in the king's place." But Elric answered her just as harshly. "Politics are not toys. No matter how sweet things the courtiers put in front of the king, without real support, all these are empty words. There was truth in his words. The world is cruel, but Hayes wanted to support the boy. Despite the external severity and strength, she remained a good girl. Once upon a time, they experienced something similar. They were called a great family of magicians, and they were surrounded by loyal vassals. And then in one moment they turned away as if they were strangers. None of the major forces of the empire, be it the imperial family or the magical tower, took them under their protection. The Melvinger family died overnight, as soon as their parents died. But now he was reborn again like a phoenix bird from the flames. Elric became the hero of Lacenta, and his name thundered across the country. Those who had previously despised him or were indifferent to him now shouted his name in the streets. Because power rules the world, he told the young king. And so he will have to grow claws and fangs. The boy frowned at these words. And yet he hesitantly asked what the wizard meant. They must be grown in secret from everyone and use this power when no one is waiting, said Elric, and knelt before the king. And he sincerely promised to help this young tiger. The boy was fond of beautiful words, and this speech immediately touched his imagination. Mephisto was amazed. A little more and the boy will sell his soul to him. That's how Elric should have answered him and smiled. The demon smiled. In this way the magician pushed the king to fight with his subjects, and after all he would have to do everything himself, and would hardly become as great as his ancestors. The boy asked the ego if the magician knew about the Tiger King Julius. Julius was the very king who led the beastmen to the top, Elric remembered, and a huge treasury of his exploits has been preserved. The boy offered him these treasures and the results of their research in an attempt to restore the art of strengthening the body. However, the path to the Flower Temple was guarded by the general of the East, and without the help of the king, it was impossible to pass through it. The young tiger asked to pass on the art of strengthening the body to him. Elric bit his paw with sharp claws, and they made a pact. Now it's time to sit down and discuss the details of their agreement, he said. The boy pushed away his doubts. Now he could rely only on himself, and wait for the moment when his claws would become sharper. The magician walked forward, fully confident in his success. But then the young king tripped over his own leg and began to fall. Fortunately, Caring Hayes was nearby and picked him up. Tigranok embarrassedly thanked her for her help, but Hayes tightly pressed him to her warm chest, which embarrassed the boy even more. However, when she gently patted him on the head, he stopped getting out of her hands. "You shouldn't keep everything to yourself," said the girl affectionately. "Laugh if you want to laugh and cry when you want to." The tiger cub felt himself in his mother's arms again. Her long yellow hair also tickled his face, and on his neck sparkled a purple sapphire, which the young king himself was wearing now. And a gentle voice softly whispered his name, Valence. So many things fell on the boy that he could not stand it, and his king's mask cracked, and he cried like a child longing for love. "A crown is a heavy burden, especially when you are without support," said the magician, and the demon thoughtfully agreed with him. As Valence had promised, he personally accompanied them on the road to the Flower Temple. But the kitten did not listen to anyone, surrendering completely to the hands of Hayes, who scratched him behind the ear non-stop. Elric insisted that they must hurry to collect the guard and leave the palace before Norris or the others made their move. But Valenci replied that it was impossible to take the guards. Irina, their captain, is the adopted daughter of Norris, and he specially placed her with the king for surveillance. But this meant that the prime minister could already be aware of the king's whereabouts. The young tiger assured Elric that he left his palace quietly, so that no one noticed, but they could just guess everything. Sean burst into the room and told the alarming news that there were many beastmen gathering outside. In such circumstances, they could not go unnoticed so easily, the mage thought. But then it dawned on him that they don't need secrecy. The ego of the detachment has enough strength to neutralize everyone and leave through the main gate. The young king carefully waited for what the wizard would say. Elric clapped his hands. A diabolical plan had already formed in his head. But he was interrupted by a bell ringing. Valenza knew this signal. He reported the danger. "The Furies have invaded here," he said, and ran to the window. This was a tribe of beastmen who were at war with the anthropomorphs. "If they invade their lands, the king will not be able to leave the city," Elric understood. Chaos reigned outside. The fire pounced on the garden like a hungry beast that had forgotten its fear. Two enemies were approaching them through thick clouds of smoke and flames. Everyone prepared for a battle with an unknown enemy. But when he was called by a voice in which he could hear the tinkling of silver bells, Elric was amazed. He ordered everyone to stop and wait until the smoke cleared. And then the beautiful Isabel and her proud father Herman appeared before them. The appearance of a girl in such a wilderness could hardly be called accidental, but still the magician had no idea what she was doing here. The evil spirit immediately began to scrutinize one of the continent's best swordsmen. And immediately he gave credit to Herman. Even in the opinion of the demon lord, he was a monster. The shooting star duke politely greeted Lord White. But he modestly remarked that he is an ordinary soldier who was given his title, and they are not so important for such courtesy. Then Elric suggested that everyone take shelter in the building first. Isabel whispered to her father to go down more slowly and not jump straight from the window. Most of all, the magician was worried about how they found out that he was here. German replied to him that he really wanted to personally thank the one to whom he owes so much for the salvation of his daughter and the healing of his illness. Lord Weil went straight to the capital, but there he quickly learned that the young magician had left her. Elric was embarrassed. He should have left a message about himself so as not to cause so much trouble to good people. But Hermann objected that he himself should have sent the message about his desire. He wanted to surprise the guy, so he did not send the notification. However, he found quite a few familiar faces among the hero's entourage. His voice became rough when he said that he expected to see a gray lion dog here, to which Hayes immediately became indignant that she was of no use to anyone. Elric was surprised that Hermann knew his sister, and the Lord, in turn, was surprised that they were relatives. He had an unpleasant acquaintance with one person, and next to him he always saw Hayes, the blue lion growled. But what's even more amazing is that you don't often meet a weirdo from the Narrister family on a walk, he said, and looked at Augustin. That's why I didn't like how Lord Weil treated him. But Hermann stubbornly insisted that he could not call the ancient monster any other way. They stood so close to each other that their foreheads almost collided. No one wanted to retreat. The smell of carnage was everywhere, and Elric hurried to intervene. But fortunately, the two eccentrics shook each other's hands tightly. Hermann did not spare the attention of the former head of the Revolutionary Army, Gilton, and the child of the animal man. Elric again tried to calm everyone down, and Hermann eagerly looked at the guy. He was surrounded by incredible people. That is why he wanted to get him as soon as possible. There is no doubt that those who can attract such incredible personalities will reach the heights. German looked at his daughter and thought that leaving the hated crown prince was a good idea. And then the young duke asked him how they got here in the first place. Isabel said that they followed the path of the magician and his company to the wall itself, and then crossed it. The knight whom they sent to scout reported that Elric had been captured, and they went to help. The knights made all the commotion to give them a chance to leave quietly, and now was the time. When they looked outside, it could hardly be called an ordinary mess. Half the city lay in ruins. Even if it were not an invasion, Fury tried to comfort Elric, the young king, and again he offered him to leave the castle together. Valency believed, not without reason, that he could be called a traitor if he fled in difficult times. And then the wizard grabbed him by the shoulders and confidently asked him not to worry, because he has a solution. The guards, led by the cat Irina, gathered in front of the palace in alarm. She believed that their main task was to protect the king and not the capital, so she did not lead them to the walls. The king fell into the clutches of vile people, she said, and as soon as their monarch is safe, they will eliminate all the abominations within the kingdom. Elric's squad got out of the castle. They went without hiding. Guards immediately surrounded them on Irina's order. The cat angrily demanded to give the king and asked where they were hiding him. Sean scratched his cheek uncertainly and laughed awkwardly. Irina was not satisfied with such an answer, and she instantly raised her hair. She just needed an excuse to attack strangers. Her guardsmen immediately took on an animal form and tore their expensive uniforms. The expenses for her partly explained the poverty of this kingdom. Sean flinched as the razor-sharp blade touched his throat. Irina again hissed at him to drop their games and give the boy away. But then a voice from the top of the tower told them to stop. The sorcerer held the king close at hand like a pet and shouted loudly that he was taking the king hostage. From below immediately came a terrible and indignant murmur. Even the boy Valency doubted that this plan would work, but Elric was sure that the guard would act cautiously. His main opponent on the political field of the Anthropomorph kingdom frowned. For greater persuasiveness, the wizard was surrounded by the shadow of the demon Hyul with a toothy mouth threatening to devour him. Then he told them not to play with him and obey. The prime minister called Irina, who was shaking with anger and rage. He whispered something quietly in her ear, and the cat calmed down. Following the order of Norris, they all parted and let the people pass. Sean walked through their formation warily, glancing at the beastmen. When they released the people from the encirclement, Irina demanded that the king be returned to them. But the magician flew up into the sky like a balloon, only smiled and said that he would return the king when he was outside the city and at a safe distance. He left the guards discouraged and angry and was like that. All they could do was gnash their teeth from shame and humiliation. The flames devastated the settlement of beastmen who became innocent victims of palace intrigues. And Elric flew in the sky above a thick blanket of smoke. He saw how the boy looked painfully at his hometown and suggested returning. But Valency refused because he had promised to show the way to the flower temple. But the magician was not worried about that. He was asking about something else. Did he want to return to the kingdom after all? Just the thought of it made the tiger cub's throat tighten. To return to a palace full of traitors and profiteers. But the people are a completely different matter. They suffered a lot of deprivation but always supported him. If he leaves the country, there will be chaos. Especially if the Furies do invade their lands, thought the young tiger, and his face became gloomy. This is no time for idle chatter, the demon suddenly said. The magician asked if he could see anything. It was hard not to notice a sandstorm as black as coal dust, a column of sand moving quickly in their direction. But the young king was much more frightened than before, because he knew what it was. The general of the east, the catastrophe destroyed the north, said the boy. Elric felt the power that comes from the tornado. If they go into the storm, the sand will remove the flesh from him and polish the bones to a shine. Something more ominous moved with the wind. The magician used his inner vision and looked through the sand. Under the dust curtain, he saw a huge black spot in the distance. It resembled an ant-hill on the march. It was an army of beastmen with many horsemen on wolves, and they marched under the banner of the nine-tailed bald Fury tribe. The bald eagle on their banner was the banner of their leader. The Tiger King who ruled the anthropomorph tribe had an old enemy. These beastmen went against his authority and long ago lost the art of body development. The Furies long dreamed of capturing anthropomorph. They had many skirmishes, but it never came to war. The news of the sudden invasion made the heart of the young king shrink. Elric assumed that most likely Furia's spies had already brought the news about the return of the art of strengthening the body, and it was naive to think that this was a coincidence. How else to explain their invasion precisely at the moment of arrival of people in this country? The young tiger sadly thought about the wizard's words and realized that he was most likely right. But the magician took his ego in his arms in front of him and asked him to answer the question he had asked earlier. Does he want to return to the kingdom after all this? The faces of his poor subjects flashed before the boy's eyes again, and this time his eyes were full of determination. He wanted to return and protect his people. The magician smiled understandingly. He knew that the boy would say that. Embarrassed, the king admitted that he was weak now, and he had nothing to offer the wizard. At that, he cracked the young tiger on the head with all his might. What accounts between friends? Elric asked and looked carefully into the tiger's eyes. You just have to ask, he added to his new friend. Meanwhile, Sean rose to them in the air. Friends will always come to the rescue, said the magician with a warm smile. And he turned to Sean for confirmation, but he was in no hurry to answer, remembering that his friendship with Elric usually cost him. But the little tiger believed the magician's words and wanted to become his friend with all his heart. Friendship doesn't need anything special. Elric smiled again. It is enough to be near, and the eyes of the tiger cub shone with happiness. And when a friend is in trouble, he, like a real hero, cannot turn a blind eye to this. The magician surveyed the battlefield, which was filled with warriors like a huge sea. Smiling, Elric asked Sean to tell the others that they were changing the plan. The leader of the hostile tribe drove them forward. Rather, they wanted to take the capital from the start. The city was already close, and their army had not yet encountered resistance. They were driven by the news about the recreation of the art of body development. Even rumors alone were enough to start a war, although the warriors themselves hardly believed that someone could recreate it with the help of magic. Even if the rumors are false, the moment for the attack on the anthropomorph was a good one. And if this is true, then they will destroy their enemies before they become a threat. Slender rows of animals marched across the desert, their boots reflecting black dust that gave the march an ominous appearance. 40 years ago, a mage with golden hair and green eyes stood in their way. If it weren't for him, a great empire would have already blossomed on the corpse of a dead tiger. But now he will return the art of strengthening and return his ninth tail, said the figure on the throne menacingly. And no one else will stop him, roared the voice of the angry fox. His warriors were kneeling before him. The fox growled at the whole hall and told them to get art, and then the whole world would fall at their feet. His beastly roar shook the entire throne room and everyone in it. And now the beasts carried the will of heaven of the bloody king into battle. They believed that the nine-tailed fox was their patron and lord to protect them in battle. Bloodthirsty furies approached the garden and wanted to tear off the head of the Tiger King. Their roar merged into a deafening storm, and the living sea almost rushed into the city. But in a few moments, a glacier grew on their path and became a wall. The horsemen fell to the ground after their beasts stopped abruptly, and the whole army was thrown into disarray. The rear ranks pressed on the front ranks and threatened to simply trample them. Then the commanders began to shout stop. A stampede began, and many soldiers fell ingloriously in the first clash. The sun peeked through the thick smoke and illuminated the plain. Only 3 people approached the great army, but each was worth an army. 2 old men took positions at the gate of the main fortress of Antromorpha. Gilton was unhappy that they were left behind, surprised that Augustin agreed with this. But there were not enough enemies for the eccentric old man. Besides, the boy himself wanted to gain experience and asked them not to interfere. So there is no cause for concern, he said, looking at the plain which swayed like a grassy meadow, while they wanted to enjoy the harvest prepared by their student. The Trinity climbed the glacier, which the wizard raised with one spell. The confused warriors of Furia did not know what to do and how to overcome the blockage, as well as what was waiting for them. Their captain brought the soldiers back to their senses with shouts. The opponents simply used magic. So their enemies entered into an alliance with the vile little people because of which their tribes ended up here. "These sorcerers and their enemies must be destroyed, and then the anthropomorph will be left behind," shouted the winged captain. Meanwhile, Elric patiently waited for their actions with a bored expression. The soldiers gathered their spirits again and restored the lost order of their army. However, their second captain still harbored memories of the old battle against the mage with golden hair and green eyes. 40 years ago, this scoundrel showed them what domination is and drove them back into their holes. The arrogant sorcerer single-handedly stopped the entire army. But now in front of them is a completely different mage. He is younger. Although outwardly they were similar, this could be a trap, thought the captain. He ordered the winged man to lead his men into battle and take the boy's head. With the sweep of a black wing, a whole squadron of birds rose into the sky. Elric looked at the flock of crows that quickly approached him and covered the sky with their wings. Opponents used special feathers in their wings, which when swung metal like daggers. Sharp and strong as steel, they rushed towards the wizard standing alone below. But the magician did not even bow down. He summoned a tornado around him for protection. The ferocious wind swept away the entire flying squad and reflected sharp feathers into them. They fell to the ground like autumn leaves, pitiful and listless. The fighting spirit of the army fell again. They had never before fought against mages and suffered such losses. And all this was Sean's handiwork. Maybe the guy didn't stand out so much against the background of a brilliant friend, but he was still the third heir of his great family, and managed the heir perfectly. Now Mephisto understood why the boy was dragging his simple, idler friend with him, and Elric smiled for good reason. His main attribute of wind was perfectly suited for combat with an aerial enemy. Sean was only glad to get rid of the accumulated tension. He was already tired of being an unrevealed character in supporting roles. A hurricane broke out of his hands. The whirlwind streams of the stinging wind did not drive the winged ravens away. Their fighting spirit was completely exhausted, and they fled in disgrace. However, the magician was not going to let them go so easily and used a wind cutter. At that moment, he noticed a heavy hammer flying by. He whistled close to his ear, almost smearing his head like a ripe watermelon. While he was busy defending the front edge of the ice wall, minotaur-like beasts with heavy hammers in their hands approached it. The tribe of the demonic bull was not afraid of the wind. Their warriors were the heavy infantry of the Furia army. The bulls stamped their hooves and exhaled loudly through wide nostrils. They walked in a tight formation so that they were not blown away like birds. Hayes gently patted their captain on the back. It was the first time she had seen a cow with a weapon, and even with her favorite hammer. She gracefully swayed her hips like a cat before jumping and offered to play. The bull only snorted contemptuously in response to what a thin figure of a man with a pitiful stick in his hands could do to him. But at the same moment, the heavy anvil turned him into minced meat. He flew over his squad already unconscious. And then for many years he stuck loudly into a stone lying on the road. Having left the strongest leader, a panic ran through the ranks of the animals. Their instincts prevailed over reason. The hand slipped. The girl apologized and smiled sweetly, holding a bloody hammer in her hands. The warriors felt fear, but it triggered a second reaction in them than in birds. They preferred a furious attack instead of flight. They were driven forward by the thirst for revenge for their captain, but the steel anvil mercilessly crushed them one by one with a terrible snapping sound. Each of her powerful blows caused the dress to rise and shake from the shockwave. So the battle quickly turned into the beating of babies. Now Mephisto understood why the wizard was so afraid of his sister. She crushed skulls with a gentle smile on her face, not even flinching like a real demon. But then another warrior with a sword rushed to the glacier. While the trio was busy fighting, the beast decided to break through the wall. Elric smiled, his hands already itching to start the battle himself. For this, he used the power of his seal. Riders on the wolf went to the assault, confident in their numerical superiority. But when they got closer, an icy blizzard hit them in the face, such a cold they had never felt on their skins. The snow was a sharp grain in their eyes, and the army stopped, unable to move further. And when they looked into the sky, they saw a magician there who created hundreds of sharp needles. He chanted words of strength, and the rain of ice arrows pierced the dense ranks of soldiers. They were completely defenseless against such an impact. But despite the success of the enemy, there are still many left. Elric landed and called upon the power of the seal again. It was time to use the magic he had worked so hard to achieve, he whispered. He mixed the seals of cruelty and rage and surrounded himself with the power of the dragon's heart. Magical veins flowed in streams from his open palms. Everything his hands touched immediately turned to ice. Elric concentrated all his strength in his right hand and swung, and then he rushed like the wind into close combat with the enemy. They tried to meet him in formation, but with the help of the tiger's skill, the wizard scattered them like skittles. Everyone he touched turned into ice, and it was a wonderful feeling that caused a smile to bloom on the magician's face. But when the next enemy appeared in front of him, the spirit of the demon Hole warned of danger. In front of him was a master of the 4th level, judging by the density of his battle aura, in heavy armor, and with a massive sword in his paws. A terrible wolf covered with old scars came out to fight for his warriors and his master. They met with eyes feeling each other's strength. The wolf warrior pointed his cleaver at him. This is definitely not an enemy that can be easily defeated, and although it was a pity to let him go, Elric could not waste time here. Seeing his indecision, the Fury Captain attacked first and delivered a lightning-fast direct slashing blow. But the magician did not avoid the attack and moved towards it with his combat equipment in his fist. However, after the collision, it was Elric who jumped back. He was breathing heavily. The speed and strength of the wolf warrior were incredible. After hitting the magician's fist, a spider web of cracks appeared on the blade of the sword. The warrior looked at the damaged blade. He did not want to let go of the wizard so easily and stomped his foot. Ego's aura quickly spread across the earth and reached the magician. Now he was deprived of the opportunity to leave by air. The wolf ordered the feathered captain to lead the army into the garden, and he himself promised to join them as soon as he cut off the head of this young man. The warriors started moving again in the area where there was no ice wall while the mage was immobilized. The winged captain waved his wings pointing to the garden. And with shouts of triumph, anticipating easy prey from robbery, the warriors surrounded the wizards like boulders in a river stream. Mephisto laughed again as he always did in such cases. The boy underestimated the power of beastmen. Even demons had a hard time with them. Now they were face to face with the warrior without any further distractions. Even though the beastmen tribe had weakened, there were still strong leaders among them, because the anthropomorphs were always waiting for an attack from Furia. Huge as a bear, the warrior grinned enough. Now nothing is stopping them, he growled. Elric decided to invest in one blow so as not to prolong their battle. The blue veins of mana gathered in his hand. His aura took the form of a hungry and ferocious tiger. Now the boy was ready for battle. The warrior's paw trembled. He had perfected himself for 40 years to wash away his shame. And let a second person in front of him. This battle could be considered a revenge. The animal rushed to attack like a mountain moved from its place. Elric just stood there and smiled lightly, cracking jokes. This drove the beast into a frenzy, and its blade cut through the air with a shrill whistle. However, instead of the sound of slicing flesh, his sword knocked out sparks from the sword of the second warrior. Lord Weil politely introduced himself and gave his name and title. He invited the boy to go further and promised to sort things out here. Without hesitation, the magician left the two swordsmen to find out whose skill was better. Hearing about the title of the blue lion, the warrior bear became interested. The pitiful lion will not be able to defeat him, he said, and increased his pressure on Herman's sword. But he was also not so simple, and an aura blue as the winter sky flowed along the blade of his blade. Elric hurriedly chased after the warriors who had slipped into the garden. Behind him flashed flashes of a heated battle. Even if Father Isabel was not at the peak of his form, he would not easily give in to the beastmen. Elric hoped that everything would be fine with his sister too. Sean held his defense section and allowed the airmen to pass the wall and attack their rear. Hayes crushed skulls, terrorizing enemies. Their duet with Sean was doing great, so the wizard could leave them. However, the enemies separated, and the part simply passed by Hayes, which could not hold back such a number of enemies. But then someone quickly slipped past the magician. The Lion Knights arrived on the battlefield after their master. Each of them was an experienced and skillful swordsman, so they easily dealt with enemy soldiers. They were formidable opponents who brutally chopped enemies into cabbage. The knights saw the sorcerer and shouted to him to leave this place for them, calling him the bridegroom. They waved amiably to him, who had already proposed to Isabel in absentia, and promised that not a single-eared mouse would slip by. Elric frowned in embarrassment, as if he had heard something he shouldn't have heard. He looked around the battlefield again, thinking of what to do. But he noticed that the enemies had already gathered near the walls of the city and filled the entire suburbs. The gates were firmly locked and the walls were high so that it would take some time for the Fury to cross them. But it is suspicious why defenders are not visible on the walls, although their city is already being stormed by enemies. At that time, court ministers led by Norris held a council in the castle. Some demanded an end to disputes and the development of a general plan of action. Others doubted that they had anything to oppose the Fury army if they went beyond the walls. But they couldn't just sit and wait either. Then a beast man with ears like a mouse came forward. He offered to capitulate and surrender to the mercy of the enemy. But the rest could not accept such a point of view from the Minister of Finance. They were ready to die fighting for their family. Opinions were divided, but the majority agreed with the treasurer and wanted to surrender. Those who wanted to fight for the fatherland to the end quickly ended. Norris asked them menacingly if they really thought that the enemies would spare them when they entered the city. Surrendering them will only enrage them, he said, and a mark with an animal's head appeared on his neck. Norris interrupted their discussion with a sharp cry. He came forward and told them that he had listened to all the opinions. Looking at the treasurer, he agreed with him, and he smiled rather. Now the majority of votes were on the side of the capitulators. The ministers screamed in horror at such a decision, which meant betrayal of their people. But then the rest changed strangely under the influence of the dark forces of Norris. The last minister loyal to the state shouted that it was treason, but the corners of the prime minister's eyes flashed fiercely in response. He ordered a handful of selfless fools to be locked up in prison and actually usurped power. Meanwhile, the enemies rushed to attack like an avalanche, but a steep wall grew on their way and blocked the way again. The orders of the beastmen were broken again, but they already knew what to do. Elric confidently jumped right into their thicket. He sent the energy of the landing into a blow and scattered the nearest warriors. Enemies who were already anticipating easy profit again pressed their ears to their heads from fear. The sorcerer was a little upset that he was left with a battle with a huge bear, and now he was eager to get revenge on small bipods. If the mage could have already overthrown the captain here, an army without a leader is like a chicken with a severed head that can only run around uselessly. But the horned beastmen supported their timid comrades with their hooves and urged them to believe in their captain. Goathorn took out his sword and told everyone not to be afraid of the poor little man who ran away from their captain. His appeal raised the fighting spirit and everyone roared again. Elric waved his hand and his aura took the form of a wild beast again, and he used the art of the wild beast. A huge tiger burst onto the battlefield, shaking everyone with its might. The aura of the tiger inspired fear, as the animals had heard stories about the king who was the strongest of all time. Mephisto asked him how this would help him deal with the whole horde of beasts. The magician had something else in store for such a crowd. He slowly gathered strength between his palms. Razor-sharp shards of ice flew into the irregular ranks of the animals with a fan. Everyone who got hit turned into ice as if from the kiss of the Snow Queen, and then they melted like smoke before the almighty magician. The battlefield became as smooth as an ice rink and completely covered with ice. The army again lost its fighting spirit and wagged its tails ready to flee. In order to save his strength, the mage went into close combat with martial arts. At that time, the blue lion was fighting with a bear, and the shaggy one had more than just a chance when the blades collided with thunder in the air. After exchanging blows, the animal was forced to retreat. Herman thoughtfully clenched his fist several times. His movements still felt unusual because he had fully recovered from his illness. The bear grinned viciously. The man tried to deceive him, but Herman honestly admitted that he undermined his health in an attempt to move to the next level. However, thanks to his son-in-law, or rather to that wizard, he now properly reported the swordsman to his opponent, and he expressed the hope that he is not against a small demonstration of skill. Fury warriors never shy away from battle. The bear grinned again. He did not get scared even looking at the formidable aura of the knight. Both agreed to fight to the death and did not want to back down. The two auras seemed to draw strength from this fight and battle excitement. And then the blades thundered again and the hellish crunch of steel on steel was heard. The ground under their feet cracked and groaned, unable to hold these warriors. But in the end, only one was left standing. Herman's face softened. He said good fight to his opponent, paying due tribute to his skill. People are incredible, whispered the bear, coughing blood. Before his death, he asked for forgiveness from the bloody king and admitted his defeat, and he hoped that the king would reach his great goal. Herman heard something was wrong and rushed to the bear, but he already raised his hand with a burning fuse in it. Before Herman could swing his sword, the signal fire rose into the sky like a red flower. In the light of the falling rain, the fiery sparks of the warriors fell. Elric saw a flame in the night sky. Their battle lasted all day, and the stars were already visible in the cold sky. This signal told the beastmen that their captain and leader had fallen on the battlefield. Now they were obliged to carry out his orders. Death was inevitable. The animals snorted and their eyes filled with blood. They roared furiously and rushed into a furious attack. To stop them, the wizard again threw his ice needles. But there were too many of them to take everyone and stop the influx. The heavy-armored rhinoceros hit the ice wall and cracked it. Magic could not hold everyone back. The wall collapsed and the first beasts seeped into the crack. They widened the roadblock to make way for the others. There was only one reason why the Furies decided to attack without siege weapons and encirclement of the fortress. They were waiting for the gates to be opened from the inside. The wizard only delayed their arrival for a short time, but it didn't matter because the ministers had already decided to surrender, so the Furies thought. On the tower at the gate they noticed a standard, which they took for a flag in the dark. However, approaching, the army noticed that this was not a conditional signal, but the heads of the traitors on pikes, and the look of the Fury lieutenant darkened. If the gates are closed, their entire venture is meaningless. They will not be able to take the city from the start. All traitors have been executed, said the prime minister from the walls of the city where the soldiers of the kingdom stood. From their height, Norris addressed all the defenders and heroes of the city, so that they could protect them, and the sound of tensing hundreds of bows was heard. as if a pine forest was cracking during a storm. With a shrill whistle, steel rain poured down on the defenseless fury. Elric watched this battle indifferently. The battle was already won. He was approached by the captain of the guard, Irina, who was accompanying King Valence, and they wanted to know what was happening. And the magician answered them that everything is simple. He made a deal with Norris. This happened on the first night of arrival in the kingdom of Beastmen, when they were taken to the guest rooms. The Prime Minister wanted to learn the art of strengthening the body first. But this was not the only condition of the deal, said Norris, and his face softened. He suggested that they go out first and look at something. Elric thought about the young tiger standing next to him under the cover of invisibility magic, but agreed. The boy behaved like an adult, like a real king, and waited patiently. And then Norris led him to the majestic statue of the last Tiger King. The king turned out perfectly, but why should they look at the statues of which there are many in every castle? Asked the magician. There were too many hyenas in this palace, Norris suddenly spoke, and age-old weariness could be heard in his voice. He looked again at the king whom he had served all his life, and he asked the magician to protect the young tiger from his servants of intriguers. It was a sincere request for help and friendship, and Norris bowed. Elric thought not so long ago Norris wanted to betray his monarch, but the demon also threw up his hands in bewilderment. In exchange, the Prime Minister offered his friendship and even the inheritance of their country's royal treasury. But the magician was interested in the secret techniques that the minister also mentioned. Norris clarified that he only partially controls them because they were lost. The sorcerer could not complete the development of the body, but with the knowledge of the beastmen, it becomes possible. But the sudden change of mood from hostile to friendly could not but arouse suspicions in Elric. Norris sighed and nodded his head several times. And then he asked the wizard if he knew what his grandfather looked like. Golden hair and emerald eyes. You should see such a person once and you will remember them for the rest of your life. Norris's hand touched the hidden button on the statue, and a soft rustling and some sort of vibration was heard when the stone slabs and counterweights moved. People with such a look make the world shine, said the minister when the massive gates opened in place of the walls. A bright light struck from the passage and blinded the mage's eyes. And when he opened them, he saw a beautiful stained glass window. Pieces of glass of different colors forever imprinted the ego of Euston's grandfather. This image was not inferior in beauty and grandeur to the royal one, which spoke volumes. When Euston first came to these lands, around his neck rested exactly the same medallion as Elric's. Then the mighty magician came to them and helped without asking for anything in return, said Norris. And the boy touched the medallion where the cross and flower were intertwined. If it weren't for Euston, there would be neither the kingdom nor the Tiger King now. They were looking at the great wizard. Then the beastman asked him why he was helping them, and he answered that it is in the name of the power of friendship and love. But why are they friends? The magician was asked. And he said that the Melvingers were always friends with beastmen. Elric knew this story, more precisely. He had read various records about it. This meeting happened 3 centuries ago, nodded Norris. Then they themselves did not expect that help came to them, not from an enemy. Melvinger stood on the fortress wall as the army of the nine-tailed fox moved through the garden. That moment was remembered by Norris for the rest of his life. The magician regretted that he came too late. So when his exact copy appeared in their kingdom, all doubts disappeared immediately. Norris regretted that the news about the troubles of the Melvingers reached him too late. They always had enough of their own problems in this wilderness. Elric understood that everyone has something that is precious and needs to be protected, and patted the minister on the shoulder. I know that this is the highest impudence to ask for help for the second time, but the minister did it because, again, their country was on the brink. In this way, the minister dealt with traitors within, pretended to take their side, and Elric protected the king from external enemies. The result eloquently stuck behind the minister's back. All the rats were caught. Valenci was indescribably glad that his old friend had remained so, and tears appeared in his childish eyes. Then Sean came running and reported that the eastern general had changed direction. The sandstorm was moving away from the city. The young tiger rejoiced like a child at the good news. All the troubles were behind them. The Duke of Falling Star also smiled quite a bit. Now it is possible to put an end to the senseless war, he said. He unleashed all his might on Furia's army. Having lost their commanders and suffering huge losses under the walls of the city, the enemies trembled and began to flee. The Prime Minister and Elric fought back to back, and Norris's skills were quite good despite his age. After the defeat of the enemy army, Valenci came down to them with the help of the faithful captain of the guard. Maybe the young king could go down himself, but he liked riding too much. Norris and Mage bowed politely to the king. The minister gradually returned to his human form. The boy walked past them on firm feet. With such allies, he was no longer afraid of anyone. He went out to his subjects, guards, and ordinary citizens who had gathered at the gate. And he raised his hand victoriously. This battle remained behind them. The army picked up his victory cry in unison and chanted the name of the king. After that, the boy approached the wizard and thanked him for his help. In the world of stars, they shook each other's hands, but not like a king and a magician, but like friends. After the day's battle, a quiet night fell on Antrimov, disturbed only by the shouts of the victors, who did not tire of shouting the name of their king. The entire team of the hero gathered in the throne room, and the king and the prime minister. The boy asked forgiveness from Norris for not trusting him, but the minister gently replied that he was to blame, because he should have warned him in advance. "He has already become a worthy king," the ministers told him gently and shook his hand. "Moreover, he has acquired excellent friends, and now he will be able to cope with everything even without his support," assured Norris. "As someone who has betrayed his master's trust, let him pretend he is obliged to leave his post," he said. But Tigranok firmly grabbed the hand of his old friend and mentor with his paws, who needed him as before. He asked him to help and be with him as long as possible. The minister also wanted this, so they comforted each other for a long time and touchingly, like relatives after a quarrel. The ministers introduced the holiday. The city was decorated with ribbons and flowers, and the king went out to the people. The minister has already introduced the tiger cub to adults. What a noble king he will be, but by this time he himself will no longer be around. Darkness surrounded him, and he had to keep this secret so as not to disturb the boy's tender heart. Elric asked him why he contacted the demon, and the minister shuddered at the surprise. The young king looked at the wizard in surprise. The magician laid out everything directly. The demon would soon take over the minister, and Valenci was alarmed. That is why the minister cannot stay close to the king. Mephisto was the first to notice that the minister was undoubtedly possessed by a demon. Elric read the thoughts of the evil spirit, and himself became nervous at their first meeting. A minister whose heart was enveloped by a demon, cunning and influential, the second person after the king, such a figure could not but cause fear. "His obsession is close to completion. A little more and he will cease to be himself," said Mephisto. There was a long awkward silence in the throne room. Elric broke his ego first and asked how the minister met the demon. "When the previous king died, there was no hope for the kingdom," Norris began to tell. "He only wanted to protect what was dear and found a demonic tree." Norris's gaze darkened when he remembered that terrible-eyed creature. Elric and Mephisto were startled. The magician believed that his family had long ago destroyed all the trees that spawned demons. But apparently they did not get to what grew in these lands covered with black snow. To gain strength, Norris ate more than one fruit of this tree. He swallowed them all. With each fruit, he strengthened his capabilities. But he had to pay a high price for this. An essence that absorbed his vital forces settled in his soul, and soon it will capture his mind. And then Norris will become a real demon. That's why he wanted to go and die. Then the demon will die with him. The boy was ready to cry again at such sad news, but the minister believed that this was the only way. But then Elric asked them what they would do if they found out about the method of healing. The tiger cub was ready to give anything just to save his loyal friend. Norris cautiously replied that it is better to forget about risky things. If the demon feels threatened, they will have problems. The mage looked at the demon behind him. He was sure that once they got control over me, they would be able to safely separate the beast man and the parasite. Elric needed time, but the minister could not last that long. Then the magician resolutely turned around. There was only one way left. He looked at his teacher and asked him for a favor, and Augustine smiled contentedly through his mustache. It was only because of this that Elric bowed to him and the old man agreed to help. Norris was surprised that there is a treatment with which no one will die, and the magician asked him not to worry. After all, even Euston Melvinger cannot compare with his current mentor, said the magician, and everyone saw how Augustine drowned in a white fog that resembled a scattering of stars. Elric needed Augustine to break the connection between soul and heart. He had to do the rest himself. The teacher understood everything, and his magic filled the entire throne room with flower jelly. In one moment, the minister felt as if he were flying in the sky among the stars. He was deeply amazed that such magic existed. And then he felt tiny when the magician reached out to him with a bandaged hand. He grabbed Norris as if he were a toy and pulled him to him. The demonic essence desperately resisted, and did not want to break away from the body it loved. But under the skillful hand of the dark elf, the demon managed to be pulled out. He snarled viciously and thrashed about like a rabid dog that had been dragged out of its kennel. But Elric quickly grabbed him by the throat and activated the power of the seal. Then everything went like clockwork. The power of the demon began to be absorbed into the ego's hand. He smiled quite a bit because he not only replenished his strength, but also left the kingdom of Anthropomorph in debt again. The demon Hull also grinned carnivorously. The magician wished him a good appetite. The main thing is to keep the seal. Hill's seal had finally evolved, Elric thought, as he suddenly found himself in crimson space. It was as if he was immersed in a vision like then in the dragon's cave. Before him again was a throne made of bones, and the Lord of Demons on top of it. He made a speech before a huge army of demons who were standing below. "Everything unknown is born," the master of original sin told them. The fiery seal of the beast glittered on the blade of the monstrous sword's ego. The magician watched everything from the outside and realized that he had penetrated the demon's memories. But it was surprising because he simply absorbed the power of the second demon. A horde of winged, toothy, multi-armed, and multi-legged gnawed and growled after the words of the master. But then the demons rushed to the bone throne. Flashing his animal blade, Mephistopheles jumped forward. He called those who dared to attack him fools. With one stroke, the entire plane turned to ashes along with whoever stood on it. The shockwave carried away the rest like a sea wave. Mephisto mercilessly slashed enemies with an animal sword. The fools decided that they could defeat the king so easily, he shouted to them. An unusual longing could be heard in his voice. He relentlessly chopped, cut, stabbed. Elric had already forgotten the original power of Mephisto, because now he was an evil spirit. In front of him was the greatest and most noble of the demon lords, who walked holding a severed head in his hands. For reasons unknown to him, the magician could feel everything that the demon felt. And right now, Mephisto deeply regretted what had happened, despite his triumphant laughter. He just followed the path that fate prepared for him. A sinner who lives and breathes in sin and cannot depart from this path. That is why the lonely king of demons was called the original sin. Evil got out of Mephisto's shadow and his aura took on its true form. But then the magician felt the gaze of a pair of hot coals, and the vision ended at the same moment. He was again standing in the middle of the throne room. When the absorption was completed, a weakened Norris fell to the carpet. Augustin noticed the guy's worried look and asked if everything was all right. The others were also surprised by his silence, but then the magician took himself in hand and hastened to calm them down. In reality, much less time has passed, he noticed, and looked at Norris, who was lying unconscious. And it seems that Mephisto already felt that they looked into his soul. His gray face frowned more than usual. Elric did not know why this happened. He simply absorbed the power of the demon with the help of the seal of jewels, and Mephistopheles was drawn into the seal. Now their souls were connected, and the demon was as surprised as a human, because now he was just an evil spirit. The magician asked him what he thought about it, and Mephisto haughtily twisted his face. He is not an all-knowing old man. The power of the seal that Elric absorbed seems to have once been subordinate to the demon lord himself. This explained the wolf-like shape of the seal, the wizard thought. But it was strange that Mephisto did not immediately recognize it. That's because he's a king from birth and has always lived at the top, the only one of his kind, the noble demon said again in a haughty tone. It's just that no one wants to be friends with him, said Elric jokingly, and the demon got angry. And at the same time he asked Mephisto what he saw in his memories. But Mephi just snorted like a stubborn horse and turned away. After everything, Norris was put to bed to rest. The king and adopted daughter Irina were afraid to move away from his bed. The minister took the magician's hand and sincerely thanked him. Then the wizard wished him a speedy recovery, and Norris declared that he would try for the sake of his majesty. Everyone smiled at this touching scene, and the magician was already thinking when the main story would begin. He looked at Irina and the young tiger and thought that now is the time. The demon behind his back snorted contemptuously. The worst Melvinger always showed off in front of people, but his thoughts were full of calculations. Elric answered that this had only happened a couple of times, and asked the demon not to read his thoughts anymore, and not to spy on him, as if he were some kind of abnormal person. While the demon was hissing and indignant, Valence handed him a small trunk. As promised, the magician received a map of the treasures of King Julius, and the results of their research on strengthening the body. Inside were indeed the indicated things, and the king also asked to look under the fabric. The magician was surprised, but picked up a red handkerchief from the bottom of the box. Under it he found the roots of the rarest plant of the East. This thing was incredibly valuable, so he could not ask why such a royal generosity. And then the boy told him the ancient legend of Beastmen. When this world is about to fall, the hero king with the art of the body will lead everyone to prosperity, appearing at the right moment. Then a harsh winter will come, the earth and hearts will freeze. But a hero will appear, and the ice will melt, and spring will return again. After reading these half-lengths, the king told the wizard that Elric is now confident, and is a hero from this legend. Having heard about winter, the magician touched the pocket where the frozen egg lay. He remembered the words of Otto, who told him that he would end the winter. These words came back to him from the legends for a reason. Euston regretted that he had returned late, so he had come to Anthropomorph at the behest of the Beastmen, Elric assumed. The king said that the magician is a hero and deserves such a gift, and the magician humbly accepted it. Having settled all matters, they headed to the flower temple in their carriage. The feathered servant bowed to the ground, trembling with fear before his terrible master. He asked for forgiveness and croaked something about the next time. But the dark power of the nine-tailed fox lifted him into the air, squeezed his thin throat, and the gloomy sound of broken cervical vertebrae was heard. His place was immediately taken by another servant with deer antlers, and told that Melvinger was going to the flower temple. Then the lord ordered to burn this temple to which Melvinger's ancestor once went. And burn everyone in the temple too, roared the demonic fox menacingly. Meanwhile, the carriage climbed further north to the mountain ridges that were covered with black snow. Fortunately, its internal space allowed all the noble guests and a squadron of knights to be comfortably accommodated. The boy king rode with them and kept trying to tame Gilton's tiger, but the white and proud animal did not give in. They created more noise and fuss than they ever entertained Sean. Tot shifted his gaze to Elric, who was talking about something with Herman Weil and his daughter, the beautiful Isabel. German felt the boy's hand and asked if he was thinking of learning fencing. The magician was surprised to hear such a proposal, but did not rush to answer out of consideration. German noted that the young duke quickly learned martial arts and was even able to improve them. This is an extraordinary talent. Swordsmanship skills will not be superfluous for battles with the use of the art of body development, Lord Weil declared. But as soon as the question of apprenticeship came up, he was interrupted. Not so fast, old Augustin told him and let out a battle aura. The knights immediately grabbed their swords. Gilton menacingly urged them to be prudent and stay put. One wrong move and their heads may explode, the former commander of the revolutionaries told them, flashing predatory eyes. The two elders surveyed everyone with a look as if they were ready to bury anyone who dared to contradict them. Even the boy king rushed to the warm chest of haze just in case. Herman urged the elders to calm down because there are children and women here, and they really came to their senses and moderated their teacher enthusiasm. Herman assured the old man Augustin that he did not want to introduce a student to him under any circumstances. It's just that the guy didn't look like an ordinary magician, and he could become stronger if he taught him fencing. It sounded convincing, but the old man again took on a crazy look and declared that he was not a fool and did not believe in this nonsense. A strong shadow aura pressed on Herman, but he did not retreat and mockingly asked the old man if he was afraid that his student would be stolen from him. All this time, the servant Karl faithfully and tirelessly guided the horses in the light of the echo. Suddenly, the carriage jumped on the spot along with the horses and almost overturned. The old man and Lord Weil moved quickly in the cold sky. Augustin collected mana in his hand to impale the knight. His power formed a terrifying hand of God in the sky that covered the moon and the stars. But Herman only tightened his grip on his sword and filled it with aura. Lightning flashed, and Augustin's divine hand was severed with one blow of the blue lion's sword. Meanwhile, Gilton decided to exercise with the knights and stand in front of them astride his tiger. He politely invited them to fight, and his tiger snarled and growled. The knights understood what a dangerous enemy was before them, so they attacked all together. The snowy plain on the edge of the forest suddenly became a field for a heated battle. The demon did not understand why the madmen were fighting. Elric immediately turned up his nose. The whole point is that he is incredibly talented, he told the demon, and the demon scowled contemptuously at the undisguised narcissism. In their dialogue, they again switched to mental speech, stopped looking into each other's souls. The demon asked him if he was going to interfere, because the battle of the two old men was pulling him to sleep, and the magus intervened. His spell of weakening in a blink of an eye cooled the battle ardor of the combatants. He asked them to calm down and promised to learn fencing. They decided on this, after which they returned to the carriage and sat down at the negotiating table. Augustin believed that the guy still had something to learn from him. Gilton also had many excellent skills. But the magician's answer was simple. He wants to become stronger. No matter how much he improves his body, without knowledge, his enemies, demons, are very strong, and additional skills will come in handy. But this does not mean that he will abandon the path of the magician. Fencing will only be his support. German confirmed his words, said that he does not want to drag the guy into the world of martial arts. Then Elric turned to Augustine and Gilton and said that if they were against him he would refuse, because he was their student, and humbly put his hand on his chest. The teachers looked at each other as if making a general decision. Once they did not object, after all, he is a young duke, and after the fight with Herman it became clear that he has something to learn. Augustine then turned to Lord Weil. The guy plunged into dark thoughts. He could not miss this chance, even if it hurt the pride of his teachers. Herman was one of the best fencers on the continent. And he will squeeze it clean, the young duke smiled greedily. But after a short training, he became the first to feel a rainbow on his lips. The magician was squeezed dry like a lemon. Herman laughed, holding a wooden training sword on his shoulder. He did not think that the guy would stand up so quickly. Elric felt insignificant for the first time. He was forced to wave his stick thousands of times without using mana. Lord Weil reminded that they usually start doing this from early childhood. Here, Mephi interrupted their dialogue and said that he had made a decision. When he descends into this world, he will be good, as God himself spoke to the blue lions in a mocking tone. Dance, princess, the mage said the words of power. And the evil spirit turned around in a luxurious evening dress and ballet shoes. They were distracted from these games by Karl, who informed them that they had arrived at the place. Elric resolutely went outside. He was tired of waiting. But when he looked around, he was very surprised, because this place was called the Flower Temple. But instead of him, he saw empty ruins forgotten by both God and the devil. Now this temple was closed because of the General of the East, but Valencia announced his arrival, so it should be opened later. Mephisto smiled when he saw the ruins. There was so much talk about the temple, he wondered if everything was preserved. This place was created in case of the destruction of the world, something to harm the saving ark, said the demon. People, dragons and giants, frightened by the army of the demon god, planned to be revived after peace fell into war. But at that time the Melvingers stopped the invasion. The demon spread his hands. Elric thought about his words and again touched the ancient medallion on his chest. He has already seen the devastating picture of the past that is sealed in his legacy. But then the ground trembled under their feet, and the delighted king pointed his finger. The ruined arch shone with all the colors of the rainbow. This was ancient powerful magic. Mephisto quite grinned with sharp teeth, thinking that he might meet someone familiar there. Bright sunlight flooded the cold stone ruins and cast long shadows. And then a miniature figure in a cloak appeared from the gate. Folding her hands like a priestess, the girl removed the hood from her face and introduced herself as Hunya Trokweeks. She was the caretaker of the temple, and fortunately, she could be called a gardener. After a quick introduction, she invited them inside to shelter from the cold winds. The king and the wizard looked at each other as if asking each other what's next. And together they headed for the blindingly bright door. Inside them are wide meadows and mountains that gently held fragrant plains and hills in their hands. The temple stood nearby. It looked like a princess's doll's house. A wide colonnade framed it in a semicircle, as if protecting it from the open plains. Usually, with the arrival of winter, the temple rests, and they do not receive guests. The gardener informed them that she was leading their group through the soft grass, and only at the request of the Tiger King were they allowed inside. She asked them to observe the rules of propriety while the god fell into hibernation, and Elric heard the surprised cries, "Man, man." A fairy with transparent wings resembling butterfly wings hovered above him. She said that she had not seen people for 40 years. The gardener introduced her as Nar, the goddess of daffodils. Not a fairy, but a goddess, and the magician was amazed. Nar immediately praised Hayes for her beauty, and she reciprocated with a sweet smile. But the goddess did not spare the old man Augustina. She called him gloomy. He smiled and replied that he was not talking about old age, because she lived for more than 1,000 years. Seeing Isabel, the chatty goddess told her to work better on unrequited love, and praised the fragrance that it was better than all, which greatly embarrassed the girl and forced her to blush. Elric frowned at the noisy goddess who did not know the tact. But when Nar approached him, she covered her nose, and she trembled as if she smelled something smelly and terrible. The demon mockingly told the goddess that she should be made of pumpkin flowers, or gardenia, judging by her noise. The goddess immediately began to argue with the evil spirit, which, to her surprise, she could see. The demon was frankly amused. For the first time, he had an interlocutor other than the boy in a long time. German noticed Nar's strange reaction, and Augustin assumed that there was something here. Fortunately for Elric, before they found out about Mephistopheles, the gardener said that Nar was just fooling around because she had few friends. The goddess heard the gardener and became indignant, but she changed the subject and asked about the purpose of the guest's visit. And then the wizard reached into his breast pocket. He took out a blue crystal that he had to give to the camellia goddess. They went deep into the temple past columns and arches wrapped in ivy. The General of the East caused a lot of damage to the temple, said Elric. He imagined this place as heaven on earth. This is the place of the ark from the god of demons, but only winter affected it, noted Mephisto. It was unclear to him why the storm became stronger now. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe it was an agreement with the Melvinger family. But it coincided too much, said the demon, his eyes twinkling. It was as if everything was planned in advance and set in motion like a time mechanism after the mage visited the refuge in the north. And Elric thought that this could also be part of the contract he concluded with Otto. The gardener opened the door for them and said that they had come. It was a wide room with a high vault from which vines of flowering wisteria hung down. In the middle there were small tables like toys, and behind each of them sat a tiny fairy as beautiful as a doll. They stared at the strangers and asked who they were. Why did they come, and why are they looking for Camellia, and why did he bring an ice crystal? Elric was surprised to realize that the goddess Camellia was not here. And then he introduced himself by name and bowed politely. The fairies flew up to him, rejoicing when they heard his name, green eyes and golden hair. This is their friend Euston. Grandfather was a friend of the flower fairies and came to this place 40 years ago. The magician told them that he came here at the behest of the ancestors to return the blue crystal of the goddess Camellia. He asked where she is now, but the girls answered with a look and fell silent, stopped chirping loudly and incessantly. They led him into a greenhouse hidden by thick glass, through which soft light penetrated and fell on gray boxes, similar to children's graves. The sight made the wizard's heart melt. They stopped at a small box with her name on it, and the fairies told him that Camellia had withered. Because of the General of the East, The winter became too long. Spring did not come, and everyone fell asleep, the fairies said. The magician sat down and touched the box with his hands. If he does not return the crystal, he will not be able to complete the task. So his family will never return to its former greatness. The guy darkened. The demon grumbled disgustingly next to him, only to think that the goddesses withered because of some wind. He considered them pitiful, and the fairies began to swear childishly at the king of demons. They tolerated him only because of the magician. Their bickering only flared up when the magus had a good idea. His mind got stuck on the word withered. They are not dead, but withered, he thought, and resolutely lifted the lid of the coffin. Inside, on a soft satin cloth, lay a small seed the size of a walnut. Elric put the blue crystal next to the seed. It should work, he thought. And then he used an absorption spell. The energy of the crystal began to flow into the walnut in the box. The entire greenhouse was flooded with a bright blue light like the flame of a torch. And then the seed cracked and a green sprout broke out of its bowels. After that, everyone staggered away from the rapid geyser-like stream of red fog. The room was filled with the delicate fragrance of camellia flowers. And in front of them, a beautiful butterfly in a dress made of petals blossomed. As promised, he came, said the fairy, waking up. Elric introduced himself to her and told her that he was Euston's grandson and asked her to tell about their contract. But before she answered, she was surrounded by other cheerful fairies who began chirping with spring bells how happy they were to see her. But Camellia differed from them in a more mature character, and even shouted for them to shut up and not interfere with the important conversation. The ashamed fairies fell silent and even sullenly lowered their wings. The gray demon snorted disdainfully without any pride. And he is still the same abomination. Only now he has not become a body. The only thing he could boast of was pity. Camellia cheekily answered the demon. Mephisto got angry and declared that he was a great king. King of what? Camellia asked him in amazement, and cast him a condescending look. Without subordinate servants. No one else hails him as king. Then, without waiting for the demon's answer, the fairy turned to the magician and said that he had a beautiful name. The magician bowed politely again, and she asked him how she was awakened. Elric said that he sensed a demonic power hidden in the cold energy that covered the seed. Then he assumed that if he absorbed both powers, then Camellia would wake up. Smart as well as handsome, the fairy once again praised the ego. She smiled seductively at him and offered to become her groom. Such an unexpected turn of the wizard sent chills to his bones. It wasn't every day he heard such proposals. Mephi snarled contemptuously. She was still chasing handsome men. Ugly demon kings are of no interest to anyone, Camellia told him to die. The miniature, doll-like beauty repeated her question and said that a man can only receive such an offer once. In another situation, he might have immediately dismissed it as ridiculous, but his family had a contract with this goddess, and it is necessary to be more delicate. Then he rejected her as politely as he could, referring to the fact that he cannot act rashly as the head of the clan. Camellia sighed in disappointment but did not show it out of pride. She had not been refused for a long time. And then she quickly changed the conversation and turned away, because the magician had come here to find out about their contract with Euston. Euston knew that one day his grandson would come here. He must steal the winter that covered the field as black as a coal of snow and bring spring with him. Something familiar again stirred in the mage's memory. Amazing that his ancestor knew all this in advance. Elric again touched the locket around his neck. Will he be able to stop these long and wild colds and bring the joy of warmth that they have been waiting for a long time? Asked Camellia, and her hair fluttered gracefully in the wind. She was so beautiful, like a real delicate flower, that even the demon turned away embarrassed by this image. Elric could not promise anything, but he was here to end the winter, or improve it, as Otto told him. Camellia smiled, immersed in memories. Such words sounded in the spirit of an old grunt. But everything can be connected, said the fairy to the wizard. Now his path lies in the second place, she said, and flew straight to his face. The fairy sent an air kiss, from which rose petals as red as dawn. In an instant, the room was again filled with the aroma of camellia and petals. She told him to go to that place and find out how to stop the cold. He found himself again on the soft carpet of the flower plain, the spicy herbs tickling his nostrils with the scent of thyme and sage. He hadn't felt like this in a long time, the wizard thought. He got up to look around to see if this place was a flower temple. This is exactly how he imagined it. A wide, grassy meadow that sparkles with a riot of colors and smells, and hums with the buzzing of bees, and high mountains protect it from frost, grabbing all the clouds with their sharp teeth. A light gust of warm spring wind playfully hit him in the face, and when he opened his eyes again, winter came instead of spring, and everything was covered with coal-black snow. Elric tried to understand what had happened, when a familiar voice, as if reading his thoughts, answered that it was a field of black snow, and the place of the second task was told by Otto Kahn, who stood with his back to him. The old relative turned and smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Elric ran up to him, and Otto praised him for how the boy had grown, and the seal of cruelty found its place on his hand. The wizard asked how the ancestor got here. Otto replied that he would follow on his heels until the winter was over and smiled softly. But his smile brought flashbacks of the previous test to the boy, and he shuddered. Otto looked at the sky and said that they don't have much time and they need to start. Once upon a time in ancient times, this place was sacred. It was here that life was born. But soon, everything was swallowed up by death. General of the East, Elric whispered, guessing the reasons for the disaster. It was his shadow that was left by the god of demons after passing by this place. A relic of the past and a curse, said Otto, and they looked at the monstrous size of the cyclone. And his task will swallow this darkness, his ancestor told him. On the one hand, the magician was waiting for something similar. But on the other hand, all the tasks of this old man were madness. How to curb a great calamity? The magician doubted his strength, looking at the roaring streams in the mountains. But if everything works out, this immense power will belong to him. And the boy's eyes twinkled eagerly. Otto watched Elric's reaction carefully. As before, the young wizard had to put the power of the storm demon into the seal on his hand. There is no doubt that this enemy is stronger than the Queen of Mountains, because this is the second task. After thinking a little, Elric resolutely declared that he was ready for battle. Before the battle, Otto gave him a camellia seed with him. His task is to grow a seed in 100 days until the tree blossoms. Just grow a tree, the magician was amazed. This time he will have to be a gardener. It didn't sound so difficult, and Otto rubbed the rim of his monocle. Something will grow on the dead earth. But what does the General of the East have to do with it? The magician asked. Otto laughed and said that he would understand everything when he arrived, and the guy hit himself on the head. What else did he expect from a crazy relative? He frowned and pondered how to complete the task with such an insignificant amount of information. But the relative said not to worry because he will have a mentor. After his click, a magic seal appeared in front of them. And then the frosty air was filled with a familiar aroma. It will not be left behind, grumbled the miniature fairy in a dress made of petals. She indignantly pushed back her long, silky hair from her face. The goddess did not like to wake up on trifles. Elric stared in amazement at the one he had just spoken to. But Camellia behaved as if she did not recognize him at all, and cast the look of a hungry cat at the handsome guy. Although this fairy looked the same as the goddess Camellia, there were differences. She was short, but the magician had the feeling that he was looking not at a young flower, but at a mature tree. And its crown is so big that it can cover the entire sky. This version of the goddess looked majestic. Otto politely introduced his distant descendant to the goddess. Again, Melvinger sighed in disappointment, but she promised to close her eyes because he is cute. And then she offered him to be her husband, and Elric realized that it was definitely Camellia. But then the goddess felt something, and as if she remembered that the boy had already refused her once. It turns out that they have a connection with the spear in the flower temple, the wizard realized. As before, Camellia changed the subject to save face and told him that it is quite difficult to grow a tree. The magician declared that he was ready for everything, and the goddess warned that he would help only with advice. He would grow the tree himself. Elric nodded meekly. That would be enough. Otto handed him a stone tablet. It looked old and cracked, and on its surface was carved the coat of arms of the Melvinger family, an owl and a book. This messenger will allow him to see the state of the tree in real time, but soon he will show other possibilities, said the ancestor, and the seal lit up in his hands. The magic of the Wheel of Change fell from his hands and the test began. They soared high above the mountains where the sky loses its blueness and touches the stars. 4 centuries ago, the curse of the god of demons fell on these lands, said the goddess. He must find special ingredients and use them, she explained, and Elric thought about whether nature was better at this time than now. First, he had to find a place to plant the seed, and it must be fertile. Elric decided that it would be faster to clear this land than to search the entire field of black snow. But then an ugly winged shadow appeared in the sky. A monster with a sharp beak almost swallowed the mage like a midge when it flew past. After that, several more hungry, feathered creatures appeared in the sky. They attacked the wizard, who hung in the air like easy prey. Elric brought his hands together and summoned his mana. And then a hurricane broke out of his hands and fell on the enemy, sweeping away everything in its path. The winged creatures withstood the currents of the wind, but could not withstand the fierce cold that bound them with ice. In an instant, they all crumbled in a hail of fragments and fell to the ground. The demon Jewel got out of his hiding place and decided to eat so that the good would not be lost. Unexpectedly, there was something to eat in this place. The magician smiled. The goddess also smiled, rather. The boy was just as skilled as all the Melvingers. But to kill monsters is one thing, but to find fertile land in the midst of mountains and snow is quite another. Elric began to pretend that he was looking for an open space with several trees. There should be water nearby, and this place should be protected. Since they moved 4 centuries into the past, there must be an anthropomorph somewhere, the wizard remembered. Camellia confirmed his guesses. The beastmen were just finishing the construction of the city, but the landscape has changed since then, and it is not easy to find him. But the wizard had his own methods. The first thing he did was find a raging river that broke its way through the rocks. Gorges and hills almost do not change in such a time. It is possible to determine the location by them, said the wizard. So he went out to the plain where various animals were crawling and terrible stumps were sticking out of the ground instead of trees. Camellia praised Ego for his resourcefulness. Elric had a good memory of the anthropomorph's surroundings. The mage reached out to prepare the ground. Mana blew as ice broke from his seal. Will this be enough for the growth of the plant? He asked the goddess. This was with an advantage, she answered, examining the impregnable wall of sharp ice and the flickering protective dome. Most monsters will not pass this barrier. For the first time, the goddess had seen a man so freely wield the dragon's tongue. A forest fire broke out in her chest, and she surprised herself that she liked this talented boy. Elric landed and examined the place he had prepared, and then his pocket sparkled like gold polished to a shine. This was a sign of a stone tablet that signified the success of those who had begun. The wizard reached into his pocket and took out a stone tablet, but his face darkened. The task has been failed, and he will be returned on the 0 day, said the fiery inscription. The magic of the gears made a shrill click, and they moved again into the sky above the sharp mountain peaks. As before, when the task failed, he returned to the beginning, only now it was not necessary to die for this, all in the spirit of old Otto. Elric looked at the mountains covered with black snow and thought about what he was missing. Camellia yawned tiredly and said that she would go to the outer world to sleep and opened a portal for herself, and she told the boy to wait for her return and think about the task. When he began to listen to his objections, she disappeared and was like that. The black sun cast dim light on the cold rocks. The river still washed the ancient bones of the mountains. The magician lay on the cold ground and thought about his task. He couldn't wait to solve everything as quickly as possible, so he jumped up sharply. He concentrated and used his inner vision to scan the valley. The golden energy spread in all directions in waves of flame. Not far away, directly under the ground, he felt something. And as soon as he felt it, the ground under his feet shook as if someone was gnawing on it. Elric jumped up. And in the same second, a sandworm in scaly armor broke through the crust of frozen soil. Deathworms are so big that they can swallow an elephant alive and are dangerous even for experienced magicians. The Encyclopedia of Monsters in the section on sandworms gave only one piece of advice: if you see one, run away. Below him, a black hole opened, full of sharp points like the needles of teeth. Everywhere you looked, there was an abyss. Elric collected ice crystals around himself. Apparently, the last request failed because of this worm. But in order to defeat the ego, one must first break through the ego's skin. The needles have turned into hundreds of swords. The worm clung to the ground and wrapped itself in rings to protect itself. Hundreds of swords clattered against his sturdy armor. But the magic did not break through this scale, so Elric moved straight to the cracked mouth. But before reaching the monster and hitting him, he managed to spit a shower of green liquid. Elric did not expect such an attack and hastily put up a honeycomb shield. The contents of this monster's stomach was such a strong acid that it burned through even the energy barrier. But at the same moment, the worm decided to return to the cozy bowels of the earth again. Elric chased after him. If he let this bastard go now, he wouldn't be able to complete the task. The worm fell to the ground and the frozen crust cracked again. And then he suddenly turned around and again tried to grab the magician. His retreat was feigned, and this time the magician got a cunning opponent. The guy darkened, if only a little, and everything would have to start all over again. This time green acid rain flew into him again. I had to quickly hit it so that it would not dissolve in it. The magician did several dizzying somersaults in the air, but the animal did not stray from its goal and was preparing to spit at him again. Then Elric used a weapon spell, and his body was surrounded by veins from different forces. The blue lion taught the ego this trick. It is necessary to concentrate all the energy in one point. He threw all this away together with the art of strengthening the body. The world lost its colors for a moment because of such tension. After such a blow, the magician fell to the ground and barely covered himself with a shield. If he had not used his ultimate attack, he would have turned into minced meat a long time ago. But I didn't want to do such a feat a second time, he thought, looking at the seal. The tablet told him that part of the task was completed, and the first restriction was removed. The tablet in the ego's hand suddenly shone brightly. The power emanating from the tablet was absorbed into his seal on his right hand, and then everything calmed down. Even the wind around it calmed down its daring gusts. Elric did not think that he would receive the fourth seal so quickly, and thought that with its help it was necessary to swallow the Eastern General. But the guy didn't even know the real name of this demon, so he scratched the back of his head in annoyance. Mephisto would surely have laughed at him now. He remembered the gray-faced demon. This only added to the wizard's eagerness to figure everything out on his own. Once the cleaning was finished, he decided that it was time to take care of the beds. But then the demon Jewel gave him a warning. It would not have been Otto's test if everything had ended so simply. The ground under his feet trembled again. In the Encyclopedia of Monsters, there was a note that sometimes worms gather in groups, and before the wizard's eyes the earth foamed up like a sea and uprooted a dozen hungry leeches. They became like a monster from ancient legends with 1,000 heads on long necks. Several long and obscene words addressed to the ancestor flashed through the wizard's head. He grabbed his head and screamed, because for some reason he was constantly failing tasks of the devilish level of complexity. For the first time, he wondered how the Tiger King's ancestors were able to build a city here above the dwelling of sandworms. Only Elric's teacher could handle such a group of monsters. But their abundance meant that the land here was truly fertile. Therefore, regardless of what he must try to complete this task, the magician decided and slowed down his heavenly run. He laughed when he was struck by the crazy thought that he would fight a couple of freaks and then go fishing. But reality was merciless, and an easy walk was not possible. After 34 requests, he was lying on the ground completely broken. He tried everything he could, but it was impossible to kill these monsters alone. Each time the wizard went through incredible torture. During the battle, he even found another place to plant a tree, but it never grew. In this way, it was possible to get stuck here until old age, he thought, while the monsters again surrounded him. There was no longer either Camellia or Mephistopheles, and old Otto was probably watching him and laughing quietly. And only then it dawned on him that no one forbade asking for help. At that time, the Tiger King lived here, Elric remembered. So you just need to find his family, in the hope that at least at this time the king can fight and not be a child or an old man. Camellia was dozing under a beautiful tree like a cat curled up in her silken bed. The wind softly played a lullaby on the leaves of a tree from which petals as delicate as snow fell from time to time. A harsh voice as dry as desert sand woke her up, but Otto spoke quietly. Camellia sleepily rubbed her eyes. She was surprised that he had entered here because no one could do it without permission. Otto smiled again once he was begged to come here. The little fairy indignantly answered that such a thing had never happened in the blink of an eye. She proudly sat on her bed and asked him why he had come. Otto was worried about how the goddess copes with the curse that was blocked 40 years ago. Camellia was recovering and it was better, but it would be better if it didn't happen again. She asked Otto how the young hero was doing, and he offered to take a look. The magician ran away from some wild beastmen. They shouted after him, "Poor little man, their enemy." Camellia was scared for the guy and asked Otto what was going on there. But he only laughed again. He liked to subject the guy to interesting tests. The goddess demanded to help the magician immediately, but Otto calmed her down and asked to just take a look. The boy's face did not say that he was scared. Rather, he was enjoying the chaos. He jumped like a grasshopper, making the animals run after him, but the Tiger King never appeared. For the task, he definitely needs the help of those who will build a whole kingdom here in the future. When the wizard stopped, the beastmen thought that he had lost his strength and finally fell into their clutches. In these places, it is difficult to find one specific beastman, so the magus decided to attract his attention and used a secret art. The beasts shuddered in fear at such an unprecedented power. Their instincts told them that there was a real leader in front of them. Now the hunt for him should definitely begin, because the man used their techniques. A black shadow hung over the mountain range. Elric simply stomped his foot and unleashed a mountain avalanche that swept across the entire valley of black snow with a terrible roar. The animals were thrown back by this dazzling golden aura and rolled on the ground. After such a noise, the ego must be swept away, Elric decided, and climbed higher into the tree. Or maybe it wasn't enough, he still doubted. But when he wanted to change his location, a sense of evil struck him, and Hull shouted to him to run. As if a hungry tiger sneaked up on him from behind and struck with its paws, the magus jumped back, almost falling under this attack. Looking back at the cleanly cut stump, he realized that if he did not have feelings of evil, he would surely have become a dead man. A warrior who quietly came out of the shadows to him praised him for his attentiveness. This was a being that united all beastmen in the Valley of Black Snow, the great ruler of the north that made the entire empire tremble with fear. The progenitor of beastmen asked him menacingly who he was. A ferocious aura surrounded his body, and his name was Tiger King Julius. When he came closer, he noticed that there was definitely a man in front of him, and again asked the wizard what was happening. Other beastmen surrounded them from all sides and loudly scolded indignantly. Yuli's eyes twinkled and asked them if he was forbidden to be here. So the wizard realized that not all tribes were united yet. The Tiger King had not yet reached the peak of his development, but his aura was monstrous. He was overwhelming with his presence alone. The tiger growled for everyone who did not want to fight to move away. The animals ran away, held their tails, and promised him revenge for taking the side of the human. When they left, the future king breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't like fuss. Elric was surprised that he had only been protected, so it was not a mistake to come here. He politely bowed and thanked for the help, but did not finish. A strong paw squeezed his throat with a steel grip. Yuli demanded to be told where the art of strengthening the body is known to him. The mage would have been happy to tell, but his throat only made a gurgling sound. And then Yuli took pity and let him go, but warned that if they lied to him, he would twist his head off. Elric came up with a legend that he is a refugee whose family can no longer bear the oppression and tyranny of the Empire, and therefore they went here. Along the path of his parents, monsters were killed, and one beastman raised and taught him skills. The magician shamelessly lied. He told a tearful story with such zeal that in the end he began to believe himself. What was the name of this animal? Yuli asked him. It was difficult to understand from his face whether he believed or not. Elric pretended to look down, every time the teacher told him that he had long forgotten his name, and since he did not want to disturb the teacher's memory anymore, he called him simply a mentor. The tiger again looked into the emerald eyes, which took the form of an innocent lamb. The Tiger King is incredibly perceptive. He can determine the truth or a lie a person is telling by his heartbeat and muscle tension. But these feelings are easy to deceive if you know how to control the flow of blood. Yuli roared that now they are brothers, and the magician thought that he had succeeded in everything. Since they practice the same art, it should bring them closer. Elric wiped the fake tears from his face. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Yuli asked if he had a place to spend the night. The tiger gave him a riding wolf, and together they headed to his home across the snowy plain. But then, next to Elric, the portal opened again and a familiar, gentle, and subtle voice was heard. "And why is there not a single normal person among the Melvingers?" asked Camellia, who immediately perched on his shoulder. She told him not to worry. Yuli was not supposed to sense her presence. The goddess asked the young wizard if he really thought that he could marry this savage. Elric didn't think so, but he expected that Julius would still stay nearby. Now their people were immersed in internal strife. Therefore it was important for them that their warriors knew how to fight. The search for strong warriors was also necessary for Tiger Yulia. They arrived at the camp, and Camellia doubted whether the other beastmen would accept their leader's decision. After all, there was enmity between their races. Many young warriors lost their loved ones because of the war with people. No wonder they bristled when they saw a person. But Yuli confidently declared to everyone that now this man is their brother. Of course, no one paid attention to his words. They only hissed louder with contempt. Then the leader told everyone to calm down and gather. For many years, the people of the Empire persecuted the beastmen so that their undisguised hatred could be understood. But despite this, the Magus had to win them over to his side. However, something unexpected happened later. After hearing Elric's story, the beastmen began to cry. They mistook the boy's history teacher for their departed mentor. Yuli also confidently winked at the bewildered guy who did not understand what nonsense they were talking about. A minute ago, they were ready to tear him to pieces, but now they accepted him as a relative. And the whole reason was in the terrible leader Yulia, who now smiled quite at him. Elric's story was embellished by it, overgrown with details and touching scenes of the teacher's last minutes. Yuli turned out to be a much more skilled liar and manipulator than it seemed at first glance. Despite the fact that he was a rough warrior, he showed unprecedented cunning and ingenuity. His heart-wrenching story touched all the young warriors of the tribe. He so skillfully portrayed the death of the teacher who wished their tribes to live in peace that the warriors went into a frenzy. They moaned and tore at themselves. The teacher's death seemed to them something real and happening right now. Elric himself did not know how far this lie could go. And then Yuli whispered to him to play along. These fools were capable of believing in anything. The mage smiled warmly. He did not ask for hatred of beastmen and needed their help. But not everyone agreed with such a decision. There were also those who were against it. A strong-looking warrior with an animal tattoo on his shoulder stepped forward. He refused to believe the man's words. There was tense silence, and the party studied each other for a long time. "The tribe of the Black Wolf, loyal dogs of the Tiger King and ancestors of Norris," Camellia told him. Julius stepped forward and asked Ralph if he thought he would challenge the leader's order. The proud wolf immediately replied that he does not do this. Nevertheless, he was not ready to accept a representative of an inferior race of people, even if he was telling the truth. But Yulia did not like such looks. He growled fiercely at Ralph and reminded him of their principles. All of them are abandoned and persecuted, and are recognized as one family, regardless of origin. And if he forgot about it, the leader threatened to immediately wring his neck. It seems that he had one harsh answer to any questions and claims. Ralph frowned at the man, but did not dare to openly contradict the leader. Elric stepped forward and praised Julius for the good intentions of Anthropomorph, who was surprised that the boy had heard of them. The magician explained that the rumors reached him while he was wandering around the fields. Although they still had many enemies, many tribes shared Yulia's approach to forget about racial prejudice. He was rejected as a human being by the same people, but he was accepted by a teacher, and now he has found his brothers, Elric told them with a radiant smile. If he had seen him now, Mephi would have choked with laughter. Such a concession by Yulia was worthy of the title of Tiger King. But now he must prove by deeds that he is worthy to join them, said the magician, and his eyes sparkled with determination. Ralph already understood what the stranger was up to. Their hierarchy in the tribe was built on strength. Then everything can be decided in battle. If Elric wins, he will remain in the tribe as part of his ego. If not, he will leave him forever. Ralph scowled. His pride hurt when the pitiful man challenged him. But Elric answered him with the same contempt. Did the dog shake the leader? His good-natured image of a simpleton and a naive guy quickly evaporated, and he began to laugh at the wolf. Of course, he could not contain his anger and immediately bared his claws. Elric used the art of strengthening the body, because that was the only way he could win their authority. But here they were separated by Julius himself, powerfully stomping his foot on the ground, so that both rivals could not stand. They rolled over and both tried to keep their balance. Julius asked them before the battle whether they would accept the result even if their lives were at stake. Then the Black Wolf confidently declared that if the person wins, he will recognize him. Elric also swore to honor his non-existent teacher. Julius gave them the command to start, and Ralph immediately assumed the form of an animal and attacked the stranger. Ego claws could tear apart any monster no worse than sharp swords. Elric had no doubt that soon his invented legend would be exposed, but he needed to prove himself to Julius. He dodged the claws and prepared to attack himself. The Black Wolf howled terribly and showed his bare fangs. Elric quickly approached and gathered all his strength in one blow. His palm slid along the wolf's ribs, but the damage was crushing, and Ralph's breath caught. After the first missed one, Ralph realized how much he had made a mistake in this life and whined. But before he recovered, a fist flew into his face. The fight quickly turned into a one-sided beating. Elric was moving faster than his opponent could see. The rest of the soldiers shuddered, because Ralph was the strongest soldier of the Yulia Guard. And then the proud wolf fell to his knees, broken as never before. Yuli briefly praised him for a good fight. This was more than enough. But then Ralph's eyes flashed with malice. He seemed to explode with anger. His fur stood on end and his eyes were bloodshot. When anger overwhelms a beastman, he becomes several times stronger, but loses the ability to control, the wizard recalled. It was dangerous to fight face-to-face with such a beast. Then Elric was forced to use magic and shouted words of power. A stream of ice hit the berserker. He knocked the wolf onto the ground, which became slippery with ice. And then magical chains rushed at him like snakes. They securely shackled the deranged wolf, which tore metal as well. The wizard gave him a strong crack on the back of the head so that the boy could rest a little. Having lost consciousness, Ralph again became like an ordinary dog. A murmur went through the ranks of the soldiers that only the man had applied magic, so his words were a lie. But for Elric, it was the only way to save the wild wolf's life. In any case, his deception was revealed sooner or later, and the guy looked at Yulia guiltily. It was time to come up with a new excuse before the tiger said anything. But then Yuli laughed good-naturedly no matter what happened. The boy was much more interesting than it seemed at first. He not only knew the art of strengthening the body, but also magic. Elric told him that he didn't want to use magic, but it was the only way to keep Ralph alive. But Julia did not care about such trifles. On the battlefield, the strongest wins. Such are the rules of a merciless world. And just now, the leader Yuli became interested in the name of the stranger, and the magician introduced himself. According to the duel, he could be accepted into the tribe, and the leader asked if anyone had any objections. There were none, so everyone solemnly greeted the new member of the tribe with a loud shout. Meanwhile, the board on the mage's chest caught fire again. He took it out to read, and Camellia appeared next to him. The second restriction was removed. The tablet seemed to confirm that he was on the right path. That's how he found out the name of the stamp that the tablet contained. It was called Northern Wind. This seal was of rare rank, and similar in strength to the one given to him by the Queen of the Mountains. But Elric did not yet know how to awaken it. The goddess Camellia disappeared again, apparently decided to keep silent about the power of the seal. There was nothing to be done here, and the boy decided to focus on the second part of the ancestors' task. Later, they gathered in the tent of leader Yulia together with all the soldiers of the guard who were in the camp. They called him inside, and he entered as befits a warrior of the tribe. Julius officially introduced the new soldier of their army to everyone. Elric adopted the clothes of the tribe's warriors and became a member of the royal guard. The king laughed as he greeted him and said that he had the first task. Since Elric has wandered a lot on this plane, he must find a good place for their permanent camp. Fate itself was on his side, the magician thought, because he just had a place for the omen. This valley is surrounded by hills and mountains, so that it is easily defended against foreigners, and there are rivers nearby, and the land itself is more fertile than in other places. But there was one problem. Too many worms lived there. The leader and the magician came to the same conclusion at the same time. They were both worried about monsters, but there was no better place to find, Yulia the wizard assured. The tiger plunged into heavy thoughts about what to do with it. But he was not one of those who liked to plan, so he simply agreed to do it. Elric was amazed at the speed of decision-making. And then he understood why everything was resolved so quickly. Yuli threw this task at his guard. Now he had to cooperate with Ralph. Even if his character was not the best, they were still the strongest warriors of the tribe. Perhaps Julius wanted to test them and made those who felt mutual hostility work together. His twin brother Ralph agreed with the fact that the task is not easy. Worms hunt in groups and therefore very dangerous. Ralph immediately supported him and blamed one little man for all their problems. He began to mock the magician, who decided to choose a place next to the worms. That's how audacity the wizard thought while listening to this chatter. Ralph ended his speech by calling all the people pitiful again and smugly threw up his hands. But at the same second he received such a crack that almost half of his face was torn from his skull. Yor was the oldest in their group and could not stand it when someone stepped in front of him. He again warned the brat not to mix personal and business, otherwise his head would be torn off. After all, their lives depended on this task. Because of his formidable appearance, the others immediately stood up and shouted in unison. No one wanted to contradict the young captain. Now it was clear why Julius sent his guard with him, and Ior was able to hold back any strife. As a sign of gratitude, the magician bowed to the captain, but Ior quickly turned away. Perhaps he was just doing what he had to do, but his true thoughts were hidden deep inside. Worms will not come out if they feel a threat to themselves. They had to be lured out, and Elric asked the captain if he had any ideas. Ior told him about the flower of death, to the smell of which worms are extremely sensitive. If they get it, the worms themselves will climb to the surface. Unexpectedly, Elric could hardly contain his laughter, so that he turned red like a metal billet in a blacksmith's furnace. He hastily apologized and asked to continue, because Ior reminded him too much of his descendant Norris. The captain was worried that the flower was rare and difficult to find. But Elric said that there was nothing to worry about, because he had already found this flower. Ior's face showed that he would believe it so easily, because these flowers were quite capricious. Not only was it difficult to find and pick flowers, but then Yor's face changed. Elric took out a flower from a secret storage in his pocket and solemnly presented it to everyone. Then the wolves froze in bewilderment, holding woven baskets full of flowers in their hands. The magician ordered them to move faster and get down to business, and even Ralph, without noticing it, obeyed the order. In the labyrinth of the blue fog created by the teacher, August and Elric found many of these flowers, and since the magician saw demonic energy, he easily found them even with his eyes closed. In addition, he could also absorb all the dark energy, and in this way the seal will be filled very quickly. The mage's eyes will glow greedily like a demon's. He was so excited that he ordered all the dogs to move their paws, which made the proud wolves immediately raise the fur on their necks. They began to complain to Yoru about this attitude, but his face remained unperturbed. He just kicked Ralph and told the dogs to get to work, since they couldn't do anything else anyway. So the conflict was resolved. Elric and Yor looked quickly at each other. The captain's face softened. He seemed to say that this is how it is with these wolves and you need to behave. When the collection of herbs was finished, all the warriors of the tribe gathered in front of the leader. He praised them for their good work, and in a short time they harvested a good harvest. True, young wolves had to work until complete exhaustion. When the preparations were finished, Julius ordered them to begin. They lit a fire and threw all the grass there, so the sky was covered with a black curtain. I smelled the sweet smell of flowers. Worms appeared on the surface. And then Julius gave the order to prepare for an attack. But they reported to him that the Furia tribe had attacked them, just at the moment when they started attacking the worms. Somehow the enemies found out that they were going to hunt worms and wanted to ambush them. Julius immediately became angry that the Furies had stooped to such a low point. But the moment of the attack was perfectly chosen. Now the tribe could no longer get out of the fight with the worms that were quickly approaching the bait. In the rays of the black sun, a tall warrior with a broad axe on his back was heading to the battlefield. It was Navad, a black rhinoceros and the second general of the Furia tribe, his blood-stained eyes glittering with fury. He and his warriors followed the head of the tiger leader Yulia, and they were bloodthirsty. The battle had already begun and was thundering like a giant's drum, the beasts shaking the ground with their blows. Julius was the first to rush at the cursed monsters without any fear. The blows of his powerful and strong claws tore even the strong armor of monsters. The tiger leader shook, but Navad also prepared. For the sake of this day, they collected the artifacts of people who remained after the Great War. No matter how strong the tiger is, it will not be able to fight with monsters and defend itself from cannons. Their cold mouths of barrels looked in the direction of the battle. The rhinoceros grinned greedily. He was sure that today is the day of his triumph, after which he will become the king of all beastmen. But then a strong wind that rose up from nowhere forced everyone to close their eyes. A sharp gust brought a familiar smell, which Navad's keen nose immediately recognized, the flowers of death. The ground around him foamed like the sea in a storm as the worms rushed for the bait. Many of them had already had their entrails ripped out. Yuli killed without any mercy. But the worms were not finished yet. Julius praised the magician for his good work. Thanks to the fact that he transferred the smell of flowers to the Furies, he managed to neutralize their ambush. It was a devilishly cunning and unexpected plan for Fury. The wizard smiled, rather. Yuli also laughed at the whole valley. Now they could collect trophies. Many worms and Furies exterminated each other. The fallen would become excellent fertilizer. But the rhinoceros was still in the line and raised all the survivors to battle. However, terror was already running through the ranks of the defeated army. The Tiger King was here. He struck from the sky like a falling star, knocking enemies off their feet. The sorcerer relentlessly followed the leader. Navad growled terribly and swung his monstrous axe. But his cry was as if a stone froze in his throat, because the tigers moved so quickly that the blind eyes of the rhinoceros could not keep up with him. The leader ordered the survivors to be captured, and those who would resist to be killed, and his voice made the blood run cold. Then the guard of anthropomorphs, not participating in the battle before and therefore fresh, went on the attack. The wolves rushed forward with a furious onslaught. The Furies were enraged and resisted desperately. Fighters scattered across the field like peas, and numerous single fights ensued. The magician also joined the hot battle. He watched as the tiger used the art of body development and scattered the enemies like tin soldiers. Just watching his battle, Elric realized where he had made mistakes in his technique, and now he could correct them. But then he caught one evil look on himself, which could be felt even in the heat of battle. Ralph furiously killed all the Furies around him as if he was competing to get the most heads. He placed a bunch of monsters in front of him, but then something stabbed him in the neck. And before everyone understood what had happened, the young wolf swayed like a tree in the forest and fell. Black veins entered his skin, and his body was trembling and in unbearable pain. Elric stood triumphantly over him and asked the young dog if he was all right. But Ralph could not answer and fell to the ground and closed his eyes. Then the wizard absorbed all the dark energy that possessed the wolf. Therefore it immediately became easier, and Elric asked the free wolves to take Ralph to the camp. When the wounded man was carried in, Elric proposed to proceed with the next part of the plan until the remnants of the enemy returned. But first Yuli Hotel will thank the wizard for saving his warrior. He and all the guardsmen struck their chests as a sign of recognition and smiled at him. It is possible to say that he was indeed accepted as part of the tribe, and his brother. Elric sat on the carcass of a worm and watched as the captive Furies were brought into the camp. They would all become good slaves for hard work. His nostrils were tickled by the sweet smell of the goddess Camellia. She appeared very close, and was amazed that he had reconciled so quickly with Beastman. The sorcerer reproached her for the fact that she appeared only now, but the goddess justified herself by believing that he would do it himself. Elric nodded and began to harvest. The demon Hool and his seal had been asking for food for a long time. There was much more demonic energy here than he expected, and the wind seal increased several times at once. After a hearty meal, the demon let out a satisfied belch and returned to his abode. At least Elric will no longer need to clean up. All the worms have disappeared, leaving behind a clean land. Now, when the monsters no longer threatened the seed, he could plant it. The failure message no longer appeared, which means he did everything right. The magician sat down in front of a small hill and began to wait. After some time, the seed, watered and warmed in the ground, gave a sprout, and the tablet in the magician's hands lit up with a message. The third limitation was removed, the understanding of desire. The wizard moved to the Temple of Flowers, which stood in the middle of an ice plain as smooth as a mirror. It was very different from the one that stood on the green meadow. Inside, the walls were covered with a thick layer of frost. And when he entered the spacious hall, he saw on the throne a figure from a distance reminiscent of Camellia. It was only from her that the demonic power emanated from her, like that of the Queen of Demons. She herself was majestically spread out on the throne. Her long hair flowed over her shoulders like a frozen waterfall, and her skin shone with the whiteness of snow. Elric could not imagine that the goddess Camellia was once the ruler of demons. Given her energy level, she must have been very strong. The goddess fluttered her eyelashes and looked at him only with eyes that shone like bloody rubies. The mage wondered how they could exist at the same time, a light as a fairy goddess and a dark demon lord. But then his vision was interrupted, and he was again sitting on the cold ground with a tablet in his hands, and Camellia called him anxiously. She was worried because he suddenly fell silent and did not answer her. But now the wizard knew that the seal of the wind originally belonged to the Camellia. The goddess lowered her gaze and asked where he got it from. Then Elric told her what he saw in the tablets. She was alone in an empty castle, beautiful as a winter dawn, lonely and sad as the northern sea. And her strength was similar to the strength of the wind seal that he swallowed earlier. Now it's just a forgotten story of the past, Camellia answered thoughtfully, and looked off into the distance. But this meant that the cold that spread over the valley of black snow belonged to her. But he no longer obeyed her, because she became Camellia, the goddess of flowers. Elric wondered if the purpose of the test would be to correct the traces of the past. Camellia avoided a direct answer. All she could do was give him gardening advice. I also remembered the words of Otto Hahn. From this moment on, he must absorb the general of the East. In order to grow a tree, you need to take away all the cold of the storm, the wizard understood. Camellia warned him to be careful with the general because this is the biggest obstacle in this test. A moonless, quiet night descended on Antrimorph. The city slept peacefully under the warm roofs. 3 months have passed since he planted the tree, during which time a whole city of beastmen grew up around it, which served as additional protection for him. Heavy-poured camellia buds were soon to open. Elric was admiring his work when the wolf Ralph ran up to him and said that the leader was waiting for him. The magician darkened. He already knew what was waiting for him and was not at all happy about it. The moon peeked out from behind the clouds and became a little brighter, and the magician found himself on the ground again after he was knocked off his feet as a boy. The mage grumbled with utter mockery and tried to get to his feet. The Tiger King laughed. The boy himself asked him to train together as a reward for saving Ralph, and now Yuli tried his best. The magician wanted to practice the art of body development, but now he was simply beaten every day. Yuli smiled and told him not to give up so easily because now he is one of them. It was true, the training gave its results so that they were not in vain. Elric in a combat stance. The leader pounded his fists and offered to return to the technique of the appearance of a ferocious tiger. But he sensed something and his cheerful mood immediately changed. The training must be postponed, said Yuli. Before the guy understood what was going on, the leader jumped in the other direction. To the open gates of the fortress, a row of beastmen stretched. Among them, there were women and children. They looked like ragged people and were most likely refugees. The king and the wizard met them from the high walls of the fortress. These people lost their homes and loved ones when they faced the disaster of the Eastern General for the first time. A stream of refugees crawled into the city, and there was no end to them. At that time, the storm was at its peak and weakened only centuries later. King Julius was able to gather and unite people. He subdued chaos and terror, but he was powerless against the storm. Julius ordered Ralph to gather all the captains in his tent. He told Elric to put on his combat gear and follow. Then the king jumped off the wall and rushed to the border. Ralph reluctantly called the man over and gave him some kind of bottle. Embarrassed, he thrust the bottle straight into the magician's hands and said that he could do whatever he wanted with it. And then he also quickly ran away. Camellia explained to the wizard that this is a special medicine made by the Wolf clan in limited quantities. Elric was very lucky that such a remedy happened to be in the possession of a cute wolf, she said. The wizard did not expect such a former rival. Soon a council of animal people gathered, led by King Julius. Many captains told him that their tribes were ruined, and they had lost the lands that their ancestors had fought for and cultivated. Elric waited at the entrance to the tent until he was called. Yuli wanted to ask him for a favor in front of everyone, and the guy already knew what he was going to talk about. He wanted to find the cursed Eastern General, and asked the magician to illuminate his path with his spells. The Beastmen warriors looked at him with hope. Yuli did not rush the boy with an answer, giving him what he should think. And then Elric resolutely agreed, and his voice did not waver. Then the king clapped his hands on the table with satisfaction, and he ordered all the leaders to gather the best warriors for the next day's campaign. The inspired leaders immediately left the tent and rushed to their soldiers. The magician was amazed at their harmony within the king's army, and once again did not regret getting close to him. A joint battle could also be part of Otto's plan. The next day, even before the dim sun rose in the sky, they left the fortress in a friendly formation. Elric moved together with everyone, keeping pace. Together they were a formidable force. To lead the army, he held lamps, and so they went to distant lands where there was no sun even during the day. Julius always admired magic and sorcery, no matter how much he encountered them, and then Elric offered to teach him the basics. But the king refused because he already had a court magician, and then the boy was upset that he decided to use him too easily. Then Yuli proposed to change roles. Despite his title of the strongest king, he was constantly kidding. After they met the magician, the tribe changed a lot, and the king thought that the boy was a fallen lucky star for them. Then the king had a gift for him, the final part of the art of developing the body, said Julius. The magician was so surprised that he stood up. It was a royal gift. Very surprised by such a gift, he turned to Yuli. Tot looked menacingly at the boy. Of course he knew why the tomboy got close to him. The light of the lantern illuminated only them. The whole army was drowning behind the curtain of darkness and snow, so it seemed that there were only 2 of them here. How long ago did he understand everything? The magician asked. Then Yuli stepped straight to the guy. A person who had learned their art met a hermit could still exist, but magic cannot be learned so easily. From the very beginning, Elric provoked the hostile tribes in order to trust them, said the tiger, and glared fiercely at the boy. But if he knew everything, why did he accept it? Then the magician was surprised. But the king suddenly became enlightened. Everyone has their own interests. In the end, he accepted the guy for his own good. From the powerful blows, one of the mage's shoulders became lower than the other, and rivulets flowed from his lips. Camellia laughed as she saw everything. From the very beginning, it was Yuli who used the mage, not the other way around. But even so, he had no reason to pass on the latest secrets of technology, however. The king patted the wizard's golden hair in a paternal way. "He has been through a lot, and it will be unfair if the guy dies defending a foreign people," Yuli said. Elric was touched by this kindness. He again received it from those whom he did not expect. The king wanted to pass on knowledge to him so that the boy would survive on the battlefield. Even if all this could turn out not to be what it looks like, because Elric did not live in those times. But he still thanked Yuli. But here he was distracted by the goddess Camellia, who said that now is not the best moment for such conversations. The sorcerer also felt the energy that the demoness Camellia emanated from his vision. The great malice that ate away at the soul was rapidly approaching their army. This malice could only be described in one word: demon. Elric flinched from the black shadow, and then everything disappeared and the wizard was left alone in the middle of the wasteland and darkness. He could no longer feel either the goddess Camellia or the army of beastmen. The general's demonic power cut off all his magical streams, and now, if they fall into a trap, the Tiger King and his warriors will easily perish if the magician does not get rid of this darkness. Elric looked at the seal of the icy wind that was associated with the goddess and the general of the east. With her help he could open the way, but for this he had to wake her up, which was a difficult task, and the magician grabbed his head. And apart from this seal, he had nothing. He clenched his teeth in annoyance. Otto's face and his words about him having to swallow the darkness flashed again in my mind. He had to put the demon in the seal as in the first test. And then the wizard concentrated and threw away all unnecessary thoughts, stretched his hand forward. He whispered words of power and began the absorption. Elric hoped to absorb the cold with the seal of cruelty, the darkness slowly drawing into his hand like water into a funnel. The seal of cruelty shone brightly on the ego's hand, and the wizard began to absorb the demonic power with the seal of Hyel, and thus tied the new power to his own. When this power entered his veins, he cried out in exasperation, feeling his ego burst open like ice in a crack. Suddenly the magician appeared in a vision. People around rejoiced and were happy. He looked at his hands to understand whose vision he was in. And then the boy in the throne room began to call the queen and presented her with a bouquet of flowers. He brought them to his mistress, because they had barely bloomed and reminded him of her with their beauty. It was a vision in which Camellia did not become a demon. Her delicate, refined face was softer, and her skin radiated warmth and life. Her subjects tried their best to compare the beauty of the mistress and the flowers, believing that they were similar to each other. But some considered the queen more beautiful than even fresh flowers. Their faces did not leave smiles of joy at the sight of their mistress. But her bottomless malachite eyes looked sadly from under long, curved eyelashes. They asked her why she was silent, and they laughed again, and then a sigh came from her chest, as if she had come to terms with everything. The vision with the people melted away like smoke, and the magician was left alone with the gorgeous beauty on the throne. Somehow the magician understood the queen's feelings of loneliness. All those who loved her left, and now a sucking emptiness filled her heart, like a hunger that cannot be quenched. This void was devouring her from the inside, emanating like a candle flame. The people for whom she lived have disappeared, and now she has darkness and oblivion ahead of her as soon as the wick burns out. The queen went to the window, her hair falling down her back like a stormy waterfall. Once she had vassals and people, she looked into the distance, and the wind seemed to try to take away her heavy thoughts and sadness, but only picked up the silky strands with its transparent fingers. Now the queen is left alone, imprisoned in the cold stone of the palace in the middle of barren lands where nothing grows. The snow buried under it the empty houses in which the family hearths no longer burned. The smoke did not hang from the chimneys, and the sparks of laughter did not sparkle from the windows. She thought of just falling asleep, and the wind howled louder as if echoing her sorrow and continued to shake the thick web of her hair. She hugged her knees and continued her conversation with the wind. But then a shadow of a smile touched her face, and the queen thought that she would definitely not have to be bored. The magician was also surprised. Her world has not changed over the centuries, as well as her snow-white face. And then a glimmer of hope appeared and confidently broke through the thick snow with a green sprout. The queen bent down to examine the sprout. Usually she didn't ask for gardening skills, but this time she gently dug up the soil around her with her hands. She used magic to support the sprout and not damage the ego. And then she placed the cozy pot that she had created in the crystal bed. Time passed and the sprout thanked her and became a beautiful plant. And first of all, he flashed scarlet flowers in the middle of all this darkness and cold, as if denying their existence with his refined beauty. The queen's hand carefully stroked the green thin leaves, and for the first time in many centuries she felt the smell of flowers, fragrant and intoxicating. He drove her into a frenzy and grabbed the crystal vase. The queen ran through the dark corridors of the palace. She flew like a white shadow, and her dress rustled quietly in the wind. And all in order to give the flower a new home, a wide flower bed in the greenhouse, where there is a lot of sun and no prickly wind. The hand gently caressed the sunset-red petals that seemed to be reaching for her. The queen smiled. Elric watched her transformations as an invisible witness. Although this world was completely covered with snow, flowers began to appear in different corners of the world. And the palace itself turned into the queen's blooming garden. Its first sprout grew into a real tree with a thick, blooming crown. The queen who commanded the ice and snow now spent time among the flowers. But those who were destined to live in the arms of winter began to die, scorched by the spring heat. She held her heart, unable to bear the heat of the feelings that drowned her like wax. And her garden, as if following the call of her heart, became more beautiful every day, giving free rein to a riot of colors and aromas. She again remembered the warmth of people that had warmed her before. And then she lay down on a soft velvet carpet of flowers, her hair spilled over the green plain with a silver hand. And the Queen of Winter melted as snow melts with the arrival of spring. But her dreams gave rise to a new life, just as her spirit was reborn in a new form. The goddesses of flowers have not changed since then. They have remained young and blooming. And yet the magician wanted to know what happened next, and how this beautiful place became empty. Darkness entered this garden like the bitter smoke of an oil lamp and frightened the fairies. The god of demons appeared in the garden as a clot of black viscous ink. Without a doubt, this was the essence of the god of demons, although it differed in appearance from the one that the magician saw in the dragon's nest. The demon held out his hand, and his ink stained the whiteness of the queen. "Winter must remain just winter," he said, lifting her body. Ink and mud flowed down her elegant face, on which 2 bloody rubies flashed. So she became the most beautiful of the demon queens, and sadness froze forever on her white porcelain face. "Spring will never come to these lands," said the god of demons. The general of the east shouted. The piercing shriek was so powerful that even an invisible mage shuddered. Even if the general's power was full of malice, through it the wizard could feel the heat and cold, happiness and loneliness of the queen herself. Now the 4th restriction has been removed, and the wizard understood how to use the seal of the wind. He waved his hand and powerful magic woke up behind him. He snapped his fingers and uttered words of strength. "Appear, for I am lonely." At the same time, gusts of wind as sharp as the sultan's scimitar whipped in all directions. The wind cut through the darkness and the cold, and for the first time in a long time the stars were laughing over the endless plain, and the morning dawn was shining, chasing after them. Camellia congratulated him on the successful completion of the task, although she did not know what he saw there, and the magician said that it was a flower garden, and he promised to make it the same. Camelia's eyes widened in amazement. Until her last breath, she wanted to see beautiful flowers, and for this she was reborn as the goddess Camellia. Now he could end the winter, and bring back the spring stolen by the god of demons. The girl's eyes became wet like spring lakes bursting from the shores of melting snow. She didn't dare to even ask him for such a thing, but the wizard only laughed unless he asked Medu Troimi este shedi. And then he rushed towards the sun. The fragile and already small goddess of flowers shuddered even more at such generosity, even though she let the little boy cross her with ease. Meanwhile, the army of beastmen had difficulties. The best warriors had already lost their strength, and only the Tiger King was standing. Their enemy, the stone giant, silently watched the fluttering of midges at his feet. Their fists could not even scratch him. The warriors were already discouraged by such a threat. He stood as high as a mountain and shook with his appearance alone, and Yuli held on with his last strength, protecting the others. He was waiting for the magician who had to find a way to deal with this thing. But this was not the end of their problems. The wolf warriors were frightened. The whole army that the refugees were talking about was moving towards them, and it consisted entirely of stone soldiers. Yuli menacingly told everyone not to be afraid of their number, and to those who tremble, he promised individual training at home. He smiled when his blood boiled with the anticipation of a glorious battle, like metal in a blacksmith's vat. He rushed with the wolf guard directly to the ranks of the giants. Crush and cut, 2 words of power flew over the entire battlefield and sang with a terrible rumble of debris. Beastmen looked surprised and stopped the attack. And when they looked up, their faces brightened. The magician found them already at night, when the full moon shone in the sky, which filled the entire valley with silver. He came down from heaven and apologized for being late. Yuli smiled. He was glad to see that the boy didn't run away, and Elric chuckled displeasedly. Did he ever run away? And then he pointed to the mountain in front of them that was stronger than the rocks. And not a single attack on it worked. Elric looked at the giant with inner vision. There was probably something more complicated here. He saw that there was a concentration of energy in his left leg, so the attacks of Yuli on the head did not cause damage. The tiger wanted to defeat the giant with his art of strengthening, he said embarrassedly, covering his mouth with his fist. And then he got into a fighting stance and offered the guy to repeat after him. He started from the spot like a crossbow bolt after the descent with a dry clang. And then Elric followed the example of his mentor in everything, imitating him. Together they quickly soared into the air towards the stone titan's head. On the way, Yuli explained that the art of body development should not be considered based on the instincts of learning. This art requires knowledge of the basics and precise movements, he said while the hand of the giant mills swept over them. It is this that allows the technique to release maximum power at the right moment, and the strength also depends on the sequence of movements. Yuli made several sharp throws and swung a paw with sharp claws. The fierce tiger's ego paw exploded with a shockwave. These were not simple movements, although their principle was clear, but their application required skill. What was his surprise when he saw how the boy repeated his movements with complete accuracy. The wizard's fist penetrated the stone giant and cracked it. The stone flesh could not withstand and was pierced through. It was more than just imitation. The magician copied his technique and combined it with his own. Together they unleashed a hail of blows on the enemy who seemed invulnerable to it. While the mage repeated after Yuli, the disparate methods of his martial art were formed into a single system. The three seals also began to connect with each other. He concentrated all the power he had on the edge of his attack. When they landed after the attack, Elric felt the giant's energy leave his body. He smiled because now they could attack any part of his body. King Julius also smiled. Now it was time for the final part of his mastery. The two tigers prepared to jump, accumulating strength in their aura. The first part of the animal's art is its gait, and they stood in a fighting stance, firmly clinging to the ground. The second part is the claws of a tiger, and the fighters jumped on their prey. And the third part, sharp fangs that need to penetrate as deep as possible. The stone could not withstand this blow and turned into a sandy swarm of debris that flew far around. The fangs that penetrated the prey will not leave it for nothing. Having received a hole in his chest, the giant raised his arms to protect his head. The tiger again brought down on him the power of its furious claws and fangs. Elric quickly approached his head while the statue was distracted by this attack. They soared into the air again like hungry kites. Julius filled his fist with crushing power. This blow fell on the giant like a shooting star, throwing out hundreds of burning sparks. The force crushed and melted the stone. When the magician's consciousness expanded, his sixth sense opened, and he saw the world that his mind created in this feeling, beautiful and cold as the clear, starry sky. "And how is it?" Yuli asked him when everything quieted down. The magician answered wonderfully and looked at the sky. "Only an abnormal person can smile in a place where he is threatened with death," said Yuli, and laughed with thunder. But after all, he himself laughed. The magician objected to this, and Yuli answered him that he had never been normal. And then he looked at the magician again, and realized that the boy had become stronger again, and the web of magic behind his back had acquired a complex pattern. He had overcome the barrier of the seventh circle that had held him back for so long, Elric realized when he looked at his hands, which were still shaking after the battle. He achieved everything thanks to the Tiger King, although they were not even relatives. But for the king, this question was solved simply. Once he recognized someone as a brother, then he would help to the end. That was the main strength of Yulia. Even if the boy was hiding something from him, there was no reason not to help him. A clawed paw stroked his golden hair, almost in a paternal way. Elric knew that you have to be careful with trust. The wounded loved ones hurt the most. But if he planned to lead others, then perhaps he should have become more open like King Julius himself. But then they heard the grinding of stones again. The giant, who was already considered defeated, rose again and walked towards them. Elric pumped his fists. He was ready for another round. Meanwhile, his friends and associates were waiting for him. They were sitting in the flower temple in anxious anticipation despite the late night. Isabel couldn't find her place and nervously bit her nails as she constantly walked around the room. The father tried to calm her down, but he was still worried that nothing would change. 4 days have passed since the wizard left them. Her knights also expressed their anxiety and wanted to do something, because waiting is usually worse than any poison. But Hayes invariably answered everyone that the wizard was busy with family matters and hoped for their understanding. Apparently, the Melvingers didn't want anyone to know their secrets. And besides, Augustine and Monster King Gilton were with the magician. But then the ground trembled under the feet of the knights and they shuddered at the surprise. Isabel ran to the window and quickly opened its shutters. To her horror, the beautiful garden was engulfed in flames. The fire licked the marble of the columns and left black soot on them. The heat caused by magic danced an eerie carnival on a green meadow. The servant of the lion with the horns of the deer reported to him that all the breath of the bloody king was used up. "So this is the last," said the lion, and a hungry lump of fire appeared in his hand, so he wanted to lick something down. The flame illuminated the hooded soldiers behind him, and then it was torn from his fingers by a predatory animal and pounced on the palace. Hermann shouted at them directly from the window, "How dare they attack the sacred place?" The beastmen of the fanatics growled only louder when they smelled the people in the temple. They rushed inside like a stream of mud coming down from the mountains. But then a shadow ran over the backs of the fanatics. And then a real wild animal fell on them. Gilton's tiger crushed several fanatics and caught another with its teeth. On his back sat a terrible horseman and master of a tiger, and he was terribly angry. Isabel froze in place. The enemies must have known about their strength to attack them so simply and recklessly. Gilton riding a tiger destroyed all the beastmen who dared to invade the temple. The knights also wanted to join the battle to reduce losses. But then Isabel threw up her hands to stop them, saying that it was dangerous. Her father's veterans only waved off her warning. They were confident in themselves. "But the main danger threatened Elric," said Isabel anxiously. "Everything else is a distracting maneuver, and the main goal is the young magician." Taking advantage of the noise outside, the lion and the deer entered the inner premises of the palace. With one ferocious blow, the lion punched a hole. Apparently, the cat's paws did not allow him to simply pull the handle. Inside, they met the indignant hum of tiny fairies, who in their childish, thin voices told them to go away. The lion politely bowed and asked for forgiveness, promising that he would see the punishment of the goddesses. Ego's keen nose caught the scent. He pointed to a door on the other side of the hall. His target was there. The little fairy stood in his way and told him not to approach. But the lion answered her with all malice and fury. "If she does not leave, they will not have a second choice." The goddess shuddered with fear and trembled. They could not let the beastmen inside. Camellia clearly warned them that if the world is destroyed from the outside, the descendants of the Melvingers will be stuck in it forever. Then she had to stop the animals at any cost, and the goddess summoned her strength. Long creepers rushed sharply to the captain of the invaders. But he grabbed his sword, and to the greater fear of the fairies, cut down all the creepers as if they were made of paper. Then he rushed at the defenseless fairy with a sword at her head. But the blow did not happen. Instead, the lion flew back and had to defend himself. Hermann Weil blocked his path with his tall and proud sword, and his eyes flashed with the sharpness of lightning. He looked at the dazed fairy to see if she was okay. And then he pointed the blade at his enemy and said menacingly, "No one will pass." The battle of the magician and Yulia against the giant continued. No matter how many times they crushed him, he rose. Worse than that, the giant seemed to be getting stronger every time. They definitely won't be able to cope at such a pace, the warriors realized. The anthropomorph army had already suffered considerable losses, and the battle was far from over. They found the Eastern general, and it is possible to say that their goal is accomplished. But the stone giant will not let them go so easily. Before Julius gave the order, Elric refused. He didn't need to hear him to understand. Obviously, the king wanted to give them time to escape by sacrificing himself. Julius pointed to his soldiers. The magician was the only one who could save them. But the boy himself wanted to be a hero. In case of defeat, he will simply start all over again, but he did not want Yuli to fall so easily this time. "Could the leader run away, leaving his ego here?" Yuli asked. "This is the fee for his lessons," he told the magician. He pounded his fists and said that he himself would punish the boy for violating the order if he did not obey. And then Elric promised that he would soon return, and until that moment the tiger must live. The anthropomorph troops moved back. The mage hoped to lead them to a safe place and return. The Tiger King smiled after them. Behind him, the giants started to move, seeing how their goal eluded them. But Yuli stood in their way with a fierce flash. This time he went all out and took on an animal form. All the fighters reached the fortress, carrying the wounded in their arms. They were happy to return home alive. Ralph also wanted to return to the leader with the magician, although he did not know how he could help. But the wizard looked at the beautiful camellia flowers that opened in the middle of winter, like a scattering of fires. He touched the stone tablet of his ancestors. Now all the restrictions have been removed, and the contract has been fulfilled. His test has ended, and the tiger Julius has gone into eternity. He flew like an arrow capable of piercing time, because he never said goodbye. The goddess Camellia appeared nearby, and asked him where he was rushing if the contract was fulfilled. All the same, it was an imaginary world, she said. From childhood, Elric remembered the faces of all those who betrayed his family, all those who turned away from them in a difficult moment, those who chased her sister when she desperately asked for help. These hyenas pretended to smile, but all they could think about was how to snatch away the remains of their heritage before others did. Among them were many of those whom he considered friends and relatives of their families. After he passed through hell, he became colder than ice and closed himself off from everyone. But after each new meeting, his comrades poured ice into his heart. There was another one who completely trusted the magician and called him brother. He did not care that this is the mental world of the past that cannot be changed. For him, he was real, and he wanted to say goodbye. Camellia froze in place, admired by the Melvinger family. When he arrived at the place, he saw the traces of a terrible battle there. Julius sat majestically as if on a throne. He received heavy wounds, and his body was already covered with a thin, furry hoarfrost. It was worth asking about his wounds, but the magician did not dare. His friend was too proud of his feat at this moment. He won, and because of this fighting spirit, even death was in no hurry to take its toll. Elric was amazed at the warrior's confidence. Someone could even find such self-confidence unbearable, but Elric wanted with all his heart to become like him. There is no word defeat in his dictionary, even if he looked pitiful, but the creature left, which means it's a victory, Yuli declared. Elric regretted not seeing this battle with his own eyes. Yuli already knew that the boy had come to say goodbye, and the magician froze in place. The king suddenly realized this and asked him why he was studying martial arts. He pointed his fingers at the sky on which a web of cracks was crawling. Now the king saw something that he had not noticed before, and understood who Elric was. That's why Julius was so calm after the terrible battle. He overcame his limit, and the truth was revealed to him that this world is not real. Elric wanted to say something, but the leader raised his hand and stopped him. In the end, he didn't care what would happen after his death or who the magician really was. All they can do is focus on the present unfolding right in front of them. They watched the sky fall to pieces. Yuli asked him to name the real names. Elric Melvinger, said the wizard. As if he understood something, the tiger laughed with all his might. The king got up, the magician fulfilled his request, and once again saved his family. In gratitude, he will show him something interesting. A parting gift from my brother, said the tiger. This is what he used to drive away the giant. Despite the wounds, the king moved easily. He slowly showed the magician the correct movements and postures. Elric memorized every movement of his whole body like a sponge absorbing water. To the very end, the king did not waver, and the magician watched without blinking so as not to miss anything in his ego as a parting gift. Yuli sighed heavily when he finished, and the world around them was bursting at the seams and crumbling as its last seconds passed. I will see you again if fate allows, said the king and smiled. Elric again felt the back of his head against the soft, fragrant carpet of grass. He received much more than expected, but he did not look happy, although he could be rightly proud of himself. Otto noticed that he was leaning over him. The magician wanted to pass the test again. Now he could defeat the Eastern general, but Otto sharply replied that he would not succeed. Even Yuli, at the peak of his power, could only drive this disaster away, and the guy won't be able to do it in 100 days. Then they created an ark in the flower temple. The giant cannot be stopped. This is the curse of the god of demons, and it will not disappear so easily. The wizard frowned as if refusing to recognize it. Euston helped create these trials in order to raise a good offspring in the future. Elric was surprised to hear his grandfather's name. Now he had to know how to absorb the giant's power and fight him. Otto fell silent, letting the guy think it over. Now he had to solve all the problems that he had not completed in the illusory past. The mage's eyes shone with determination to do it. All these days he sat in the greenhouse, and the goddess Camellia protected his sleep. Under the cover of night, the dark tentacles of evil were creeping towards him. A horned sorcerer came out of their shadows. All this time he was looking for a magician. He pulled out a dagger and threw it with all his might at the defenseless man who dared to stand in the way of the bloody fox. The knife flew into his throat, but the magician did not move. But as soon as he opened his eyes, there was an explosion. Meanwhile, Hermann fought with the lion. If he had been younger, he would have cut off his head, but Lord Weil had not yet recovered. He has one more ace up his sleeve, a secret technique that led him to illness, but also gave him new insights. Even if it was dangerous, he had to protect Elric and looked again at his ferocious enemy, baring his fangs as if laughing. And then the lord anxiously looked behind him, where the wizard was sitting. The dear sorcerer could not do anything. The ice bound his ego faster. He dug into the skin, and every moment penetrated deeper into the body with hundreds of thin needles. The mage punched the diarrhea killer as the horror of unexpected failure swept through his ego. This is the end, the magician told him and smiled. A moment ago he was immersed in another world. The impenetrable darkness of the carnivorous and ever-hungry demon Hyrule filled the room. Now this seal has become stronger, the wizard noticed. Mephisto appeared nearby like an old friend after separation. He realized that now the boy can use cold and wind, as well as create clouds and winter. Surprisingly, Elric was glad to see his gray face, which is why the demon growled in displeasure. The whole point is that he was ridiculously ugly. The goddess Camellia found an explanation for this. A real fight broke out between them, and Elric was glad to be back when his pocket lit up. The ice crystal that was lying there turned into a large snowflake the size of the entire palm. There was a noise outside, and they turned. And when Elric quickly opened the door, his face took on a worried look. Herman Weil, this unsurpassed swordsman, was sitting on the floor, which was covered in cracks from the hot battle. The knight's appearance was battered, but fortunately he was spared serious wounds. The magician came closer to make sure of it. He helped the master to his feet. He was simply exhausted from the battle. But despite this, Herman looked happy. Although his body was no longer young and he still hadn't recovered, something good had happened since he recovered. The wizard asked what it was. "Just one step," said the knight and pointed forward. "One step in the direction of the old dream," he added, looking at the pile of bodies of defeated enemies, which was illuminated by bright stars through a cut in the wall. Elric wanted to transfer a little of his mana to the knight, but he refused. When different energies collided, injuries could appear again. But he did not listen, and a golden glow enveloped them. The knight was amazed because the boy had changed in these 4 days. His mana volume had increased many times. Now Herman felt better and thanked the wizard. But then the noise of the battle outside reached them, and Elric went forward and left the knight. He quickly flew through the corridors of the palace, where everywhere there were traces of the invasion. When he went outside, he saw how the whole meadow was ablaze with fire. There were not enough arsonists, and they continued to run everywhere with torches. This made the magician very angry, because the scoundrels could not win this war, but only multiplied the destruction. Then Elric raised his hand and chanted the words of strength. "Stop!" Waves of cold wind crashed into the flames like a storm. All the arsonists could not stand this breath and instantly froze and became icicles. The rest were horrified to recognize him as the magician for whom they had come. Enemies fled in panic, and the wizard looked at them without pity with his sparkling emerald eyes. "Let them come here themselves. It's not up to them to decide when to leave," he said angrily. "Shake!" commanded the magician, and the enemies trembled in terror. A wall of ice grew in front of them, through which they could not break. And then they turned and saw magic that had no equal. It swirled like a mighty cyclone. Elric drank everything and twisted his spell harder. And then a wave of freezing cold went wide and engulfed all the remaining scoundrels. Even the allied knights were struck by the ego's power. The entire green meadow turned into a valley sparkling with a scattering of precious stones. Snow white as a sheet covered their flowers, and the fairies got out of the castle to see the new beauty. The frost gently embraced every branch of the camellia tree. Elric watched the result of his efforts from heaven. Later he informed his squad about his plans. He wanted to use the power of the crystal to absorb the energy of the cold and awaken the winter flowers and imbue them with the divine power of the fairies. In the exactness of how he woke her up, the goddess Camellia noticed. "If they gather the power of flowers, winter flowers will grow. Then they will be able to plant an ice general in this place and call spring," said the magician, and they all pretended to understand him. As Mephistopheles said earlier, he will need various elements in addition to harsh wind and cold. Elric took a snowflake out of his pocket to swallow. The force of the cold began to fill his body. It was the energy of Camellia, and the one that created the sleeping queen in the garden of the distant past. He collected everything that the queen had scattered on the field of black snow and closed his eyes. Winter will come, and after it the forgotten spring will return. The fairies joyfully flapped their wings. After all, their sisters began to wake up from their children's graves one by one. The Knights of the Blue Lion, led by Herman and Isabel, were waiting for him outside. Isabel was the first to notice him and smiled like a snowdrop that rejoices at the first warm sun after a cold winter. The beautiful green meadow came to life again after the recent fire, as if it had never been there at all. Elric told them that they should kill the icy general, and Sean began to get angry because his friend was in no hurry to tell him how to do it. As always, he insisted on caution in actions, and it was necessary to find her first. But the magician already knew where the ice general was. He was in the Fury tribe. Sean sighed heavily. He had long since come to terms with the fact that his friend was a reckless lunatic. Nevertheless, everyone was ready to follow him. Sean scratched his head and agreed to help this time as well. Inspired together, they set out to solve the age-old disaster of these lands. Somewhere far away, the nine-tailed fox was going mad with anger, having learned that his subordinates had failed the task again. But what angered him was not that the burning of the temple failed. It had already been destroyed a long time ago. Rather, the fact that they couldn't kill Melvinger was finished for him by a subordinate with the sharp ears of a demon, red eyes, and skin as pale as a toadstool. In this, they are similar. The bald interlocutor spread his hands. They both got tired of hearing the same name in their history. But then the fox jumped up from the throne and started tearing and throwing hatred. He felt his tails disappear, and it was definitely Melvinger's handiwork. "He needs help," said the demon, and gave a wry smile like a bat. A fierce hurricane capable of tearing down even the walls fell on the city under the rule of fury. The hurricane tore off roofs and destroyed stone houses like straw houses. The magician was amused by the sight of the confused and panicked Furies. Since they attacked the flower garden, they had to be prepared for the fact that trouble will come to their house too. Camellia also laughed, as if her age-old sadness had disappeared. Elric held a blue communication sphere in his hands. At the other end of the team's ego, the knights who were already anticipating the fun were waiting. Crazy people, the demon snorted. The mage answered him no better. But thanks to them, everything will go well, the wizard added. After all, the knights destroyed the protective stones, and the Fury tribe remained without the blessing of the fox's tail. In a panic, the beastmen ran away and begged their bloody king for salvation. But the people of Furia were an alliance of many tribes in the valley, and they had many cities, so they will not be destroyed easily, Camellia noted. Of course, the magician agreed with her, but this was not his only plan. The tribes bowed before the bloody fox because he was strong, and because he gave protection from the eastern general. But if the tribes and cities understand that there is no more protection, they will fall into rage and mistrust. And after that, the Fury tribe will be absorbed by the anthropomorph. And then they will take everything they want, said Elric confidently. Late at night, no one slept in the castle. The beastmen held a council. The deputy commander-in-chief bent over the map and plunged into heavy thoughts. The enemies would not attack them if they were not sure that they would defeat the king. He tried for a long time to understand what they were up to, and then he drew a line on the map, and a disturbing guess came to him. The attacked cities were part of the defense of the domain of night. A black polygon appeared on the map. It was in this region that the Ice General's real body was hidden. If the beastmen find out that the Furies hid him there to rule over everyone out of fear of disaster, the whole kingdom will fall like a house of cards. And then the general gave the order to mobilize the entire army. During the test, Elric learned about the domain of the night, but he did not know the exact location of the body of the disaster. So he began to attack around it, so that the Furies themselves would lead them to the right place, and gathered an army. And now, from a bird's-eye view, he saw the long caterpillar of the army on the march, crawling on the ground. Camellia was glad that they were fighting on the same side. The demon also appreciated the hero's treachery. Elric passed information about the enemy to the Blue Lions, and they were ready. They agreed to proceed according to the plan. Herman briefly agreed. And yet he hoped that the guy would not risk in vain, but the magician asked not to worry and wait for the signal. Elric returned the ball to his bottomless pocket, and it was time to move on too. The Furies set up camp in the forest, confident that nothing threatens them here. The commander of the fourth group, Temple, gathered everyone to read the order. He saw a soldier at the very end of the formation and called him. This lion looked frightened and unfamiliar, so they immediately stepped aside as if he were a leper. The lion called himself Rick L. and said that he appeared on command. Although he looked like a newcomer, it was still suspicious. Temple did not receive orders for a new fighter and looked at him grimly. But then he decided not to pay attention, because most likely, again, the lazy people from the office messed everything up and ordered the rookie to return to the formation. He will tell them the essence of the task along the way, and now it's time to move forward, said Captain Lviv. Mephisto grumbled again. He knew that beastmen were stupid, but it was the first time he had seen such fools. Elric answered him that he learned to pretend a long time ago, and through the magic of the transformation of the seventh circle, no one will find him a liar. And then he warned the demon that he missed his dances, and would watch them if he continued to mock him. Captain Temple led them to the place and told them to protect it so that not a single fly escaped. Elric carefully watched everyone right behind the enemy lines. And then, using the magic of concealment, he went deeper to the rear, where he felt a powerful energy. So that's where the Ice General should be. Without any problems, he made his way to a place far in the thick of the forest. There he saw the real body of the ice giant, the demoness standing there chained. This was unexpected for the magician, because she had been chained for quite some time, judging by the rust on the chains. Mephisto laughed. He could not imagine that the curse of the demon god would be in such a pitiful position. He thought that this could be related to the fact that Camellia fell asleep 40 years ago, because the flowery smell was coming from this chain. He and Houston were connected 40 years ago in exactly the same way, although the seal was not strong. Someone renewed this seal all the time. They watched the curse that seemed to tear into the sky, and was held only thanks to the chains. Inside the seal, Elric caught the blessing of the tail, the power of the blood fox. He could not even think that he would be grateful to him, because before that, he did not know how to defeat the ice curse. But now, thanks to the fact that she is bound, he could approach and sharpen her strength into an ice crystal. As if feeling the ego of the demoness, the chain rattled. Elric handed her a snowflake and said words of strength to swallow. But then a portal opened near the body of the demoness and black lightning struck. Elric jumped to the side to avoid being hit. When an unexpected enemy appeared, Mephisto immediately recognized him. Azazel, the demon of madness, sent his servant belonging to Grigory, who appeared before them like a noble vampire. When he approached, he was surprised that a simple soldier of beastmen was not afraid of his seal. And only then did the demon realize that one of the Melvingers was in front of him. "Not bad for a demon," said the boy smugly when he was examined under the mask. The demon had already heard about the boy who was spoiling all the plans of the Furia tribe. The organization instructed him to help the Furia tribe unite all the Black Snow tribes, and then take the Ice General. And if it weren't for the impudent boy in front of him, the task would have been completed a long time ago. The demon's crooked mouth cracked and exposed the sharp saws of its teeth. It was even better that way, because if he destroys Melvinger, he will receive the gratitude of all those who hate this family. An ego seal appeared on the demon's hand. The organization had already recognized the wizard's power level, and he was definitely no match for him. The demon confidently waved his hand, gathering the darkness around him. "Cruel gale," a bloodline demon said Mephisto as he unleashed a whole hurricane. The difficult opponent smiled at Mepha, anticipating a heated battle. But Elric was only happy. He was looking for copper, and found gold compared to the totem. This demon was the highest reward. Gale thought that the boy was just smiling in front of him like crazy. Then he simply decided to show the fool his power and swung at the darkness. The shadows hit the mage like whips along an unpredictable trajectory. The demon saw how the wizard was torn to shreds like a rag doll, and then he smiled triumphantly. The enemy of non-humans is not so strong. However, the wizard tore the shadows, and then the demon saw that the boy was safe and sound. He managed to be surprised by such an unexpected turn. Elric smiled and could not think that he would find someone like himself, and hit the enemy with a discharge woven from different forces. A golden beam struck like a sword, piercing the darkness. Gale raised 3 walls of stone in front of him to block this attack. But the magic projectile pierced the ego like a knife through butter. And then the demon recognized the abilities of the icy general, and was again amazed by the power of the magician using the northern wind and winter blizzard. Elric took a step forward, his crystal eyes glinting menacingly. The wind absorbed and crushed everything, met with a blizzard that forged ice. This was one of the great forces of the demon god that they needed to destroy the Empire and resurrect the Master Azazel. No matter what, they had to get an icy general. The boy easily used powers with which even a demon had problems. He was the most dangerous of all enemies. Elric broke through the veil of darkness and growled, "They are fighting, so why is the demon thinking here?" And then right away he used the lunge of a ferocious tiger, which Julius had taught him. The demon staggered cowardly, but immediately lost his hand. He did not expect that the magician would go into close combat. To protect himself, he jumped even further and released a barrier in front of him. With the help of magic, he quickly restored his hand, but the boy was much stronger than he was told, so now Gale was thinking hard about what to do. The level of an archmage, even with the art of strengthening the body, he will definitely not defeat such an opponent. Then he decided to use escape magic to warn his superiors and tore up the scroll. But to his horror, the magic never worked. Gale froze in bewilderment. The magician appeared behind him and grabbed his head. Of course, he made sure that the enemy did not run away. The demon's head hit the frozen ground with a battering ram so that it cracked and cracked. The wizard smiled. This victory was too easy for him, even though he was worried, and Mephisto snorted that a follower of Azazel could not be strong. But in fact, he was amazed by the fact that in 4 days the boy became stronger. It is not clear what he was doing in his test. If he knew that Grigory's influence would spread even to these lands, the magician was amazed. There was nothing more to learn from the dead man, so he simply swallowed his seal. But here the eternally hungry demon Hull warned him about the danger. A black shadow broke from the hand of the decapitated Gale and hit Elric so that he flew away. He landed on the side, trying to understand what happened. After all, his opponent was definitely dead a second ago, because his head was smeared with a layer as thin as butter on the ground. A lump of burning malice smiled and spoke. "This is who killed Kaya," he said. This was the power of the Demon King, no less. The mage's entire body was numb from the pressure of his power. Mephisto shuddered, thinking that their enemy had already woken up. Ego's ominous aura hung over them like a heavy cloud. Demon Azazel smiled sweetly at him. 30 years ago, people defeated the demons in the war because they did not have a strong leader. But everything can be different if the great Lord Azazel is reborn. For the Imperial family and the magical tower, it is a matter of life and death. Elric nervously asked Mephisto if he should retreat, but he said that there was no need for it. Before them was only a copy, an incomplete image of Azazel himself as it could be perceived. All 4 great demon lords are either sealed or dead, but as long as their names live, they continue to exist. So somewhere there is Azazel's true name, Elric realized. Otherwise, there would be no Grigory. Mephisto smiled. Azazel's minions are constantly experimenting with his name to revive him. So behind all the incidents in the world of people, they stand as if with that totem that stole the lives of peasants. Elric frowned as he assessed the depth and obscurity of their problem. He would definitely have to face Grigory in the future. Then Elric called out to the terrifying shadow. The guy decided not to run away, and the demon smiled rather and summoned the power of the seal. He unleashed several powerful tornadoes at once that pierced the earth and writhed like mad snakes. And then this violent storm fell on the boy. Elric imitated the demon's words in his own way, that he must die. And he answered him that he raised his tornado bigger and more powerful than those that the demon had. The two protuberances collided with a deafening howl. And at this time, ice chains broke out of the ground to bind Azazel's shadow. But the demon repelled them by simply breaking the magic links with his aura. However, Elric used this to go behind his back while he was distracted. The image of a tiger appeared behind him when he struck King Julius with his art. It was a monstrous blow from which the earth's crust burst. But the shadow of the demon lord only smiled and playfully stopped this blow. Elric was amazed that his tiger claws and fangs were blocked so easily. He combined them with a spell and chanted words of strength, Tyr. The belly of the demon was distended like the belly of a fish. But the darkness covered the deadly slit with liquid ink, the demon said uselessly. And then he himself gathered energy in his fist and swung. Elric shouted 2 spells, cut and block. The honeycombs protected him from the blow. The shield barely held out and cracked, but his enemy was just an ordinary possessed person. With the passage of time, the body and soul merged more and more, thought the magician, and threw away the hand of the demon that he had managed to tear off. The demon has already grown a new limb as if nothing had happened. He will soon become even stronger. Even if it's a copy, it's the demon lord's guise, Mepha smiled. It would be a shame if he lost to an ordinary person. Although the evil spirit and irritation in his words made sense, in his current state the boy could only draw the fight. But he also had other problems. Elric turned around. At the noise of their battle, beastmen came and surrounded the whole area to catch the spy. The plan to secretly absorb the ice giant failed, and many portals appeared in the air. Obsessed rejoiced and considered himself a victory. After all, a stream of inferior demons poured out of the portals. Even though they were weak, there were many of them. Now the magician was surrounded by beastmen and demons. He could run away after spending all his mana, but then the Fury tribe would complicate his escape, the wizard reasoned. And he took a fighting stance and summoned all his forces. A wind blade swept over the clearing like a sickle. The possessed man put up a shield, convinced that all the guy's actions are meaningless. But Elric smiled confidently. There was a tradition, or rather a principle, in his family. If something doesn't get to him, it won't get to anyone. And then the demon realized that the wizard's attack was aimed at the general. The blade broke the chains that held her back for several decades. Even the possessed person was stunned by such a crazy behavior. Abnormal, told him Mephisto, again admiring the boy's diabolical mind. Released from these chains, the curse of the demon god screamed. Camellia shuddered in horror as he unleashed the scourge. Even for Melwinger, it was too insane. And Mephisto laughed. It was the guy's best joke for the entire time they lived together in one body. Although the guy was going to absorb the force of the disaster, what else could he do in such a situation? Elric powerfully pushed off the ground and tore through the ranks of demons. Now he could run away freely. The possessed man threw his subordinates after the magician. Although the demon needed to bind the disaster again, he could not know where it would strike. In addition, if they missed the magician, he will cause them problems in the future. He decided to first pull out the sprout of the Melvingers by the root before it got stronger, and wanted to rush in pursuit. But then his body reached its limit and a fountain of blood burst from his mouth. The demon gritted his teeth in impotent malice. Meanwhile, Elric was following the disaster. The giantess was running as if chasing him, all because it emits a strong smell of Melvinger's mana, with which it was sealed. However, the same could be said about the beastmen who fed her seal all this time. The goddess Camellia thought about Mephisto's remark. The fury of the calamity was directed at everyone. Never before had it attacked one specific target. Camellia had known the cold general for a long time and had never seen her so furious before. And then she asked if the wizard had done anything to her. The magician did not remember anything like that and created an ice arrow in his palm. She flew out of his hands like a bullet in the direction of disaster. For the giantess, this is the same as a small crack, but she screamed at the blow to the face. Camellia was amazed at such audacity. In this way, he forced the disaster to pursue only him in order to lure it to the right place. Beastmen fell into a stupor as soon as they saw her on the horizon, and the demons clung to the young duke's tail like hunting dogs. But at the same time, the giantess scattered everyone like garbage under her feet. But with her help, Elric destroyed his enemies and continued to retreat. What now? Mephisto asked him as the battlefield turned into chaos, and Elric replied that he would simply make the chaos stronger. Mephi laughed again. For the first time, the boy pleased him so much with his devilish antics. While he was flying, the knights contacted him, asking what kind of storm he had. The wizard told them not to worry because he made all the noise himself. The knights begged him to be careful, because if he were wounded, Isabel would eat them alive, and yet they were interested in what he had arranged. The wizard answered nothing of the sort, and simply took the ice giant with him, which is why the knights dropped their jaws on the floor. Even German lost his cold composure when he heard about these antics. But the knights got a taste of his initiative and asked if they could participate. And they wanted to know where he was going. The magician smiled and told them that he was going to the Fury tribe, and he was bringing disaster with him. Panic moods like fleas jumped around Furia's castle and painfully bitten beastmen who learned that disaster was coming to them. Rumors spread throughout the country that the disaster had broken out and the blessing of the tail had been removed. The Ice General was only their tool to maintain power, but if this truth is revealed, everything will collapse. The deputy commander ordered everyone to announce an urgent muster of troops, and for any deviations to the side, he would be executed on the spot. First, they had to curb the panic among the tribes and in the army, and then calm down the ice giantess. And all this because of one cursed little man who needs to be killed. The commander got angry. He ordered his shaman observers to look for the magician, and they shuddered and told him that they had already found someone similar. The commander grinned and asked where. Opposite the central gate of the capital, the horned shaman reported to him. These words sounded like a crazy joke, but then the castle shook from the blow and staggered like it was made of cardboard. Without any difficulties, the wizard flew to the garden and brought with him a guest for the festival. The commander saw his crazy enemy face to face for the first time. Gusts of fury of the giantess burst into the castle, but the commander did not know what to do with it. The magician wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was tired of endless running. Mephisto once again sympathized with those who fought against the boy. He brought the giantess out of him with a single crack, and now she unleashed her fury on the defenseless beastmen from the Furia tribe. And now he prepared a real fun for everyone and collected many ice arrows around himself. These shells struck like spears, ramming the protective honeycomb dome that hung over the city. The commander left his headquarters and jumped outside, shouting for them to catch and stop the wizard. But the lions were already on their way, and they entered the fortress without any obstacles, because the guards ran away in panic. Then the commander of the beastmen sent them to attack the knights. But at that moment he looked at the sky and saw how it was collapsing. The protective dome was falling apart. And now nothing protected the city from the ice giant. Meanwhile, Elric decided to lure the giantess into the very center. But here the ground under the main square cracked like ice on a river. And a nine-tailed fox rose from under the ruins and brought down a couple of neighboring houses. He let out a loud cry that echoed throughout the city. Standing up to his full height, the bloody king was taller than even the city walls. His warriors immediately fell to their knees before his figure. He was covered in a strange aura that repelled the ice giantess's coldness. But this power was not mana or demonic energy. Green eyes, golden hair, and a foul stench mean Melvinger, growled the nine-tailed fox when he saw the wizard. Elric prepared for battle. He was even glad that he didn't have to look for this monster. The giantess did not stop her run through the garden, destroying house after house along the way. She saw a bald eagle and shrieked so that her eardrums burst. The bald king growled in response as if rejecting her cry. The pitiful, mindless monster did not frighten him. The giantess gathered around herself a dense aura of cold. From the other side, the fox responded with its strange aura. They encountered a terrible grinding of glass on metal. And then there was a huge explosion in which everything disappeared for a second. The wizard had to summon his honey shield to survive. The clash of two titans was unexpected for him. Camellia assumed that this was because the fox strengthened the restraining goals, and therefore was an enemy for the giantess. The two giants stood ready to attack again, Elric thought, and Camellia asked him what was the matter. The sorcerer didn't say anything and rushed in the other direction. He took out an ice crystal from his pocket, and Camellia showered him with questions, not understanding what the guy was up to. Green fire engulfed the giantess from all sides, and Elric took advantage of this and flew straight to the disaster. The bloody fox rescued him. The magician could not miss such a wonderful opportunity, and held out the crystal in the direction of the giantess. Cold energy whirled around the crystal in the mage's hands. Mephisto smiled when he understood the boy's idea, as he usually stole what he wanted and defeated his enemies without moving. With the help of the crystal, the magician absorbed the power of the calamity and smiled quite. But the nine-tailed king also did not sit idly by and looked in his direction with hatred. So that he did not come closer and did not interfere with him, Elric hit him with a ray of light. The fox staggered back. This blow was quite powerful. Looking at his reaction, Elric laughed, because the fox didn't think they were allies. Everything looked as if the wizard wanted to deal with everyone at the same time. The fox went into a frenzy at such impudence of the little man. He snorted and growled with hatred, but he could do nothing without his ninth tail. One of the tails separated from the main body and attacked Elric himself, so that he had to duck quickly. And then the magician saw in front of him several exact copies of the nine-tailed fox. "Pathetic tricks," said the young duke. He boldly went to meet a whole pack of bloody foxes, and then he ordered them to freeze in the dragon's tongue. Razor-sharp spell waves sliced through all the clones like a sickle, and then they all dissipated like a fog. Such tricks did not work on the magician. but then he noticed a movement in his direction. Elric tried to use anti-magic and dispel the spell, but before the fox's spell penetrated his body, the sorcerer went limp and dropped his hands. The fox intended to steal the art of strengthening the body from the boy's memory and thus regain his ninth tail. So the bloody king entered the world of Elric's mind, serried and lifeless as the old ancestral estate. It is surprising that the soul of such a skillful magician lived in such a poor place. The fox was amazed, sneaking up to the boy from behind, but it was even easier for him. You just need to tear your soul to pieces, he thought, and saliva dripped from his gaping mouth. He stretched out his paws to take all of the boy's knowledge. But then the bloody king felt that someone was closely watching him and shuddered from this look. The fox shuddered, but it was too late because a shadow with sharp fangs pounced on him. The king was instantly thrown out of his inner world by the magician, and he clutched his heart painfully. Elric was also breathing heavily after someone seemed to disembowel his insides. But the magician did not remember what happened to him and asked Mephisto about it. He turned away embarrassed and said that he didn't know anything. Meanwhile, the fox became even more enraged and fought dirty. He unleashed a green flame to burn the boy to the bone. Looking at this rampage of terrifying fire, the beastmen rushed to run. They knew that if this wave touched their end. Elric put up his golden shield. He did not know what was happening and what the enemy was up to. And then the green flame became as dense and bright as the sun, and it became painful to look at it. The fox took a deep breath. He couldn't remember the last time he used so much force at once. However, even his fierce fire did not damage the ice giant. He hoped that he would at least incinerate the cursed Melvinger. However, then he heard the mocking voice of the magician who asked him to show even more strength. Antramafree Castle was drowning in the rays of the sunset, but there was no peace within its walls. The young Tiger King was breathing heavily and clutching his trembling heart. To calm him down, faithful Norris knelt down and reminded him of the tiger's dignity. But the boy was still worried. The beastmen betrayed them and attacked the garden. Their peoples have been at war for a long time. Could the words of the king really change something? Everyone will look down on him, the boy was worried. But then he heard the voice of Hayes, who reminded him of the desire to restore the kingdom of beastmen and help everyone live happily. And only the anthropomorph king can do it, she was sure. Sean agreed with her and told the boy to be calm because they would be right behind him. It worked. He nodded several times, confident that everything would work out. He just has to do it, he decided, looking at everyone who supported him. Valenci also remembered the magician who gave him a chance to make this dream come true. If Elric had been here, he would have taken control of the entire assembly, laughing as if nothing had happened, and he would have crushed anyone who would have interfered with him. Then the young king kept his image in his head and confidently stepped forward into the open door. The courtiers and leaders of other cities and tribes of beastmen were waiting inside him and looked grimly, as if they wanted to suppress him. But when the young king entered, they all bowed their heads. After all, his eyes sparkled like yellow amber with power and greatness. Meanwhile, Elric absorbed the power of the ice giantess. Camellia worriedly reminded him that this would not alleviate the disaster, but the magician knew that. He also knew another thing, that the giantess studied her opponents and became stronger. And yet he got something. His seal of winter became much stronger. Then the magician stood between them and offered the bloody fox to surrender, since he had already breathed his last. He really breathed heavily, cursing the annoying boy. Once upon a time, he died quietly after the tribe rejected him. But fortunately, he met a master with a mysterious power that saved him. He asked for a century, and the fox learned the secret techniques of this master. And so he got a formidable power that no one else had. And then he was able to gather an army under his banner and fight for the royal throne. He dreamed of going beyond the valley of black snow and bringing the empire to its knees, but an insurmountable wall stood in his way. A man named Melvinger, arrogant and self-confident, asked them to leave. The fox did not listen and led his troops to attack this fortress that they dared to resist. The defeat was not long in coming, leaving bitter soot on the face of the fox. Despite this, he did not give up and gathered a new army to seek happiness again. But this time another scoundrel stood in his way, who even worse corresponded to his ideals even more than himself, the Tiger King Julius. And again he was broken and abandoned like a ship after a storm. The fox pounded the ground with his fists in impotent rage, why he lost every time to a mere mortal. He needed more power that no one else could get. And then the fox abandoned everything that he had studied for centuries. He got carried away by a force that was considered forbidden and entered the territory of demons. He thought that no one else would be able to stop him, but another Melvinger appeared again to put the brakes on the wheels. The fox exploded with bloodlust as his pent-up rage erupted. His power was so great that he pressed the wizard to the ground. The fox clenched like a spring for a jump. He gnashed his teeth and wanted to tear the magician apart. But here the magician's spell cut off all the tails of the fox like grass with a sickle. Elric appeared from above. The fox had always had a bad relationship with his family, and he offered to end it here. The magician applied the element of ice over a huge area, and there was a loud bang, after which everything was covered with snow fog. When he dispersed, it became clear that a huge fox was lying on the ground, bound by ice. Even in this state, he continued to curse and curse the magician. The fox said that this is not the end yet, and he breathed his last. Elric did not feel any more life in him, so he did not think that there would be anything else. The fox died. The giantess, as if upset by the fact that her rival had left her, screamed hysterically. He was just going to engage her, and told the disaster that now she was driving, as if inviting her to a game of tricks. Camellia was surprised. Her opponent was already too dangerous to play catch-up. Demon assumed that the boy had seen something. After absorbing the seal, he sees the memories of the owner that help him better understand the owner of the seal. After the mage absorbed her power, he had to see something, Mephisto said. Camellia understood what he was talking about, because it was the same with her. However, it could not be so simple with the giantess, that secret that is impossible to comprehend. Even Camellia could not understand what she was thinking. At first, Elric thought that the giantess was the body of the goddess Camellia, filled with evil intentions. But the memories that opened up to Elric completely changed his opinion. Her true nature that he saw was a lonely child. Initially, she was not mean to people. She behaved like a newborn and was full of curiosity about the world and people. But they saw in her a dangerous and ugly monster. Her power froze everyone who was nearby. And the children all the time chased her away with stones, although the giantess just wanted to play with them. She wanted to have friends, play games, laugh and talk with them. She wanted to go hunting and kill monsters, run together through the forests and rivers, but the beastmen drew their weapons as soon as they saw her. Monsters also ran away from her in fear, not giving her the opportunity to make friends with them. The trees she touched died, and even the rivers froze to the very bottom and stopped running. She wanted to have friends, but not wanting that was a disaster for everyone. And so her mind developed in complete solitude, knowing nothing but destruction. And this unfortunate creature began to think that the whole world turned against her and hates her. Like a capricious child, she decided to make everyone suffer. So she became a monster full of hostility towards everyone. However, one simple desire remained in her heart, nothing serious. The first children she saw were merrily playing in the sandbox. It was so great that she wanted to play with them again. Even if it was not on purpose, the way in which she was brought to the City of Furies reminded her of a chase. Although it seemed that the giantess was furious, after swallowing the fragment, Elric felt that she was enjoying the chase. Then he hoped to play with her one more time, and said that since she did not catch him, this time he was driving. And he warned that if he catches her, she will lose. As if she sensed the danger, she rushed to run, shaking the ground and losing her head from ecstasy. Mephisto grumbled habitually. He could hardly believe that this disaster wanted to play such a primitive game. Camellia also couldn't believe that to save the Temple of Flowers and Fairies, you just had to play a game. This decision should have seemed obvious to her. After all, the giantess was created from her shortcomings, thought Camellia. The giantess was as lonely as she was, and felt as lonely as winter. And as a result, Elric became her friend, which eased her loneliness. The magician absorbed her power with the help of a crystal, and gradually the disaster returned to its original proportions. She continued to melt like snow in the spring and run happily, until he touched her back and the crust of ice and shackles cracked, and before Elric stood a sweet little girl. And then this image also disappeared into a pile of flower petals. The aroma of flowers collected in an ice crystal saddled the winter wind and scattered everywhere. This aroma flew over the mountains of the Black Snow Valley. He drove away the darkness that filled these lands, melted the frozen earth and awakened the sleeping earth, and let the air still be fresh and cool. It brought the feeling of resurrection that everyone was waiting for. Streams of joy flowed down Camelia's face. After all, spring has come. The young tiger could not believe his eyes. Their enemies were defeated. The bloody king was defeated, and the ice giant disappeared. Norris was also shocked by the fact that in one night their age-old dream came true. However, even for the Furia tribe, the task of unifying the Black Snow Valley was not easy, the minister warned. Valencia agreed with him. Now he had to be collected like never before. Flower fairies flew over the valley for the first time in a long time. They chirped merrily, rejoicing in spring. Elric and Camellia were the first to notice. He walked through the ruins of the city, which unwittingly became the field of a fierce battle. The goddess Narcissoth asked him how he did it. Elric replied that it was all thanks to the aromas that they gave. There is nothing better to chase away winter. The fairies were confused, not understanding what he said now. Camellia sternly explained in chirping that everything was fine thanks to them, and if they didn't understand, you just had to accept the gratitude. Then the fairies began to dance directly in the air with the joy that they drove away the winter, and the magician asked the first persons of the new kingdom if everything went well with them. Valencia nodded. Thanks to the wizard, they were able to convince the others. The magician smiled. He just arranged a meeting. The young king himself convinced everyone. Norris saw in him the shadow of Elric Melvinger at the moment when the young king spoke with the leaders of the Beastmen. This person was born with qualities worthy of a king. The actions of his family definitely affect the future of the continent, Norris thought. He understood that they must enter into an alliance with this wizard no matter what. The body of the fallen leader of the Furies was guarded by guards in case of vandalism. Even dead enemies should be treated with respect. But the guards did not see the inky shadow that crawled on the ground in their direction. They died before they could understand anything. The demon-possessed corpse gnashed its teeth in anger. Again, Melvinger ruined everything. To support life in this shell, Azazel sacrificed the lives of his minions. But when he arrived here, the Ice Giant and the Blood King were defeated. It took them decades to grow a fox capable of controlling the disaster, and now I'm letting it all go. The demons sighed heavily. They should have gotten rid of young Melvinger when he was still a sick child, but they believed too much in his insignificance, and now complacency has gone sideways. In that case, there was only one way left, to awaken the demon implanted in the Bloody King. The possessed fell to his knees and began the rite. He tore out his heart and began to pray to the god of demons, life in exchange for a loyal subject. The possessed melted into the acrid sulfur smoke, and this darkness of his ego seeped into the corpse of the Bloody King. The darkness pierced every dead cell of the ego, filling it with life again. Elric looked at the crystal in his hand. Now he had all the attributes that created winter, and he understood that he must end it. He didn't know how to do it yet and asked Camellia if she knew, but she only spread her hands and gave an evasive answer. However, at that moment the magician was struck by lightning, and an ominous feeling came over him. It seems that the nine-tailed fox was not lying when he said that it was not the end yet. The magician understood when he saw the terrible shadow that rose over the garden. He accompanied his awakening with a bloodthirsty roar. Camellia shouted to the magician that someone had performed a resurrection ceremony and revived the fox. If it was left like that, a new disaster would appear. Elric frowned. Everything was going too well to be true, he thought, putting his hand in his pocket. He got a layer of communication from there and ordered Hayes to immediately remove all beastmen from the city. The bald man was surrounded by ugly shadows, and he himself spewed flames like a demon, but the mage still rushed towards him. Mephisto bewilderedly asked the boy what he would do alone, because this was clearly not an enemy that would be easy to deal with. Once upon a time, Camellia agreed with the demon, because last time the wizard was helped by a giantess. But Elric had one idea, although he wanted to study this thing first before using it. Camellia did not understand what he was talking about, and then the magician put the crystal in his mouth. He wanted to end the winter right now. What a fairy, and what a demon at odds began to shout at him so that he would spit out the filth. Led grabbed his face with tenacious fingers as if he wanted to tear him from his bones. And then the mage's eyes were filled with blue light and lightning discharges. Elric ordered winter to come. Powerful gusts of cold wind surrounded him. Mephisto grumbled. This fool was causing trouble again. The ice crystal itself was a mystical object, and now an ice giant was locked inside it, which made it even more dangerous. That very essence plunged the valley of black snow into darkness and cold for a long time. Elric simply could not stand this raging mana that was tearing him to pieces. From the incredible amount of mana, all his seals grew rapidly, absorbing this power, but his channels could not withstand such pressure. And the demon, as if he felt this sharp leap of strength, growled, and then his heart was filled with bright light. When the magician opened his eyes, he saw that he was standing in a familiar winter world. Otto asked the little girl, the spirit of the ice giant, if she would go with him, and the girl energetically nodded several times. The old man was surprised that she agreed even without knowing him. But Otto smiled and opened his arms, surprising that they considered such a good girl an enemy. And then the little girl threw herself on his neck and hugged him tightly. And then she saw Elric and ran to him. He told her not to thank him, but rather to think about what she would do on the other side. Otto praised him. The boy did better than they and Euston could have thought. They assumed that he would simply defeat the ice giant and imprison him in a crystal. But he managed to understand what she really is and calmed him down. The old man thought that he should try to understand this essence himself first. Then the baby would not suffer so much. "It's time to give him winter," Elric demanded. But Otto replied that he needed to continue training and study one season after another, at which the magician was indignant because he had already done so much. Otto scratched his beard and told the boy that he was not worthy yet, but he would get everything in due time. Then Elric leaned over to the little girl and told her that the old man was a bad person in front of her and invited her to him, and the girl obediently ran away, leaving the bewildered ancestor. Elric understood that Otto wanted to check something, took the baby with him and told him that he would not allow it to be done, taking her by the hand. Otto shook his head. Every day the boy became more and more insolent, to what point their family had just fallen. But Elric objected that he was not talking about bullying to the old man, and again asked if they would give him the winter or not. "Possession will not give him anything. First, you need to build a solid foundation, said the ancestor. Elric himself was happy to build his ego, but the situation outside did not contribute to this. Camellia supported the boy as best she could with her own strength, and shouted at him to wake up. The demon rushed towards him with a terrible growl. All this time, the magician was in a mental world. Fortunately, time passed differently here, but if he was late, he indicated with a gesture. Otto started grumbling again and grabbed his head. He let the guy go, but told him to look into the residence when everything calmed down. The magician accepted the gift, which contained all the elements to summon winter. The ice on the mage's face slowly disappeared, and he returned to normal. The raging forces found their equilibrium point. But before he woke up, the fox demon grabbed him with its paws. Winter will find him in a terrible and heartless form. The main thing is that he is not eaten by demons, Otto told him at the end. Light rays cut through the demon's fist, and then it exploded and the fox had to cut his fingers. Elric stood in the air and his eyes sparkled with emeralds. Mephisto laughed. To think even if the guy was helped how quickly he absorbed the seal of the highest level, it was an incredible talent. The fox spewed bloody fire in the wizard's direction. Strike, the mage uttered the words of power. The seal of snow flaunted on his hand. The ice giant's power hit the fox demon and caused the ego to stagger back. Camellia was surprised that the magician actually got winter and freely controlled it. Then the fox struck with fierce claws, but the sharp ice spikes quickly pierced him through. Elric rejoiced that his magic reached a new level. Now different elements in it were combined and strengthened each other. Together they formed the general seal of winter. The fox growled viciously. He broke the ice spikes. Such wounds could not stop him. How noisy he is, thought the magician, who was already tired of these endless cries. And then he ordered him to be gagged, and strong chains bound the violent fox demon. It will be quiet now, the wizard smiled. So that the demon would definitely not get out, Elric added chains that tightly gripped him. Now, when the enemy was immobilized, he could attack and jump to the fox. But the demon broke the chains and the bloody fire gathered in his mouth again. Elric covered himself with a shield. Suddenly, the fox became much stronger. Even the seal of winter could not contain this power. The fox absorbed energy from the environment, and thus became stronger. And in order to kill a demon, you need to get to the ego's core, and this is prevented by bald fire, and the new king of demons is not far away. Then the demon Jewel came to the rescue, but the magician only smiled. The crocodile just wanted to devour the enemy. After a short argument, Hull rushed at the fox demon and opened his huge mouth. He dug into the fox's throat and began to drink its blood. Now the enemy was tied up again. Half measures were unavoidable. Elric understood that even if he spent all his mana, he would have to deal with it in one blow. And for this he must use the last revelation of the Tiger King Yuli. Elric seemed to turn into his teacher and repeated all his movements exactly. 1,000 tiger cuts fell on the demon fox. After such an attack, he would not be able to resist, Elric was sure. But then he felt the heavy beating of his dragon heart. And the stone flew to the ground, and in his ears there was a terrible rumble of a drum in his chest. And even the demon Hull was thrown away, unable to restrain the fury of the fox. If now everything will be lost, this is the end, the boy understood. And at that moment he felt the response from the seal of Mephistopheles. The demon explained that his seal reacted to the absorbed demonic power, and also because the dragon's heart mana that was holding him back was depleted. I hope we don't meet again, said Elric, holding out his hand again. From his blow, the core of the fox cracked and crumbled like a crystal vase. The force that was released at the same time covered the entire city and scattered debris hundreds of meters around. Those who went outside the city turned in horror towards its walls. Flames covered the sky as if the sunset had happened there. Valencia was afraid that this fire would spread further, and drought would come to the lands where spring had just begun. Norris assumed an animal form and growled that everyone should protect the king. A tornado of devilish fire flew in their direction like a protuberance. Norris clenched his fists. They couldn't use magic to stop this red-hot wind. As long as the king was alive, they could revive the kingdom, so he ordered to protect the tiger cub, even if they themselves burned alive. But then the tongues of flame hit the white wall and broke like waves against the stone. And they could have left everything to him from the very beginning, grumbled the old magician Augustin. Earlier, in the flower temple, the boy asked the ego not to interfere. He could not rely on his help all the time, although the teacher did not object. In addition, he was the head of his kind. No one will follow him if he continues to ask for help from others. Augustin worried that the boy might die, but Elric assured him that this would not happen, but asked him to protect Valencia. Augustine agreed, and now called Norris, who had previously met with Euston, and asked him to look carefully and assess which of them is the most dangerous magician. A milky white strong glow of his mana emanated from Augustin. He stomped his foot, turning everything around into a space of sticky star fog. The darkness of the icy general appeared when it covered the light, while Augustine absorbed the light itself to create a white night. Horror covered the beastman's fear not just of death, but of the absorption of existence itself. Norris felt his powerlessness before such a catastrophe. No one in the world would say that this power belongs to man. And then the sun's rays touched them again. There was no longer a white night, and there was no foxfire. It was quiet, as in a fairy tale. Beastman stood stunned. Norris still could not recover from such a spectacle. The old mage suppressed the whole catastrophe before his eyes. The first thing he did was ask the young king if he was all right. But the boy himself was worried about the fate of Elric and asked to return to the city as soon as possible. But old Augustine proudly told the king that his student would not die because of such nonsense. Elric himself got out of the city surrounded by knights who managed to arrive there recently. He was beside himself with joy when he saw the magician Valenci. Everyone was tired after the intense battle, which was not easy for them. Elric noticed them too and lazily waved at the king. He wanted to say something, but then he was grabbed by the chest and dragged to the ground by the force of recoil. The magician successfully landed at the feet of charming Isabel. But when she looked closely at his face together with Sean, she realized that he was just dying. Sean grabbed his head. His friend was just a master at scaring the hell out of him, he grumbled. That's how the chaos ended in the Valley of Black Snow, and the sun's rays showered these lands with gold. Elric lay in a meadow of fragrant grass under the cozy shade of a tall tree with a wide crown, and the wind sang a song to him in the thick foliage. When he opened his eyes, he saw little Winter in front of him. She came to say goodbye. The magician understood. The magician stroked her head and ruffled her hair. She should have a good time there when he left. He did not know where she would go, but he hoped that everything would be fine with her there, and that she would finally be happy. She rose to her feet and asked him if he would play with her again. Elric smiled. This question could not be answered in any other way. And then the little girl in the floral poppy dress laughed loudly and happily. The wind dropped a red petal on his face, gentle as an air kiss, and the vision ended. Elric jumped up quickly. He didn't even know how long he slept. To his surprise, King Valenci himself was waiting in bed. He came here because Camellia told him that the magician would wake up soon, so he had been sitting here recently. The boy resolutely held out the book with the tiger seal. Elric was surprised because he had already received research on the technique before, but Valenci said that it was the diary of King Yulia. Such a thing was very important for the royal family, so the magician was even more surprised to give it away. The king said that he read something interesting there and left a bookmark for Elric. There were indeed records of Julius, about a strange man whom he brought into the tribe, a man who possessed the art of strengthening the body. At first it seemed to Yulia that a stranger would not join the tribe, but he quickly became one of his own. This guy found them a place where they set up a permanent camp. Later, he decided to learn martial arts from the king, and his skills were somewhat similar. The diary also described the first appearance of the ice giant, as well as the first refugees. The newcomer to the tribe volunteered to be the guide, and they moved forward to defeat the icy general. And then, from these records, Elric realized that this was not just a test, but a real past. Everything that was described in the diary fully corresponded to his history that he himself experienced in the world of the past. The last entry said that the new brother had disappeared. His name was Elric Melvinger, and he said that he was the future descendant of his clan. Elric did not understand how this was possible. The trials and the truth seemed too realistic to him, and therefore there was magic that allows you to return to the past. Now he knew nothing about it, and could only return to Otto in their winter residence. Elric got out of bed. He needed to get back to the Empire as soon as possible. But then Sean burst into the room. Seeing that his friend had woken up, he sighed with relief. Of course, that's the only reason he wouldn't break in like that, and the magician asked what happened. A war broke out in the Empire. Disturbing words flew from his lips, and the young duke was stunned.